सही बोला है। There are a lot of news coming in where the oath ceremony will be taking place of both the leaders today. But yes, the Governor House is yet to put any official confirmation on that. But of course, we are going to see both the collaboration getting announced today here at Raj Bhavan, and also we are given to understand that very selective people are going to be inside the chamber of Mr. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari, who has already reached and sitting inside the chamber where he will be leading and heading the meeting ahead with Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde. Well, primarily what we are also being informed is that a letter with a series of signatures is already is going to be put forth before the governor, and which will show that how there is support and two-third party support with Eknath Shinde, and that is why this particular departure took place in Maharashtra, in Mumbai, from different cities across the country. And also we have to understand one more thing: the way the Eknath Shinde cadre was traveling from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati, Guwahati to Goa, and Goa again to Maharashtra with all the BJP heading states and cities. We need to understand one thing, that it was all somewhere decided, the conversations were already in. But yes, of course, at this moment of time, it is going to be too early to pass any comment and judgment out here. But yes, they have said the oath ceremony will be taking place very soon is what we are being told. But yes, the confirmation regarding the dates and time from the Governor House is not been confirmed, but they have also said that this press conference will be revealing every layer of questions those are there on people's mind. But of course, we have to wait and watch for what exactly transpires in this particular press conference of Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Eknath Shinde.
Absolutely. And if we talk about the last 48 hours, the story has moved so very fast. Arunil, from when Devendra Fadnavis went inside Raj Bhavan, met the governor, seeking a floor test, to the governor directing for a floor test, giving a call for a floor test, to today when both Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis will be taking oath. Some problem connecting with Arunil. We'll go back to him in just a bit. But viewers, as we keep up with those important visuals on your screens, of course, the left side, wherein you can see Team Fadnavis and Team Shinde. Shinde, of course, representing all the rebel MLAs at the moment, and he is holding a detailed meet with some of the BJP leaders at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And on the right side, Shinde's show of strength, of course, upon his arrival in Mumbai, as it is an all-important meeting between the two leaders, will lead to both of them attending a press conference, addressing the media, followed by which they will be reaching out to the governor with the signatures of the respective MLAs by their side. We continue to put out more reactions coming in. Let's cut across.
उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना। मेरा पानी उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना। मैं समंदर हूं, लौट कर वापस आऊंगा। मेरा पानी उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना। मेरा पानी उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना। मैं समंदर हूं, लौट कर वापस आऊंगा। मेरा पानी उतरता देख।
जसं मी माझ्या मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा आज राजीनामा देतोय, त्याचप्रमाणे मी माझ्या विधान परिषद सदस्यत्वाचा सुद्धा राजीनामा देतो आहे।
Uddhav Thackeray-led government in Maharashtra came to a premature end. Just minutes after Supreme Court refused to stay the floor test ordered by Governor Koshyari, Shiv Sena chief came online to announce, "I quit."
आता जातोय अनपेक्षितपणाने, जातो म्हणजे कुठे जात नाहीये, मी इकडेच राहणार आहे। पुन्हा मी शिवसेना भवनमध्ये बसायला सुरुवात करणार आहे, पुन्हा माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना भेटायला सुरुवात करणार आहे आणि पुन्हा एकदा नवीन भरारी मारणारे सगळे जे काही तरुण तरुणी आणि माझ्या माता भगिनी आहेत त्यांना सोबत घेऊन एक नवीन शिवसेनेची वाटचाल। नवीन म्हणजे शिवसेना तीच आहे, शिवसेना आपलीच आहे। शिवसेना कधीही आपल्यापासून कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत नाही। अजिबात नाही. ना शिवसेना हिरावून घेऊ शकत, ना तुमच्यापासून आम्हाला ठाकरे कुटुंबियांना कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत. आपण इथेच राहणार आहोत आणि जसं मी माझ्या मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा आज राजीनामा देतोय त्याचप्रमाणे मी माझ्या विधान परिषद सदस्यत्वाचा सुद्धा राजीनामा देतो आहे.
No more in the driving seat as Chief Minister, Uddhav drove himself to Raj Bhavan to submit his resignation to the governor. Accompanying him were his sons Aditya and whatever was left of his supporters in the ranks still standing with him. What happened inside Raj Bhavan was more of a courtesy. Governor accepted Uddhav's resignation, asking him to continue as CM until alternate arrangements are made.
All right, amidst all the fast-paced political developments coming in from Mumbai, the action has now shifted completely to Mumbai till we do see a movement in Guwahati wherein the rebel MLAs will eventually be moving to Mumbai. We don't know when that will happen. Arunil, anything you're picking up on that? Interesting turn of events wherein the Shinde camp is now, issued a whip to the Uddhav camp. That's a very interesting update that we've picked up.
Well, that is an interesting update indeed, Christine. Why? Because Deepak Kesarkar mentioned about the fact that we are the main Shiv Sena. We have more than 2/3 of the MLAs. That is more than 37. That is the requisite number to avoid the anti-defection law. And all the remaining MLAs, the MLAs that are there with Uddhav Thackeray, they will have to follow the whip of our group leader. That is Eknath Shinde. The new group leader, according to them, they have made is Bharat Gogawle. This puts Aditya Thackeray also in a major spot because Deepak Kesarkar, the spokesperson of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, has said that those who don't follow the whip, they may lose their MLA post as well. Aditya Thackeray himself is an MLA from the renowned Worli constituency of Mumbai. Now, whether he will vote against his own father, father's wish, whether he will vote against the Congress and the NCP, that is the main question that comes to the fore. So first they targeted the CM post. Uddhav Thackeray has to give in. Now they are targeting Aditya Thackeray, basically saying that he has to follow our whip. Now whether Aditya Thackeray gives in to that as well, we will be certainly keeping a close eye on that. Now coming to the main fight of the Shiv Sena. Now the CM post is gone, the government is gone. Now their main fight is about saving the Shiv Sena party. And for that, all the Shiv Sena leaders have been going to different parts of Maharashtra, taking their sabhas with their local leaders, trying to ensure that the Shiv Senics who are the main core of the Shiv Sena don't go to the rival faction. But let me tell you, these 39 MLAs are strongmen from their own constituency. They have been elected because of their own charisma as well. Yes, there are Shiv Sena votes and their own charisma also works in their favor. And that is why it becomes extremely difficult. And Shiv Sena, we can see Shiv Sena is in a very precarious situation at present. Now coming to the Raj Bhavan, the spotlight clearly is in Raj Bhavan where Shivani has been reporting from. And Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde will jointly address a press conference and give out further details of their future course of action. But we understand from our sources that around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. They both will be taking oath. Devendra Fadnavis as the CM of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde as the Deputy CM of Maharashtra. Coming to Devendra Fadnavis as well, the kind of embarrassment that he had received in 2019, or where he has been saying that he was completely betrayed by his own alliance partner, that is the Shiv Sena in 2019. It is more or less like a sweet revenge for Devendra Fadnavis, because he has not only brought this entire three-party government into a collapse situation, but he has also ensured that the Shiv Sena party, his former alliance partner, and the Uddhav Thackeray's party completely disintegrates and breaks into two strong factions. So this is a very major victory for Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis's 5 years, if you have to look at it, he was able to control the government with a very tight fist. He used to control the Home Ministry. He himself.
Interestingly, Arunil, the Congress and the NCP are completely mum at this point in time. Some, of course, coming out and expressing, the fact that perhaps it would have been a show of confidence, a show of strength that the Uddhav camp could have put up had he faced the floor test. That's their feedback at the moment. Nothing else to say, really. Let me go across to Priya, my colleague, joining us. A fast-moving story at the moment, Priya. Lots that's happened in just the last 24 hours. Take us through the top developments.
Right, so it's been, and this is just to take stock of situation as it stands right now. Any time from now, we could hear them coming out, Fadnavis and Team Shinde, after meeting the governor and addressing a joint presser. All eyes are now on Raj Bhavan in Maharashtra when it comes to the formation of new government, who is going to be sworn in, who is not going to be sworn in today, when is the oath taking going to happen. All those things will come out, be decided definitively. But meanwhile, let's do a quick recap of what all has happened so far. First of all, Shinde and Fadnavis have met in Mumbai. Remember, earlier in the day, Eknath Shinde had come to Mumbai from Goa. He went to Devendra Fadnavis's house. They had a meeting. We showed our viewers the pictures of that meeting. After that meeting, they headed to the Raj Bhavan. Currently, as we speak, they are at the governor's house. They are likely to stake claim to the government. The reporters are also telling us that after this meeting with the governor, the swearing in of Deputy Chief Minister, which is going to be Eknath Shinde, and Chief Minister Fadnavis, may take place as early as today. And that is one of the major developments. Who is going to be the minister? Who are going to be the ministers in their cabinet? What are going to be their portfolios? When will they take oath? Is going to be eventually decided. But even as this struggle, this planning for power taking over the new government goes on, there is also another power struggle going on. This is for the claim to the Shiv Sena, which is the party. Now, what has happened very interestingly today is that a whip has been issued by Team Shinde to all Sena MLAs to be present as and when they are summoned in order to back Eknath Shinde's camp.
To pro-Uddhav MLAs. Is it that the Shinde camp will try and negotiate with the remaining of the MLAs? That becomes extremely crucial for both the sides. Priya, thank you for sharing all those developments with us. Quickly bringing in Shivani. That's where the action is expected in the next few minutes. Shivani, any movement there?
जी बिल्कुल। तो यहाँ पर अभी चंद सेकंड्स पहले जो हमने देखा वो ये था कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस के जो पर्सनल सेक्रेटरी हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे। सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट्स में बदलाव है यहाँ पर, तो वो राजनीति में कुर्सी का ही खेल है और कुर्सियाँ यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी शिफ्ट हुई हैं। सचिन आपको बताएंगे कि पहली जब हम यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे तब जो है जब यहाँ पर है 6 कुर्सियाँ आगे 6 कुर्सियाँ पीछे रखी गई थी, लेकिन अब 7 कुर्सियाँ आगे 5 कुर्सियाँ पीछे, यानी कि जो फ्रंट रो में बीच की कुर्सी पर बैठेगा, तीसरी जो चौथी कुर्सी है जो सामने उसको कहा जा सकता है वो हेड करेंगे, इस पूरी चेयर करेंगे इस पूरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को। तो तीन एक तरफ और बीच में वो व्यक्ति जो कि महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में बदलाव लाएगा। 12 कुर्सियां अभी भी बनी है, लेकिन जी हाँ पहले 6 आगे पहले फिर दूसरी 6 पीछे जोड़ियां रखी गई थी। इससे मैं कुर्सियों का खेल इसलिए आपको समझा रही हूँ क्योंकि पूरी राजनीति ही कुर्सियों पर आधारित होती है। सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट्स बहुत ज्यादा मायने रखती हैं कि कौन कहाँ बैठेगा, कौन आगे कौन पीछे, कौन किसके बगल में बैठा है, कौन किससे गुफ्तगू कर रहा है बैठते हुए, ये सारी चीजें बहुत मायने रखती हैं। इसीलिए जो सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट फिलहाल देवेंद्र फडणवीस के पर्सनल सेक्रेटरी द्वारा बदली गई है, वो जब यहाँ पर सभी लोग बैठ जाएंगे तब पता चलेगा कि आखिर उसकी वजह क्या थी। यहाँ पे एलओपी के जो कुछ क्रू मेंबर्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। हर एक चीज को फिलहाल चारों तरफ से निगाहें रखते हुए ध्यान दे रहे हैं कि आगे किस तरीके से बात होगी। फिलहाल उन्होंने आगे कंफर्म किया कि 4 बजे का वक्त प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस का था और 4 बजे का वक्त प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस का था, लेकिन 4:11 जो है वो हो चुके हैं। तो करीबन अगले चंद मिनटों में कहा जा सकता है कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो है यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे। और मैं साफ तौर पर बता दूं कि अब जो है सारी तैयारियां पूरी, अगले चंद मिनट जो है उसे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होगी और उसी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर देवेंद्र फडणवीस द्वारा अनाउंसमेंट की जाएगी कि कब ओथ सेरेमनी होने वाली है और किस तरह से इस नई शिवसेना के साथ बीजेपी एक नए अलायंस को जन्म देगी।
Gee. So Shivani getting us all those details. Now, the two leaders, Devendra Fadnavis, who is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister, along with Eknath Shinde, will be reaching Raj Bhavan with the signatures in their hand and will be addressing the media. So we're watching out for that big development. Arunil continues to stay on with us. Arunil, you've been tracking all throughout the story from all the camps involved, all stakeholders involved. What is the current situation pointing at, especially if we talk about the Mahavikas Aghadi? Because all eyes are now on how the government will be formed next. But are we looking at a clear collapse of the MVA now, including of the Congress and the NCP, its constituent partners?
Well, the Congress and the NCP can be expected to stay together because despite their recurring differences, they have always managed to stay together since the inception of the NCP by when Sharad Pawar separated from the Congress party. Now, what is the future of the Shiv Sena? That will be extremely paramount to discuss because Shiv Sena party, which was started by the legendary Bala Saheb Thackeray, you can say, and the way it was started, basically fighting for Marathi Asmita, fighting for the Marathi Manus. Now, later on, the Hindutva politics was majorly adopted by Bala Saheb Thackeray. However, when CM Uddhav Thackeray took that epic step, historic step, why? Because the Congress and the NCP have been perennial nemesis of Bala Saheb Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray decided to join hands with the perennial rivals of Bala Saheb Thackeray and become the CM of Maharashtra. Now, from the Thackeray family, nobody had ever contested elections, nobody had ever taken any government position. We had always seen that it was Bala Saheb Thackeray who used to be a kingmaker. Here, Uddhav Thackeray decided to become the king of Maharashtra, and his son himself also contested election and became an MLA from the Worli constituency. Did it lead to ensure that the Shiv Sainik stay with him and not go to the other camp?
All right, so we're looking at answers to two questions. A, how will the next government be formed? What is going to be the power sharing formula? A. B, what about the Shinde camp? Will they be recognized as the original Shiv Sena, given that the Uddhav camp is still raising objections to that very idea? And B, of course, what happens to the Uddhav camp? Is there a possibility of any negotiation next? Shivani, maybe all those answers that will come in, given that the press conference is just about to start. What's happening there? We'll try and reconnect with Shivani. Shivani, remember, is tracking that all-important press conference that will be addressed by both the leaders, Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, and of course, the next Chief Minister perhaps in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, who also you can see on your screens, viewers, in those visuals that we picked up from earlier on at Devendra Fadnavis's residence after Eknath Shinde arrived in Mumbai. Now, he received a warm welcome by the BJP. BJP supporters did greet him at the airport as well, followed by which he headed towards Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And after a brief meeting, the two leaders are now headed to Raj Bhavan, where, along with showing that they have the numbers by their sides, putting out the signatures of the respective MLAs by their sides, they are going to be addressing the media together. So we're watching out for what really comes in from that joint press conference. But yes, any minute now we're expecting action to begin at Raj Bhavan. That is exactly where we saw Devendra Fadnavis 2 days ago, day before last night to be precise, wherein he could suddenly be seen making his way into Raj Bhavan. He sought a floor test from the governor, saying that his intentions are clear and that the majority is by his side, including that of some independent MLAs. And the story since then has been moving very fast. Arunil continues to stay on with us. Arunil, what about the Uddhav camp? Of course, they're raising objections to the fact that a whip has been issued to the remaining 16 MLAs. But what happens if nothing is done about it, and if this Uddhav faction has no option but to join hands with the majority Shinde faction?
Well, that was a very interesting development that came in from Goa today, wherein Deepak Kesarkar, the newly elected newly nominated spokesperson of the Shinde camp basically said that we have more than 2/3 of majority, and the remaining of MLAs that are there with the Uddhav Thackeray camp, they will have to follow our whip. Now, Aditya Thackeray will also be forced to follow the whip of the Eknath Shinde camp. This is an extremely precarious situation for the Uddhav Thackeray camp. Now, we understand from the sources from the Uddhav Thackeray camp that they are mulling legal action on that front. They are taking a legal remedy on that front, legal advice on that front, how this can be avoided. But if there also they face a defeat, then Aditya Thackeray will certainly have to vote in favor of the Eknath Shinde camp, in favor of the BJP, against the wishes of Sharad Pawar and against the wishes of Uddhav Thackeray, or else there is a fear of losing his own MLA post as well. So that is a very, very crucial development. And again, one more important point is that you asked me what happens to the Uddhav camp. Now, this is a very short battle, one can say, because Shiv Sena as a party has been there since a decade, since close to 4 to 5 decades, Shiv Sena has been in existence, and this is a time when its entire existence has come into a major cloud, a major question. And now what happens to their party henceforth, because their main battle now is to keep their existence alive. Their main battle now is to keep the existence of the Thackeray family alive, the relevance of the Thackeray family alive, because these MLAs are also satraps of their own.
Arunil, if Uddhav Thackeray has to eventually compromise and has to give in to Eknath Shinde's demands, because that will also mean defeat for him in a sense. So let's see how that plays out. As far as the rebel faction is concerned, not sure if we can still call them the rebel faction, but quickly, once again, going across to Shivani. Shivani, we're expecting Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis any moment there. What's going on?
एक सेकंड सर, एक सेकंड. Sound.
From where Shivani is reporting, Shivani, of course, is at the Raj Bhavan. That's where the two leaders are all set to address the media. And all eyes at the moment really on what comes of that joint press conference. Quickly bringing in Radhika at the moment. Radhika, looks like the rebel MLAs in Goa will be camping for a while longer, given that there are no indications, no movements whatsoever at that end.
Yes, absolutely. Looks like they will be camping a little longer, because when we spoke to Deepak Kesarkar here, he mentioned that, they're waiting for a word from Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis. Of course, Shinde and Fadnavis will take the joint press conference now after meeting the governor, and then, of course, there will be a confirmation on the oath ceremony as well. So when we checked with the rebel MLAs here as to what their information is as far as oath ceremony is concerned, their movement from here is concerned, they said that they're waiting for instruction from Eknath Shinde, and as per instructions, they will be making their way towards Mumbai. There is a possibility that there could be a parade of sorts. That's not entirely certain. Of course, Eknath Shinde has gone with that letter with signatures of all the supporting MLAs. But whether there will be a parade of sorts, whether an oath ceremony of not just Fadnavis as well as Shinde, but also of several other ministers, if at all chosen, will also be done. That also remains to be seen. Of course, portfolio allocation is something that's not entirely confirmed. Kesarkar did categorically state that we have not confirmed portfolios, ministries. All that is a matter of discussion. So there is no confirmation on that. So that will happen in the days to come, is what the rebel MLAs here are saying. So yes, as far as their movement is concerned, they're still waiting for instructions. They do feel that they will be a part of the oath ceremony of Devendra Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde, and they are awaiting instructions at this point.
Oh yes, and well, as far as this Shinde camp, the Shinde faction is concerned, all of them have been speaking in one voice since the very first day. We have no issues with the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. What we have a problem with is how the Senics, the Shiv Senics, have conveniently been sidelined time and again, how they were not given enough funds under the finance ministry, which was held by the NCP, and so on and so forth. Those have been their allegations since the very first day of this rebellion. As far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, viewers, yesterday after Supreme Court did not provide them interim relief in terms of putting a stay on the floor test that was called by the governor, Uddhav Thackeray immediately took to a Facebook Live to announce his resignation, followed by which he went to the governor's residence to formally give out his resignation. So it's been a fast-moving story ever since, and just this morning what we saw is Eknath Shinde leave from Goa alone with the signatures by his side of all of those who are supporting him, as many as 50 MLAs at the moment, including some independents as well, close to 10 to 11 independents who are currently in the Shinde camp. So he's coming out with all those signatures. He is currently with Devendra Fadnavis. They're en route to the Raj Bhavan, where they will be addressing a joint press conference. And all set to take oath, both as Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister this evening. Anytime between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. is the time that Times Now has picked up. So first, on Times Now, all these crucial breaking news developments coming in on how the next government could be on its way in hours from now. Let me go across to once again Shivani, who continues to stay on with us. And before that, these visuals coming in, viewers. Fadnavis and Shinde meeting the Governor Koshyari, and those pictures on your screens. And I believe sweets are also being exchanged, if I'm not wrong. So yes, a couple of people present there while this meeting is underway. Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, the man who has been leading this rebellion, the man in charge of 50 MLAs, at least 50 MLAs, currently meeting Bhagat Singh Koshyari, and they are proving their numbers up next. So soon enough, we will see both of them come out of that meeting, address the media jointly, followed by which they're also set to take oath. Let me quickly go across to Radhika before I take in a word from Shivani. Radhika, a big moment in Maharashtra politics, 10 days of non-stop resort politics and a lot of drama that went underway, and finally it's all culminating to this big moment.
Yes, absolutely. You know, this had been a drama unfolding over the last 14 days. Started in Mumbai, then to Surat, Guwahati, Goa, and then back to Mumbai again. You know, as far as this entire potboil is concerned, yes, it was something on the expected lines. As far as soon as Shinde left for Surat with a set of MLAs, which obviously increased in number as the days progressed. Many expected him to obviously join hands with the BJP, and for obvious reasons that he kept reiterating the fact that he was ignored in the party. He was not given a supporting hand as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, and they were not given funding in their constituency, and it was all the aid was extended to NCP and Congress, and also reiterated the entire Hindutva ideology and how the entire Mahavikas Aghadi alliance went against the ideology of what Bhala Saheb Thackeray stood for, and it was an alliance that would have never worked, and it was an unusual alliance which shouldn't have been there. So therefore, so those were the words coming from the rebel MLAs. Even today when we spoke to Kesarkar today, he kept reiterating about how it's not about they don't have any qualms with Uddhav Thackeray as such, but they have issues with this alliance. They've had issues with the Congress's interference, the NCP's interference in this, and several of the MLAs, rebel MLAs, felt ignored, felt that they were not heard. So therefore, they had to take this decision, and somewhere down the line, they said that they expected that Uddhav Thackeray will listen to them and perhaps, break away from Congress NCP, which is what they wanted, and then go back to BJP. However, Uddhav Thackeray refused to do it, so therefore they didn't have a choice but to, form this fraction and go ahead with the BJP. So yes, over the last few weeks, several dramatic events happening. We saw how
we keep up with those visuals. We keep up with those visuals. Radhika. All right, waiting for the two to go ahead and make those all-important points. What's next as far as the BJP-Shinde partnership is concerned will be revealed by the two in seconds from now, viewers. We keep up with that big visual coming in from the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai, wherein you can see both Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis along with a couple of other BJP leaders.
की 2019च्या विधानसभेच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी आणि शिवसेनेची युती होती आणि या युतीच्या माध्यमातून भारतीय जनता पार्टी त्यावेळेस 105 जागा जिंकली आणि शिवसेना 56 जागा जिंकली. अशा 161 जागा आणि काही अपक्ष असं मिळून जवळजवळ 170 लोक हे त्या ठिकाणी निवडून आले होते. आणि साहजिकच ही अपेक्षा होती की भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना युतीचं सरकार तयार होईल. त्यावेळी माननीय पंतप्रधानांनी सर्वांच्या उपस्थितीमध्ये भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे मुख्यमंत्री बनेल अशा प्रकारची घोषणा देखील केली होती. परंतु दुर्दैवाने त्या निवडणुकीचे निकाल आल्यानंतर तेव्हाचे आमचे मित्र शिवसेना आणि शिवसेनेचे नेते
After the election results came out, the mandate of the people was clear.
आणि विशेषतः
The result was in favor of BJP and the Shiv Sena.
शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी आज जन्म ज्यांचा विरोध केला
But Shiv Sena
आणि ज्यांनी
dumped the mandate of the people and embraced Congress, a party that Bala Saheb Thackeray had vociferously opposed throughout his life. All that was forgotten
काँग्रेस सोबत
for the lust of power.
त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं.
This was an alliance of convenience. This was a conspiracy of a kind to keep BJP out of the government.
महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते.
This was an insult of mandate.
ते भाजप सेना
This was a fraud on people. People had never voted for the Congress NCP. People had voted for the BJP and the Shiv Sena.
आणि महाविकास आघाडी अस्तित्वात आली आणि गेल्या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये
But in the last 2.5 years,
आघाडीच्या माध्यमातून
the MBA government
चालू असलेल्या इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरच्या कामांना स्थगिती
did nothing. They let down people.
प्रकारची नवीन विकास योजना नाही.
They could not even come up with new policies, new schemes.
प्रचंड भ्रष्टाचार.
All that they did and indulged in was massive corruption.
महाराष्ट्राच्या इतिहासामध्ये 2 मंत्री
A corruption of such monumental scale that the state had never seen or witnessed.
जेलमध्ये जाणं
Ministers are in jail in money laundering cases.
गोष्ट होती किंवा खेदजनक.
It was unfortunate. It was a wake-up call for the people.
एकीकडे माननीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी सातत्याने देशाचा शत्रू असलेल्या दाऊदचा विरोध केला.
Balasaheb Thackeray
आणि दुसरीकडे
would lash out at Dawood Ibrahim. He had called him the enemy of the country.
म्हणून मंत्री
But for the sake of power, for the lust of power,
देखील काढण्यात आलं.
here there was an alliance where everything else was forgotten. Things were overlooked.
रोज हिंदुत्वाचा
All that they could see was power.
ठीक आहे. शेवटच्या दिवशी
Hindus were insulted. Hindutva was insulted.
संभाजीनगर झालं पण ते केव्हा झालं.
And this latest stunt by Uddhav Thackeray to rename Aurangabad,
कुठलीच कॅबिनेट घ्यायची नसते.
people are seeing through this.
जोपर्यंत विश्वासमत होत नाही.
When has this happened? It took them 2.5 years.
तरीही कॅबिनेट
When they had their backs to the wall, when they knew they had nothing else to offer, this was a desperate attempt to save face. And people are aware of it. People can understand what this is.
त्याला आमचं समर्थनच आहे. मात्र
Although we backed the decision,
सगळ्या परिस्थितीमध्ये
but we must not forget the circumstances under which the decision was taken.
हे शिवसेनेचे गटनेते आहेत आणि
Eknath Shinde is the leader of the Shiv Sena. He is the leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party.
लढलो आणि उद्या त्यांच्याशीच लढायचं आहे आणि त्यांच्या सोबत जायचं आणि उद्या हिंदुत्वावर मतं मागायचे कसे. उद्या आम्ही कशाच्या भरोश्यावर बोलायचं रोज अपमान
Mr.
होत
Shinde
असेल,
has said that he won't compromise on
तर
Hindutva,
आम्ही
which is
कशाच्या बरोबर
why
लढायचं?
he is backing us.
आमच्याच मतदारसंघामध्ये
The fight is against
आमचे हारलेले विरोधक
those who are against
यांना
Hindutva.
रोज निधी दिला जात असेल तर कशाच्या भरोश्यावर लढायचं? अशा प्रकारचा विषय
How can you
लक्षात
trust
आल्यानंतर
those forces who've left no stone
या
unturned
सर्वांनी निर्णय
to
घेतला
ridicule Hindutva,
की
to insult it on a daily
काँग्रेस
basis?
राष्ट्रवादी सोबतची युती तोड. ज्या युतीमध्ये आपण निवडून आलो ती युती ठीक आहे, ती आम्हाला मान्य आहे, पण काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी सोबत आम्ही राहायला तयार नाही.
Mr. Shinde had made it clear
मात्र
that our fight is not against Uddhav Thackeray, it is not against Shiv Sena, it is against this alliance of convenience,
या आमदारांच्या ऐवजी
against the alliance with
राष्ट्रवादीच्या नेत्यांना
Congress and the
जास्त
NCP.
preference दिला.
He had made it clear that if you dump
त्यांचीच कार
NCP and
करून
Congress,
ठेवली.
we would
आता
come
तो
and
त्यांचा
talk.
अंतर्गत
That's
प्रश्न
the
आहे.
only problem.
मी त्याच्यावर बोलणार नाही.
But that
म्हणून
was
या
not
सगळ्या
done.
परिस्थितीमध्ये आज ज्यावेळी हे सरकार गेलं, माननीय उद्धवजींनी या ठिकाणी राजीनामा दिला, त्यानंतर महाराष्ट्राला एक अल्टरनेट गव्हर्नमेंट देण्याची आवश्यकता होती.
After Uddhav Thackeray resigned, because he did not have the numbers, he had to resign.
हे कधी पडेल आणि त्याच वेळेस मी सांगायचो, आपण
An
विचारायचो मला
alternate government was
की
needed,
सरकार पडलं,
governance was needed in the state.
त्यावेळेस मी आपल्याला सांगायचो की सरकार पडलं तर आम्ही अल्टरनेट गव्हर्नमेंट देऊ, लोकांच्या डोक्यावर निवडणुका आत्ता आम्ही लादणार नाही.
And we don't want to force polls on the state. We don't want to inconvenience people again.
श्री एकनाथराव शिंदे यांच्या नेतृत्वामध्ये शिवसेनेचा विधिमंडळ गट, भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा विधिमंडळ गट,
Shiv Sena legislature party under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, the BJP's legislature party, and 16 independents have all come together.
लोक येत आहेत,
More people are coming.
सगळ्यांचे पत्र
They are in touch.
आज आम्ही गव्हर्नरला
They have
दिले.
assured their support. We've mentioned all this in a letter that we will submitted to the governor.
की आम्ही सत्तेच्या पाठीमागे नाही आहोत, कुठल्या तरी मुख्यमंत्री पदाकरता आम्ही चालत काम करत नाही आहोत.
We are not after power. I am not eyeing the CM's chair. We are only here to serve the people. We are here to save Hindutva. This is a fight of ideology.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ
Which is why the BJP has decided to back Eknath Shinde, who is now the leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party.
आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील.
Massive announcement by Devendra Fadnavis. Fadnavis saying that Eknath Shinde will be the chief minister. He says this after saying that BJP is not after power, BJP is not after ideology. Devendra Fadnavis now saying at 7:30 this evening.
शपथविधी या ठिकाणी होईल.
At 7:30 this evening, Eknath Shinde will be taking oath as the new chief minister of Maharashtra.
मग आम्ही एक्सपान्शन करू.
And we will expand the cabinet later. But this evening at 7:30, Eknath Shinde will be taking oath as the chief minister. Like I have said, BJP is not after power. This is a fight of ideology. And Eknath Shinde, we've decided unanimously that Eknath Shinde will be the new chief minister of Maharashtra. Massive announcement by Devendra Fadnavis. This is really the game changer. Many people were saying that Eknath Shinde, who has the support of rebel senates, will be the deputy chief minister. But there is a twist here. Devendra Fadnavis now making it clear that Eknath Shinde will be the chief minister. This is a tribute to Balasaheb Thackeray. Fadnavis making it clear. This is a tribute to Balasaheb Thackeray. This is BJP's tribute to late Balasaheb Thackeray. His legacy, the ideology for which he fought.
We
will take forward the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. We will work on the vision of Prime Minister Modi. And Mr. Eknath Shinde will be our chief minister. Development of Maharashtra, development of people, welfare of people will be our priority.
आणि मला विश्वास आहे की एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वात
And I'm confident that under the leadership of Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister, the state will reach new heights of prosperity and progress.
आरक्षणाचा प्रश्न असेल, इम्पेरिकल डेटा पूर्ण करून माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालयामध्ये जाऊन
And we will not leave it here. We will not leave it here. All those people who are doubting our intent, we will deliver and show them. Also now making a claim on Maratha reservation, promising to go to the Supreme Court again. But the takeaway really, viewers, of this press conference being held, being jointly addressed by Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, is that this is the Maha-political twist. This is by far the biggest twist in this tale. Devendra Fadnavis has just announced that Eknath Shinde will be the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. At 7:30, Eknath Shinde will be taking oath as the Chief Minister. Fadnavis says this is a tribute to Bala Saheb's legacy. And we are doing this to make a point that we are not after power. This is a fight for ideology.
देखिए 2019 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और शिवसेना साथ में चुनाव लड़ी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमें पूर्ण बहुमत मिला। बीजेपी को 106 सीटें, शिवसेना को 56 सीटें और कई अन्य लोग हमारे साथ आए। 170 तक हमारी मेजॉरिटी जा रही थी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चुनाव के दरमियान भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री का नाम भी ऐलान किया था, सबको मंजूर भी था। किंतु चुनाव के बाद शिवसेना के नेताओं ने यह निर्णय किया कि हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी ने जिन विचारों का जीवन भर विरोध किया, जीवन भर जिनसे लड़ाई की और जिनके बारे में वो कहते थे कि अगर इनके साथ जाना पड़ा तो मेरी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, ऐसे लोगों के साथ अलायंस किया। और उसके बाद 2.5 साल हमने एक सरकार देखी जिसमें न कोई तत्व थे, न कोई विचार था, न कोई गति थी, न कोई प्रगति थी। जो सरकार चालू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के प्रोजेक्ट्स को बंद कर रही थी, जो सरकार लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों से लिप्त थी, जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया। तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली। और इस सरकार के चलते शिवसेना के विधायकों में बड़ा रोष था। उनको लगता था वापस वोट मांगने जाना है, और आज तक जो बातें कही उसके विरोध में काम हो रहा है। जिनके खिलाफ जिंदगी भर लड़े, उनके साथ बैठे, वोट कैसे मांगेंगे। साथ ही में उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में उनके खिलाफ जो हारा, उसको पैसा मिलता था, फंड्स मिलते थे, और ये सारी चीजों से एक बड़ा अनरेस्ट था। और उसके चलते श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए। किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई। माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी और उन्हें ही महत्व दिया, इसके चलते इन विधायकों ने अपनी आवाज बुलंद की। मैं इसको बगावत नहीं कहूंगा, ये आवाज बुलंद की और आवाज बुलंद करके इन विधायकों ने ये कहा कि आप बाहर निकलिए, नहीं तो हम इनके साथ नहीं रहेंगे। और ऐसे समय जब सरकार के पास बहुमत नहीं रहा और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने इस्तीफा दिया, तो हम ये लगातार पिछले 2.5 साल में कहते थे कि अंतर विरोध से भरी हुई सरकार है, ऐसी सरकारें चलती नहीं है। और ये सरकार जब गिरेगी तो एक अल्टरनेट गवर्नमेंट हम देंगे, हम महाराष्ट्र पर चुनाव नहीं ला देंगे। इसलिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ शिवसेना जो है, शिवसेना के नेता के रूप में आज उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए अपना क्लेम माननीय राज्यपाल जी को दिया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे गुट ने उनको पूरा समर्थन दिया। हमारे 106 और उसके साथ साथ उनके साथ और हमारे साथ जो इंडिपेंडेंट्स और छोटी पार्टियां हैं, इन सभी के समर्थन का पत्र आज हमने सौंपा है और गवर्नर साहब ने श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को 7:30 बजे शपथ के लिए न्योता दिया है। आज केवल एक ही शपथ होगी श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी की, और फिर हम लोग सारी कार्रवाई करके उसका एक्सपांशन करेंगे। एक्सपांशन के समय शिवसेना के जो विधायक उनके साथ है, कुछ इंडिपेंडेंट्स है, हमारे 106 विधायक हैं। इनमें से जो ज्येष्ठ वरिष्ठ लोग हैं, जो हमारी पार्टी तय करेगी या उनकी पार्टी तय करेगी, ऐसे लोगों को मौका दिया जाएगा और मंत्रिमंडल का एक्सपांशन किया जाएगा। मैं इस सरकार को पूरे तरीके से सहयोग करूंगा। मैं सरकार के बाहर रहूंगा और इस सरकार को सफल बनाने हेतु जो जो चीज करना आवश्यक है, ऐसी सारी चीजें हम मिलकर करेंगे। मेरा विश्वास है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो विकास का एक नया पर्व शुरू किया है, उस विकास के पर्व को 2.5 साल का जो ब्रेक लगा था, वो ब्रेक निकलेगा और फिर से महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति की एक्सप्रेस ये तेजी के साथ भागेगी। और उसके लिए मैं श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
अरे बरेच दिवस बाहेर आहे, थकलोय थोडा। आजच्या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये उपस्थित राज्याचे विरोधी पक्षनेते देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहेब आणि सर्व इतर मान्यवर आणि पत्रकार बांधव, मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आज आम्ही जो निर्णय घेतला त्या बाबतीमध्ये आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे। मी वारंवार आपल्याशी बोललेलो आहे की बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्व।
I am truly humbled by this decision taken by the BJP. All of us sat together and decided this. This is a tribute to late Bala Saheb Thackeray. and the development of the state will be our only focus. We want Maharashtra to shine. We want Maharashtra to take the top spot. We have the numbers. I have the MLAs. We have the 2/3 number. More than 50 MLAs are with me. They are backing me. I thank them.
एक राज्याचा विकास आणि जे काही 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी घडलं ते आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहीत आहे. फडणवीस साहेबांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये भाष्य केलेलं आहे. गेल्या काही काळामध्ये आम्ही मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना आमदारांनी देखील
In the last 2.5 years, we tried our best to reach out to the Chief Minister. We tried to tell him our concerns. We went to him repeatedly, shared information with him, told him what the MLAs were feeling, but all that was overlooked. It was ignored. We were snubbed.
जी काय आपली नैसर्गिक युती होती, आपण एकत्र निवडणुका लढवल्या आणि त्यानंतर महाविकास आघाडी स्थापन झाली.
Then all the MLAs came together. We have decided that we have to do something to save the Sena. We have to do this for late Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, his vision.
पुढच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये निवडणूक लढवणे किंवा जिंकणे यामध्ये देखील येणाऱ्या अडचणी.
We had two options. One was to wait for the elections. But I thought, in fact, we decided that that would be unfair on the people of the state. So we reached out to the Sena and said, pull the plug on this alliance, snap ties with the Congress and NCP. This was not a natural alliance. This is not what the people had voted for.
परंतु राज्याच्या हिताच्या दृष्टीने भविष्याच्या दृष्टीने जे काय घडत होतं,
we had to take this decision keeping the interest of the state at top. That was our priority.
आणखी अनेक इश्यू होते. महाविकास आघाडीमुळे ते निर्णय घेता येत नव्हते.
There were many issues that were stuck. We were feeling suffocated in the Mahavikas Aghadi. The alliance partners did not allow us to take those decisions. Things were dictated to us.
आपल्याला माहित आहे की 50 आमदार म्हणजे 40, 39 आणि बाकी 50 आमदार जेव्हा.
And just look at the numbers. More than 50 MLAs together have come out. They are backing me. They are speaking up against the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. Clearly, they are unhappy.
कारण एखादा ग्रामपंचायत सदस्य किंवा नगरसेवक देखील आजच्या काळामध्ये अशा प्रकारचं पाऊल उचलताना आपल्याला दिसत नाही. मग एवढ्या मोठ्या प्रमाणावर हे 50 लोक एकत्र येतात आणि मला तर काय, मी नगरविकास मंत्री होतो, मला ज्या काही अडचणी होत्या त्या बाजूला राहू द्या, परंतु हे जे आमदार आहेत त्यांच्या मतदारसंघातले जे प्रश्न, इश्यू, समस्या,
Forget the people, forget the problems that the people were facing. Even the concerns of MLAs were not addressed. They were not given time. Decisions had to be taken, but those decisions were not taken.
महाराष्ट्रातल्या मनामध्ये असलेल्या अपेक्षा आणि म्हणून आज
People's interest was certainly not the priority in the Mahavikas Aghadi.
फडणवीस साहेबांनी जो निर्णय घेतला आज भारतीय जनता पक्षाकडे जवळपास 106 आणि इतर अपक्ष जवळपास 120चा आकडा संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार.
According to the numbers, the BJP has more than 106. They could have state claim, they could have taken the chief minister's post,
या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला.
but they have not done that. And I am touched by the gesture that they've asked me to be the chief minister, and they've said that this is a tribute, this is their tribute to late Bala Saheb Thakre's legacy, his vision for the state, his vision for Hindutva, the work that he did for Hindutva. And I want to assure the people, and I want to thank all those people.
ऐतिहासिक घटना आहे. ते कोणाला तर काहीतरी पद पाहिजे, मंत्री पद पाहिजे, मुख्यमंत्री पद पाहिजे असं काहीच नाही. मी देखील कुठलीच अपेक्षा केली.
This is not an arrangement unlike the Mahavikas Aghadi, where people are only interested in bagging a ministerial berth, in being the deputy chief minister or in being the chief minister. Our focus will be the people of the state. Our focus will be development of Maharashtra. It is this vision of late Bala Saheb Thakre that will drive us. I want to thank Devendra Fadnavis, who said that he will support us, will be guiding us. Although he won't be part, like he said, he won't be part of the cabinet, won't be a minister, but I am sure he will continue to encourage us, guide us, support us.
काय मिळेल हे आपण प्रत्येक जण पाहत असतो. परंतु मिळत असताना, घेऊ शकत असताना ते दुसऱ्याला देण्याची जी काही या ठिकाणी उदारता दाखवली आहे.
The magnanimity that Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP has shown by asking me to be the chief minister is something that people will salute. It is not a thing that you see in politics these days. He has been very gracious.
ते देखील त्याच्यामध्ये काही मंत्री आहेत आणि आपापल्या मतदार क्षेत्रामध्ये ते देखील ताकदवान आमदार आहेत. असं असताना एकीकडे सत्ता अपक्ष, एकीकडे खूप मोठे मोठे नेते आणि दुसरीकडे एकनाथ शिंदे सारखा एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता याच्यावर विश्वास ठेवणं आजकालच्या.
There are many stalwarts in the BJP. There are former ministers, people with sway and influence, people with grassroots connect, and on the other side, there is a small party worker like Eknath Shinde. I am happy that they have reposed their faith and trust in me. And I promise I will not let them down. I will not let the people of Maharashtra down.
त्यांना मी खऱ्या अर्थाने मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. कारण तीच खरी ताकद आज हा इतिहास घडवू शकलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून त्यांनी जो माझ्यावर विश्वास दाखवला आहे त्या विश्वासाला कदापि तडा माझ्याकडून जाऊ दिला जाणार नाही. आणि जे काही त्यांना यापूर्वी आलेले अनुभव आहेत त्याची पुनरावृत्ती देखील होणार नाही अशा प्रकारची ग्वाही मी या ठिकाणी देतो. कारण आता जर आपली ताकद वाढलेली आहे म्हणजे इकडे 120 आणि ते 50 आणखी किती येतील माहित नाही.
The reason why we parted ways with the MBA
या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपल्याला पाहायला मिळेल
was only development of the state. That will continue to be our priority.
गृहमंत्री महोदय अमित शाह साहेबांचं नड्डाजी आपले JP नड्डाजी आहेत अध्यक्ष.
Eknath Shinde now thanking Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief JP Nadda.
कुठलेही अडथळे त्यामध्ये येणार नाहीत अशा प्रकारचं एक मजबूत सरकार एक या राज्याला आपल्याला पाहायला मिळेल. हे सरकार लोकांच्या मनामधल्या अपेक्षा आकांक्षा पूर्ण करण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे.
We will strive to deliver
प्रगती आहे
on the promises that we had made to the people.
प्रयत्न करू एवढंच मी या प्रसंगी आपण देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस साहब यहाँ आए, उनके सभी सहयोगी हैं, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और आप सभी लोगों का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। शिवसेना के 40 विधायक और इंडिपेंडेंट जो है, ऐसे कुल मिलाकर 50 विधायक जो है वो आज हम लोग सब एक साथ हैं। आप सब लोग जानते हो, पिछले कई दिनों से हम लोग आपसे भी बातचीत कर रहे लगातार। हम लोगों ने हमारे शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी की हिंदुत्व की जो भूमिका है, उनके जो विचार है, हमारे धर्म में आनंद जी साहब ने जो हमें सीख दी है, ये इसको आगे हम लोग बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमें कोई स्वार्थ नहीं है, हमें कुछ पद की लालसा नहीं। मैंने तो पहले जाहिर किया था, मैं ऐसा जो कर रहा हूँ ये मुझे किसी चीज की वो आवश्यकता भी नहीं है। लेकिन जब लोग अभी तक की कई घटनाएं आप लोगों ने देखी है कि अपोजिशन में से रूलिंग की तरफ लोग जाते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग रूलिंग में थे, रूलिंग पार्टी में थे, सत्ता पक्ष में थे। मैं भी नगर विकास मंत्री, मेरे साथ कई मंत्री और कई विधायक जो 50 की संख्या में है, ये सब 50 लोगों ने एक वैचारिक भूमिका लेकर इस राज्य के हित की बात, इस राज्य के विकास की बात और जो उनके चुनाव क्षेत्र में दिन प्रतिदिन जो समस्याएं खड़ी हो रही है, कल चुनाव में जीतने का जितना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, ये ध्यान में रखते हुए जो महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार में जो अन्य पक्ष है, मैं किसी के ऊपर आज टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन अन्य पक्षों के माध्यम से उनके चुनाव क्षेत्र में जो कठिनाई पैदा हो रही है, उनको जो प्रॉब्लम खड़ी हो रही है और भविष्य में उनका जो मतदाता है, जिन्होंने उनको चुन के दिया है, उनके लिए वो कुछ कर नहीं पाए, तो चुनाव कैसे लड़े, उनको कैसे फेस करे, ऐसी दुविधा में वो सब पड़े थे। और उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि हम लोग ने बार बार कोशिश की कि इसमें करेक्शन हो जाए। जो हम लोग पहले अलायंस में चुनाव लड़े थे, शिवसेना और भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये नेचुरल अलायंस है, तो नेचुरल अलायंस के खिलाफ होकर हम लोग ये महाविकास आघाड़ी में थे। अब कुछ करेक्शन हो जाए तो ठीक हो जाएगा और दोनों विचारधारा वाली पार्टी जो है इस राज्य को विकास करेगी। लेकिन हम लोगों ने कोशिश की, मैंने भी कोशिश की, लेकिन हमें सफलता नहीं मिली, दुर्भाग्य से। और इसलिए ये जो कदम उठाया है, ये किसी को मंत्री या किसी, क्योंकि मंत्री हम लोग थे, किसी को कुछ पाने के लिए ऐसा नहीं हुआ। ये निर्णय जो हुआ है एक आइडियोलॉजी की बात है, ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की हिंदुत्व की बात है और इस राज्य के विकास की बात है। इसे हम एजेंडा ये आगे लेके जा रहे थे और आज मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा। देवेंद्र जी ने अभी यहाँ पर कहा कि हम लोग बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के शिव सैनिक को समर्थन दे रहे हैं। ये उनके दिल का बहुत बड़प्पन है। ऐसा कभी कोई करता नहीं जिसके पास 120 विधायक है, जिसके पास 120 विधायक होने के बावजूद ऐसा कोई ग्राम पंचायत और नगर सेवक का पद भी नहीं छोड़ता है। ये तो मुख्यमंत्री पद है और ये आज उन्होंने शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक को एक सपोर्ट किया है। इसलिए मैं आदरणीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका आभार मानता हूँ। वैसे ही मैं गृह मंत्री अमित जी शाह साहब को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। JP नड्डा जी अध्यक्ष हैं, उनका भी धन्यवाद। और खास करके मैं देवेंद्र जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि वो खुद भी इस पद को प्राप्त कर सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा है मैं भले मंत्रिमंडल में नहीं, लेकिन मैं इस राज्य के विकास के लिए सरकार के साथ हूँ। ऐसा जो इस राज्य में नहीं बल्कि देश में ऐसी मिसाल, एक मिसाल होगी और आज के जमाने में ऐसा करना मुझे नहीं लगता ऐसा कोई कर सकता है। और इसलिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूँ। उनके सभी सहयोगी जो है उनको भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। इतना ही मैं कहूँगा, जो विश्वास भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हमारे जो 50 विधायक हैं उनके ऊपर जताया है, आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय जी ने, आदरणीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री महोदय जी ने, भारतीय जनता पक्ष के अध्यक्ष, उन्होंने जो विश्वास जताया है उसको निश्चित रूप से हम लोग सार्थ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और जो 40 और 10-50 विधायक जो है उनके बलबूते पर ये हम लोग यहाँ तक लड़ाई लड़ी है, एक वैचारिक लड़ाई है, और उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा कि एक तरफ पूरी सत्ता है, एक तरफ पूरी सरकार है, एक तरफ बड़े बड़े नेता है। मैं तो उनके सामने एक छोटा कार्यकर्ता के रूप में मैं अपने आप को समझता हूँ, लेकिन 50 लोगों ने मुझ पर जो विश्वास और जो भरोसा जताया है उसे कभी भी मैं बिल्कुल तोड़ूंगा नहीं, उस पर खरोच भी नहीं मैं आने दूंगा। और उनको पहले जो अनुभव आया है पिछले 2.5 साल में, उसकी पुनरावृत्ति नहीं होगी, इसकी भी मैं पूरी तरह खबरदारी लूंगा। इतना ही मैं कहूँगा, और राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो भी करना है विकास के लिए हम सब, आप लेकिन हमारे साथ रहिए।
सगळ्यात पहिल्यांदा आपल्या माध्यमातून मी आमच्या तमाम कार्यकर्त्यांना विनंती करणार आहे।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आय वांट टू,
खूप आहे, मांडव टाकलेला नाहीये, कोणाला निमंत्रण जाऊ शकत नाहीये।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल I would like to reach out to our workers. It'll be a small event.
मी माफी देखील मागतो।
We will not be able to invite any one of you. The idea is to let's just get on with the work. A lot needs to be done. A lot of work is pending. And let's keep our focus on that.
All right, we have with us our reporters and guests joining us. A dramatic announcement coming in there from Mumbai, the press conference that was scheduled, and in a remarkable turn of events at this stage, it will not be Devendra Fadnavis in the Chief Minister's seat. It will be Eknath Shinde. That dramatic announcement happening just a few moments ago, with Eknath Shinde now expected to be sworn in as Chief Minister at 7 o'clock today. Arunil is with us. Arunil, what a dramatic turn of events. This is something that perhaps nobody expected. Everyone expected Fadnavis to be sworn in this evening, but instead it will be Eknath Shinde who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Now this makes things very, very difficult for the Thakres in terms of even attempting to rebuild the Shiv Sena.
Well, before starting the press conference, Devendra Fadnavis made it a point to say this, that I have shown you only a trailer now, picture abhi baki hai. And then what he revealed, it was completely unexpected, because the BJP has 106 numbers. Eknath Shinde has only 39 of those Shiv Sena MLAs. Everybody was saying that Devendra Fadnavis is going to be the Chief Minister. The BJP leaders were saying, we saw the kind of celebrations that was done in the BJP camp yesterday. All the BJP BJP MLAs, the MPs who were present, they were congratulating Devendra Fadnavis. But what basically it can be called as a masterstroke as well from Devendra Fadnavis, because Eknath Shinde, a common Shiv Sainik, has been made the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Now clearly there will be two power centers in the Shiv Sena, a very clear divide, because Eknath Shinde enjoys power of the CM. His supporters, the rebel MLAs, obviously knew about this plan, and that's why they had decided to go and support Eknath Shinde. Another interesting point that Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis both mentioned were that Hindutva was majorly compromised under the Mahavikas Aghadi government.
Well, yes, that they have been mentioning. To be fair to them, that has been a consistent argument coming in from the Shinde's camp, as well as Fadnavis as well. Let me quickly get in a word from Radhika. Radhika, now this is very, very important, because what we're looking at is a Shinde-led Shiv Sena government. Now this makes things very difficult for the Thakres. Clearly they were banking on a BJP Chief Minister, Fadnavis, to become the Chief Minister. That's not going to be happening, and certainly, of course, with Shinde now being made CM, perhaps he will be able to attract more Sainiks towards him.
Absolutely. absolutely. Eknath Shinde becoming chief minister is going to be, a challenge as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, especially in terms of rebuilding, Sena party itself, because Shinde time and again had been stating that he's the real Sena, he has the numbers, and he will take over the symbol, he will take over the office, and so on. So now that will be the attempt by Eknath Shinde as the chief minister of Maharashtra, and it will be difficult for Uddhav Thackeray going ahead. Of course, he is the son of Balasaheb Thackeray, and there is a legacy as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. Yet, Eknath Shinde is the chief minister of Maharashtra. He is time and again, especially in the last few weeks, stating that he has the numbers and he has all the Sainiks supporting him. And, over the last few days, we did see that. We did see the support growing for Eknath Shinde, not just in his bastion Thane, but also across Maharashtra. Perhaps in Mumbai, the support may be less. The support is more for Uddhav Thackeray. But if you look at the outskirts of Maharashtra, the other areas, the rural areas of Maharashtra, yes, there is a growing support for Eknath Shinde and the other rebel MLAs as well.
Okay.
And Shinde is somebody with that kind of a connect, with the grassroots connect, somebody who has been sort of
this is
with
one
the
twist in
people
the
over
tail,
the last
Radhika, that perhaps nobody was expecting, and only those who are very much at the top and part of the negotiations between Shinde and Fadnavis would have actually known about. Stay with us, Radhika. Let me take this across to our guest joining us. Mr. R. Rajgopalan is with us, a senior journalist. Sheikh Reyes is with us. He's also a senior journalist. Mr. Rajgopalan, massive twist in the tail. This is something that perhaps was not expected, but with this one move, certainly things have been made more difficult for Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena to regroup, given that now Eknath Shinde becomes the chief minister. It becomes easier for him perhaps to attract more Shiv Senics towards him.
Madhav, you said it. It's a massive setback to Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. The reason being, Eknath Shinde announcement is another Draupadi Murmu moment, a surprise which Mr. Narendra Modi springs always. Apart from that, my quick point is, कांटा को कांटा से निकालना है. उद्धव ठाकरे को निकालना है तो only Eknath Shinde is the best person. That is why they tried Eknath Shinde. Apart from that, Madhav, my understanding is also that it's going to be planning 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And the immediate benefit for BJP is Devendra Fadnavis not being the chief minister and Eknath Shinde being the chief minister. It sends a shock wave.
और शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे मिलकर इस महाराष्ट्र को आगे लेके अभी संजय राउत को आप ही पूछो क्या कहेंगे अभी संजय राउत आपको आनंद हुआ कि दुख हुआ बाला साहब
पंकजा one question here please. पंकजा
ये समीर ये ना पुढे ये समीर ये ना अजिबात अनपेक्षित नाही आहे भारतीय जनता पार्टीने विचारपूर्वक
पाऊस आहे पूर्ण कॅमेरा भिजणार
सत्ता आल्यापासून
सीएम की कुर्सी आपने नहीं अपनी
हमारे लिए सीएम की कुर्सी कोई अहम बात नहीं है. हमारे लिए बात है कि महाराष्ट्र में विकास की है. आज जो महाराष्ट्र में महाविकास आघाड़ी ने 2.5 साल में जो गंदा काम करके रखा है, यहाँ पे कोई खुश नहीं है. कोई कुछ नहीं. पूरा भ्रष्टाचार यहाँ पर चल रहा है, पूरा विचार यहाँ पर चल रहा है. उनको हटाना बहुत जरूरी था और इसलिए हमारे पास 120 MLA होने के बावजूद भी हमने एकनाथ जी को समर्थन यहाँ पर दिया है. ये पार्टी ने लिया हुआ निर्णय है, ऊपर से लिया हुआ निर्णय है, माननीय देवेंद्र जी ने लिया हुआ निर्णय है. हम इससे सब खुश हैं.
This is, of course, the statement coming in from the Shiv Senics and the MLAs who are, in fact, leaving from that particular meeting. Shivani, take us to the sense that you're getting. What is the kind of impact that such a dramatic announcement is going to have on ground? All All right, I think we could not able to connect there with Shivani. We'll try and do so in just a minute. But Shekhar Iyer, this is very significant because the BJP is going to support the Shinde government. From what I gather, Fadnavis will not be part of the government. How does this really change equations? And do you think that this will be a stable government? Because here again, we are talking about two coalition partners. The commitment for Hindutva is what they're speaking about now. But how do you see this going forward in the next 2.5 years and its implications for the BJP as well?
This is what I would call the real political masterstroke, because the BJP has achieved three objectives. Eknath Shinde is a Maratha leader from Satara district and is a grassroots Sainik. So all along the talk that it is going to be another Brahmin leader who is coming back, that is the charge against Fadnavis all along was even within the BJP is only encouraging a Brahmin leader like Fadnavis, and the whole exercise was to put Fadnavis back. Now, for the first time, BJP is saying that we are backing Eknath Shinde, a ground-level Sainik, a grassroots Sainik, at the same time a Maratha leader who straight away crashes or demolishes Sharad Pawar's any plan to play the Maratha card. That's number one. Number two, with Eknath Shinde becoming the Sena of the Chief Minister, the entire Sena party will now rally behind Eknath Shinde. That means Uddhav Thackeray and his family who are running the show, they find themselves isolated, and those 15 or 16 MLAs who are still with Uddhav Thackeray will have to do a rethink, and the Sena will get united behind Eknath Shinde. That is the purpose. And the third purpose is the leaders of the government will be with the BJP. And the Fadnavis will play a sort of advisory role and a guiding force. And as you saw, what Fadnavis was saying all along, the development agenda is back, which means several projects like the bullet train project and other projects which were held up for purely political reasons, I think they will get a kickstart. This is what the Prime Minister Narendra Modi wanted. The development agenda is back, along with the overall package of Hindutva, because...
Well, that's a very, very important point you're making there. Please hold on to that thought, Mr. Shekhar Iyer, Mr. Rajgopalan. Let's listen once again to what was said in that press conference.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय, आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं अशा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजप सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते.
That's a dramatic announcement made by Devendra Fadnavis. Listen to what was said by Eknath Shinde, the man who's going to be sworn in as the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra at 7 o'clock this evening.
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहा साहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत, त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
All right, very, very important announcements there. Let's quickly get in a word from Kritsween, who's joining us. Kritsween, this has been a dramatic turn of events. Any which way you look at it, it's a move that perhaps nobody was expecting. And clearly, of course, a decision that would have been taken at the highest levels of the government, of the BJP here at the national capital as well. What are you hearing in terms of what really will be the BJP's role in this new government? Will it just be support from outside? Will they be part of this government? Because Mr. Fadnavis clearly is not going to be part of this government. What really are you picking up?
Well, Madhav, I'm not going to be going ahead with any guesses because clearly what all of us were anticipating has been turned down by Devendra Fadnavis. Now he's played as an essential kingmaker in this entire political gambit, and what a turn of events, like you just rightly pointed out. But yes, the last few days I've been here in Mumbai, everyone has been speaking of the kind of meetings that have been underway across camps. This takes me back to two things. A, to what some of those in the NCP, the Congress and the Uddhav camp have been saying when they said that all of those rebel MLAs have been taken forcibly to Surat, Guwahati, and remember now currently they're camping in Goa. B, this happened because it was BJP misusing power to the extent of using central agencies as well. Now, all that has been said by these three parties, some of them from the Shiv Sena as well. And look how it's turned around for the Eknath Shinde camp, with Devendra Fadnavis declaring him as the chief minister. Now, to which humbly Eknath Shinde responded, saying that Devendra Fadnavis had the support of 120 plus MLAs easily. He could have been the chief minister, but look, he's acted like a big brother. He's understood what perhaps Maharashtra needs, and it's not dirty politics that needs to be played at the moment. So it is beautifully scripted by either the BJP or the party high command in the national capital.
Right. Before I go across to our guest, Kritsween, stay with us. Shivani is reporting from on ground. She was there at that press conference where both Fadnavis and Shinde were present, and that dramatic announcement was made. Shivani, this has been a surprise like no other, a massive twist in the tail. What's the response coming in from on ground? Have you been able to speak to any of the Shiv Senics there?
Here is Eknath Shinde's brother is there with us.
आम्हाला झालं महाराष्ट्राचा विकास होईल याच्यासाठी आम्ही त्यांना शुभेच्छा देतो.
सर क्या कहेंगे चीफ मिनिस्टर क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
मौजूद है सर, कितनी बड़ी खुशी, भाई जो है वो महाराष्ट्र के अगले मुख्यमंत्री होंगे.
बहुत बड़ी खुशी है. भाई का जो अभी सीएम डिक्लेयर हुआ, अभी तुम्हारे चैनल के माध्यम से मेरे को ये
तो क्या कहना चाहेंगे महाराष्ट्र में जो उनके साथ उद्धव ठाकरे के द्वारा हुआ है?
बाला साहब ठाकरे का जो सपना था कि शिवसेना के तरफ से मुख्यमंत्री बने, तो आज उनका सपना पूरा हुआ है.
हाँ, बाला साहब का सपना पूरा हो गया आज. ये इसका
यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर we just heard Eknath Shinde's brother out here saying that he got to know about this particular development through media. But yes, of course, here at Raj Bhavan, as it's raining heavily, we are also understanding all of those are also surprised with the decision that has been taken by Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, and that's what is the surprising element here at the moment of time. But of course, given the fact that Eknath Shinde thanked Devendra Fadnavis, PM Narendra Modi, JP Nadda, Amit Shah for making this particular development and decision, while they did not themselves took the chair of CM, but yes, went out to give the same to Eknath Shinde. But yes, of course, but as we are seeing already, all of those people, those who are cheering the sit here, brother of Eknath Shinde, going back, and of course all smiles on the face, and we understand that they are all happy at this particular moment. Significant big change. One thing we need to notice here, Eknath Shinde accepted that the seats are more with the BJP, so accordingly their CM should have been the face, but as of now what we understand that now CM has been made
Well, absolutely. And in fact, celebration pictures coming in from the Rebel Sena camp. In fact, those are the pictures on your screens that you're looking at in terms of the total celebratory mood. In fact, this is something that the rebels perhaps would not have even thought of in their wildest dreams. It was always believed that Eknath Shinde would at best become the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Him being the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is perhaps something that was not envisaged, and therefore this kind of celebration perhaps not entirely surprising over there. All right, let me take this across, in fact, to our guests who are with us as well. Mr. Rajgopalan, an impromptu jig and dance over there that's being seen by the Rebel Sena MLAs. Surprising, not surprising really, given the kind of dramatic turn of events. But this is something that where the mood could potentially change if the numbers are to be looked at. Let me address two very important issues over here. One is that the BJP has almost twice the numbers that Shinde himself claims, which is about 50 on Shinde's side, about 100 as far as the BJP is concerned. On that light, the question is that the BJP will always have a big say in this government. Do you see this government lasting 2.5 years? And secondly, will BJP also be part of this government?
BJP will be part of this government. It will last 2.5 years, and ensuring that 2024 Lok Sabha election, Narendra Modi will yield more proofs to Eknath Shinde. Apart from that, Madhav, I agree with Shekhar here. I go one step ahead of that, Madhav. Gaur Parivar Vaad, which Mr. Narendra Modi has been saying. With this Eknath Shinde, Narendra Modi has cut the Parivar Vaad of Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and others in Maharashtra politics. Apart from that, Mr. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah duo have also silenced Nitin Gadkari and Narayan Rane. If you made Fadnavis as a chief minister, it was going to create a lot of internal problems, but that has been cut to side. On top of it, last point of mine is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray smelled that, he snoozed that. That is why he resigned from the MLC also yesterday. Because Uddhav Thackeray cannot face Mr. Eknath Shinde as a chief minister inside the assembly and also inside the council. Apart from that, Madhav, it's going to be a major victory for Madam Draupadi Murmu, because she will get all the slices of the vote in her favor. Now the 14 MPs of Shiv Sena will also be shifting their loyalty to Eknath Shinde. From the point of view of cadres, Mr. Narendra Modi has taken the junk of cadres towards BJP of Shiv Sena, and the MLAs. Most of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde.
Okay.
Eknath Shinde will also capture Matosri. Take it from me.
All right, and we have, in fact, several of our viewers joining us. Shekhar, please stay with us as Mr. Rajgopalan as well. Our reporters continue to be with us as well. Let me go across to some of our viewers who are joining us. Anand is joining us from Bengaluru. Yes, Anand.
Yeah, in fact, this move is a masterstroke by the BJP. Nobody has expected that Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde is going to be the CM of Maharashtra. Everybody was expecting Fadnavis is going to be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But BJP once again is proved they are very unpredictable when it comes to the decisive politics. In fact, it's a very good move, and really PM Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah played very well politics, very good politics.
Thanks so much for joining us with your views. Let me take that right back, in fact, to Shekhar Iyer. Shekhar Iyer, you know, what can we expect in coming days? Now, we know in the past, for instance, when the AIDMK has split, we've seen how there was a battle at the Election Commission. The next big story, perhaps, in this saga is going to be the battle for the Shiv Sena, its legacy, its symbol, its name itself. And in the run-up to that, if we have Mr. Eknath Shinde firmly in the driver's seat in Maharashtra, then that battle becomes perhaps that much more easy for Mr. Shinde and his faction. Shekhar Iyer.
Indeed, Madhav, with Eknath Shinde as the Sena Chief Minister, the rank and file of the Sena would rally behind Shinde. And Uddhav Thackeray and his son and maybe Sanjay Raut and a couple of others, they feel themselves quite isolated because the entire party machinery is likely to shift because the power will be with Eknath Shinde. And the fact that a common Sainik, because the original problem of 2019, when the Agadi was formed, when Uddhav insisted on making Aditya Thackeray as Chief Minister, then Eknath Shinde was the number 2 in the party. At that time, Sharad Pawar, as a solution, had said, oh, why don't you take over if you are insisting on the Chief Ministership for your son? That is how this thing was struck. Now,
all right. If I can just come back, I'll just come back to you in just a minute. Sorry for interrupting there. I believe Christine has some BJP leaders with her. Over to you, Christine. Yeah, Christine, over to you.
All right. Yes, Madhav, I'm being joined by BJP MLA Tanaji Mutkule, who's with me. Now, here's where some of the BJP MLAs have been camping since last night. Mr. Mutkule, बताइए, बहुत बड़ा फैसला लिया गया और काफी चौकन्ना रह गए हम सब।
चौकन्ना तो नहीं कह सकते। पिछले 2.5 साल से फडणवीस साहब हो या और हमारे नेता हो, ये नेता कहते थे कि हम ये सरकार गिराएंगे नहीं। ये सरकार आपस के भेदभाव से, आपस के लड़ाई से गिरने वाली है और जब ये सरकार गिरेगी तब हम जो कोई सरकार बनाएगा उसे हम मदद करने वाले हैं। यह अभी क्लिक होगा हमें, जब उन्होंने शिंदे साहब का नाम बताया तब हमें क्लिक हो गया कि फडणवीस साहब ऐसा बोलते थे। ये फडणवीस साहब बहुत बड़ा
नहीं, पर ये पहले से डिसाइडेड था, क्योंकि हमें किसी को नहीं पता था। पहले से डिसाइडेड था या एकदम आखिर में जाके इतना बड़ा फैसला?
हमेशा भी वो अपने घुमा फिरा के बात करते थे हमारे साथ, जब बोलते थे तो हम सरकार में रहेंगे, मगर सरकार किसको तो भी बनाने को बोलेंगे, ऐसा हमेशा बोलते थे। ये कोई सदमा नहीं है, ये होने वाला था, सब उनको मालूम था और हमें अभिमान है हमारे नेता पर, जो 105 MLA हमारे 6 चुन के आए हैं और हमारे साथ 10-12 MLA भी है, तो भी इन्होंने शिंदे साहब के जैसा एक वरिष्ठ
और शिंदे साहब ने वही बात की है कि इतनी भारी संख्या के बावजूद मुझे सीएम का पद मिल सकता था, उनको सीएम का पद दिया जा सकता था, पर उन्होंने एकनाथ शिंदे का मान रखा। तो भाजपा के जितने भी सारे काम करने वाले यहाँ लोग हैं, मंत्री हैं, होंगे, कैसा रिएक्शन है उनका? खुश हैं आप इस डिसीजन से?
सब हम लोग खुश हैं। हमारे नेता जो कुछ करते हैं वो हमारे ईश्वर समान है। हमारी पार्टी का सबसे बड़ा ताकतवर नेता ये हमारे फडणवीस साहब है। इन्होंने जो निर्णय लिया वो निर्णय हम सबको बोले पसंद।
मुतकुले साहब, बट आगे का प्लान क्या रहेगा? फडणवीस कह रहे हैं कि वो किसी भी पद पे नहीं बैठेंगे, कोई मंत्रालय नहीं होगा उनके पास, तो भाजपा क्या रोल रहेगा?
वो तो उनको ही पूछना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल। सबने कहा पहले जब ये चल रहा था इतने दिन कि भाजपा ईडी का मिसयूज कर रही है, पैसे का मिसयूज कर रही है, पावर का मिसयूज कर रही है। आज साफ साफ जवाब दे दिया कि पावर नहीं चाहिए, शांति चाहिए और बाला साहब का मान रखें।
विकास चाहिए, हमें शांति तो चाहिए, विकास चाहिए, भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त हमारा देश, हमारा महाराष्ट्र चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं।
सरकार अब आखिरी का 2 साल से ऊपर जो बचा चला लेगी?
बहुत अच्छा चलाएगी, बहुत अच्छा विकास के लिए चलाएगी। किसान हमारा परेशान है, किसान के लिए काम करेगी, मजदूरों के काम करेगी, हमारे व्यापारी परेशान है उनके लिए भी काम करेगी हमारी सरकार।
अच्छा, सेना के जो उद्धव कैंप में अभी जितने बचे कुछ MLAs बचे, अगर वो वापस आना चाहे, क्या खुले बाहों से स्वागत करेंगे उनका भी?
स्वागत तो आने वाला का स्वागत तो हम लोग करते हैं। हम तो श्री राम के भक्त हैं, हमारे द्वार तो हम हमेशा के लिए खुले रहेंगे।
Thank you, Mr. Tanaji Mutkule. So that's a BJP MLA,
all right,
Mr.
yes.
Tanaji Mutkule, you know, in as many words pointing up,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
in fact, that's the BJP's position, certainly, of course, saying that there are no surprises for them over here. Very easy to say, of course, in hindsight. But let's listen once again to that dramatic announcement that was made earlier this evening.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील। आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय, आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं
All right, Shivani is with us. Shivani, the reactions are coming in thick and fast. All the camps, in fact, now speaking out. I believe you have some guests with you as well. Over to you, Shivani.
Well, here as of now, the leaders have left. All of those have in fact left. But yes, of course, when we are here, we'll give it a try to someone who's still present. And of course, giving a try never goes. Sir, जाते बात आप कर रहे थे, क्या कहेंगे? खेला हो गया महाराष्ट्र में?
खेला नहीं कहेंगे इसको, एक निर्णय हुआ है महाराष्ट्र में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने एक डिसीजन लिया है, जिसको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर सामान्य से लेकर के किसी पद पर बैठा हुआ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सिपाही जो है, उसको मतलब उसको ऐसे लेता है कि निर्णय हमारे हक में हुआ है। और देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब जो हमारे लीडर हैं, जिसको सबको लगा था कि आज वो शपथ लेंगे, हम लोगों को निराशा जरूर हुई कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्यों नहीं हुए, लेकिन उसके पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई बड़ा उद्देश्य होगा और उस उद्देश्य को पूरा करने के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उद्देश्य को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थन को लेकर चले, यही शुभकामना।
आखिरी में एक सवाल मैं जानना चाहूंगी, सीएम उद्धव ठाकरे जब थे सीएम तब उन्होंने कहा था कि अगर कोई शिवसेना का सीएम बनता है तो उन्हें कोई दुख नहीं होगा, तो कह सकते हैं कि कभी भी बीजेपी ये नहीं चाहती थी कि शिवसेना उनके अलायंस से हटे?
मुझे लगता है कि मातोश्री में जश्न मनाया जा रहा होगा, आज वहाँ पे पटाखे फूट रहे होंगे, सारे शिवसैनिक खुश होंगे। उद्धव ठाकरे ने कहा था कि हमारा सामान्य शिवसैनिक मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, तो सामान्य शिवसैनिक मुख्यमंत्री बन गया, उनको खुशी होनी चाहिए।
लेकिन मिनिस्ट्री से क्यों देवेंद्र फडणवीस बाहर है सर?
नहीं, वो तो पार्टी का क्या डिसीजन पार्टी तय करेगी, बट जा करके उद्धव जी ठाकरे जरा घर का पिक्चर लो, एक सामान्य शिवसैनिक भी मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता है।
उनसे उम्मीदें हैं सेलिब्रेशन?
हाँ, बहुत उम्मीद उनका नाते।
क्या उम्मीद है?
नहीं, उसको बहुत नाचना चाहिए, ज्यादा नाचना चाहिए।
संजय राउत को और ज्यादा नाचना चाहिए. That is the reaction coming in from Kripa Shankar Singh, who is in BJP right now and earlier was a minister in the Congress government here. But of course, clearly seems that the way they are saying, if CM Uddhav Thackeray, I remember clearly he had said that if Shiv Sena becomes CM, then he has no problem. That is what even the BJP is saying, that if that is the case, then CM should start celebrating at Matoshri. There should be a mega celebration at Matoshri. But yes, of course, when asked about Sanjay Raut, he clearly said then he should be the one who should dance at this particular moment. Definitely seems, he also said very first line that of course the BJP supporters, the BJP leaders were upset that why Devendra Fadnavis did not take the oath today as the CM. But yes, he is sure that there will be some strategy of BJP behind taking such a big step.
Well, BJP once again keeping its cards close to its chest, not really talking about what its role is going to be in this new government. Quickly taking this to our viewers also, a big announcement, a Maha twist in the Maha Sangram. Lakshmi calling us from Mysuru. Lakshmi, yes, what do you have to say?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Lakshmi, go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah. See, this is a brilliant move. Extremely brilliant move. BJP literally played very well. Fadnavis and BJP, they pulled out their trump card. The second point I would like to make is Congress and NCP, they were trying to divide and rule. Here, they united. See, now both the cadres, the Shiv Sena and BJP cadre is going to unite. So that is going to strengthen the, the government. Third, they said nothing is more important than our ideology. Both the Shiv Sena and BJP, they stood for Hindutva and they stood by, whatever they preached. So that is excellent move. So,
yes. And what's interesting, Lakshmi, is also to watch out for the response that will now come in from the Uddhav faction as well. Let me go across to our next caller, Murthy calling us from Hyderabad. Good evening, Murthy. Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. This is a master stroke by Modi ji, and the original mandate given to Shiv Sena and BJP in 2019, though Uddhav Thackeray has violated that mandate, now the BJP's turn, they have honored that mandate and given a chance to the Shiv Sena man to become the chief minister, and it will help the presidential candidate also to be elected in the coming presidential election.
Very very rightly pointed out by you, Murthy. Thank you for calling in this evening. Param Shivam joining us from Coimbatore. Good evening, Param. Yes, tell us, what do you think about this Maha twist in the political battle in Maharashtra?
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, Param, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So being a supporter of BJP today, I was totally disappointed by the way the things have been turned out. So suppose if Fadnavis was ready to give away this chief minister post, then I don't understand why Shiv Sena has moved towards this NCP and the Congress alike. And moreover, the way the Sainik MLAs are celebrating in a Goa camp, so it's very disappointing. What sort of message they are going to pass down the line, that I don't understand, because they are given the responsibility to rule the people of Maharashtra. And moreover, the people of Maharashtra's mandate was in favor of BJP. So BJP should take the responsibility, take up the responsibility, and Fadnavis should continue the task that he has left.
So we have a BJP supporter who's very disappointed by this decision. Param, we appreciate you joining with that perspective. Let me go across to another MLA joining us on this broadcast from the Shinde camp, Bharat Utavle, who's speaking to us here on Times Now. Mr. Utavle, very good evening to you. We saw pictures coming in from the Goa hotel where everyone is staying together. Everybody could be seen dancing. What's the mood there?
हेलो
उतावले साहब, आवाज आ रही है?
बोले बोले आ रहे
जी, बताइए कैसा माहौल है वहाँ? नाचने की तस्वीरें बाहर आ रही है, खुशी का माहौल दिख रहा है?
हाँ बरोबर है ना। अभी जो खुशी हुई है, हमारे दिल में जो था वो बात हो गई, तो आदमी खुशी तो आएगी क्या? हम तो भगवान के पास एक आंख मांगी थी, भगवान ने हमको 2 आंख दे दी, तो उससे ज्यादा खुशी क्या हो सकती है? इसलिए वो लोग नाचे थोड़े कि इतना दिन हम लोग बाहर थे, 10 दिन, तो अभी उसका हमको ये फल मिला है, इसलिए थोड़ा सा
भारत साहब?
हाँ
बोलिए ना। जानते थे कि यही डिसीजन लिया जाएगा?
हाँ बोले।
क्या आप जानते थे कि यही डिसीजन लिया जाएगा?
हमारे दिल में
शिंदे साहब को ही सीएम बनाया जाएगा?
मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ, खुश तो बहुत होंगे आप। एक वीडियो भी आया है जिसमें सब लोग डांस कर रहे हैं, तो जब ये अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, क्या आपको उससे पहले से पता था या आप लोग अनाउंसमेंट का वेट कर रहे थे?
हमारा तो ही था, उसका कुछ। हाँ ये तो
आपको पता था पहले से कि होने वाला है?
अरे हाँ भाई ना, वो तो भाई, इसलिए तो हम लोग सब कामाख्या माता के मंदिर में गए, हम लोग जिधर गए तो मन्नत से तो मांगेंगे ना।
अच्छा, मन्नत मांगा था आपने गोगालवे साहब की अब सीएम? क्या अब आपको लगता है उद्धव ठाकरे को भी अब कामाख्या जाना पड़ेगा?
वो अभी उनको हम लोग नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन उन्होंने सोचना चाहिए। भगवान का दिया हुआ प्रसाद मिल सकता है, अगर भगवान के पास दिल से मांगेंगे तो कुछ न कुछ दे सकता है, हमको तो मिला है।
अच्छा गोगावले साहब, एक बात बताइए, जब ये जो डांस हो रहा है उसमें आप भी दिख रहे हैं, लेफ्ट साइड में खड़े हैं आप?
मैं ऊपर के मंजिल में था, टीवी देख रहा था।
अच्छा,
ऐसा है। हाँ,
आप उसमें नहीं थे?
ठीक है, जो नाचे वो गए, वो उनसे खुशी थी, नाच गए, चलो।
अच्छा, अभी आगे आप लोग कब आ रहे हैं? कल कितने बजे आ रहे हैं गोगावले साहब?
देखेंगे ना, अभी 7-7:30 बजे मुख्यमंत्री शपथ ग्रहण करेंगे जी, उसके बाद हमारा तय हो जाएगा।
अच्छा, और आपके जो क्षेत्र के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनसे संपर्क में है, क्या बोल रहे हैं वो?
देखेंगे ना अभी।
अच्छा, एक लास्ट में ये बता दो गोगावले साहब, जाते जाते सब ये बता दीजिए कि क्या जो सेना के जो लोग हैं वो बोल रहे हैं कि पार्टी हमारे पास है, क्या आप पार्टी और सिंबल जो है वो भी लेने वाले हो?
ये जो कायदा कानून की बात है वो सब निपटा लेंगे। हम लोगों को जो निपटाना था हम लोग जो निपटा लिया। हमको जो क्या मुख्यमंत्री पद चाहता था वो मिल गया है। अब आगे हमको महाराष्ट्र की सोचने है, महाराष्ट्र की जनता की सोचना है। अभी उसमें हम लोग जुटेंगे और क्या वो पार्टी क्या करेंगे वो खुद साफ देख लेंगे।
ठीक है गोगावले साहब, आपका धन्यवाद टाइम्स नाउ से बात करने के लिए।
So we heard one of the Shinde camp MLAs currently in Goa. Certainly celebrations that have erupted across the Shinde camp and visuals coming in of the same from the hotel where they're staying in Goa. Shivani also joining us live at the moment. Shivani, we continue to take in a word from our experts to really understand what went behind this strategy, this mega decision that certainly has stunned everybody. What are you picking up, Shivani?
Well, definitely, first of all, I am watching those particular video wherein Eknath Shinde spoke to the rebel MLAs in Goa. Those are there, and as you can see on my mobile screen, they are all celebrating it out here, dancing, and Eknath Shinde is speaking to all of them over this video call while he was traveling back. Yes, he is in the car, and all the MLAs are there in Goa, are celebrating it, dancing over there, and of course, clearly we can understand the kind of mood which is there inside, and we cannot really say now that this was a move which was taken suddenly. Mostly all the MLAs were very well aware of this particular development, and somewhere the decision of alliance itself comes that BJP full-fledgedly agreed to make a Shiv Sena CM. Somewhere we can clearly understand this is a political decision that has BJP taken, clearly indicating that they are not against Shiv Sena, they are not against Bal Thackeray, they are...
Essentially is a visual set that we picked up from the Shinde camp MLAs who can be seen on a video call with Eknath Shinde after this mega announcement, cheering on for him. Let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, that pretty much sums up the mood in the Shinde camp, all of whom are still in Goa. Once they're in Mumbai, we're going to see celebrations go to another level. Another video coming in, viewers. Let's quickly put it out.
हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं हिंदू देशभरात शासन दिवस ठाकरेंचा विजय असो क्रांतिकारी साहेबांचा विजय असो हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं शिवसेनेचा
अपक्षांमधले आणि भारतीय जनता पक्ष अभिनंदन करतोय तुला असे सगळे या एक्सपान्शन मध्ये भारतीय जनता निर्णय केला छत्रपती
विजय
Let me go across to Arunil once again. Arunil, this completely negates the possibility of anyone from the Shinde camp in the near future, betray him, move over to the Uddhav camp. In fact, what we can expect instead post this announcement is the other way around. Some of the Uddhav supporters might just extend their support to Shinde, given they can't really rule out the fact that this is going to be a Sena chief minister yet again.
Well, what is interesting with respect to the videos that are coming in from Goa, these are the supporters of Eknath Shinde, the so-called rebel MLAs. They are chanting slogans for Bala Saheb Thackeray. They are chanting slogans for late Anand Dighe. They are hailing Eknath Shinde, but not even once they are mentioning about Uddhav Thackeray. Now, Uddhav Thackeray is supposed to be the Shiv Sena Supremo, right? They are not taking his name even a single time. Now, coming to your question, yes, Eknath Shinde is the CM of Maharashtra. Who would have thought it? Everybody was thinking that it will be Devendra Fadnavis because he has the numbers 106 MLAs as well as several other smaller parties that had given their support to Devendra Fadnavis, many independents as well. Now, yes, there are around 16 MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray. Most of them are expected to come to the other end because it is the CM from the Shiv Sena only. This seems to be like a masterstroke from Devendra Fadnavis or the BJP High Command in Delhi. The Shiv Sena clearly is cut into half. If you look at it, there is a clear-cut divide between Thane and Matoshri, which is the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. We have seen the kind of attacks, personal attacks that these rebel MLAs have made against Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that he was not reachable. They were made to wait on his doors. They have taken this decision only for Hindutva. Eknath Shinde also pointed to the fact that Hindutva was majorly compromised during the Congress, during the alliance with the Congress and the NCP. Now, what lies the future for Uddhav Thackeray? That is also a very big question. In coming months, there are also crucial elections like the BMC election, which is of utmost importance for the Thackeray family. It seems like BJP clearly has an advantage now. There is a Pune Municipal Corporation election. There also BJP seems to have an advantage. But there, yeah, NCP is strong in Pune, so we can't rule out NCP in Pune.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So it's going to be a series of celebrations for the Shinde camp back in Goa in the hotel where some of his supporters are currently camping. We saw how visuals came in of them dancing in joy. Similar visuals that we've picked up from his Thane residence as well. His supporters taking to celebrations. Take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague Ashok.
महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री के बदलाव के बाद अब नया मुख्यमंत्री मिला, वो भी थाने जिले को पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री मिला, वो भी एकनाथ शिंदे के तौर पे। आप देख लेंगे कि एकनाथ शिंदे के समर्थक किस तरह से एक दूसरे को मिठाई खिला के सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। आज ही बीजेपी के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने, जो आज तक आशंका लगाया जा रहा था कि मुख्यमंत्री के पद शायद देवेंद्र फडणवीस ले सकते हैं, लेकिन बड़ा डील करते हुए देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने सीधा का सीधा एकनाथ शिंदे, जिन्होंने अपने पार्टी से बगावत करके 50 विधायकों के साथ गुवाहाटी में थे, गुवाहाटी से गोवा आए, गोवा से अब आज विधान भवन में पहुंचे। शाम को 7:30 बजे शपथ विधि लेंगे। उससे पहले मुख्यमंत्री के पद मिलने के बाद उनके कार्यकर्ता जुलूस मना रहे हैं। तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं। हम बात करना चाहेंगे कुछ लोगों से कि क्या कहना चाहते हैं। राहुल जी बताइए, क्या कहना चाहिएगा कि थाने जिले को पहला मुख्यमंत्री मिला है?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र की स्थापना होने के बाद विदर्भ, मराठवाड़ा, उत्तर महाराष्ट्र, कोकण में मुख्यमंत्री पद मिला, लेकिन इस थाने जिले में पहली बार एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के रूप में पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री थाने से जा रहा है। शिव सैनिकों को खुशी है, लेकिन थाना जिले में जो नागरिक है, जो रहवासी है, उनको भी आज आनंद मिल रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में 60 साल में पहली बार एक नागरिक, एक अपना एमएलए, एक अपना विधायक महाराष्ट्र की सियासत में मुख्यमंत्री के गद्दी पे आज बैठने जाने वाला है।
तो कहा जाए कि थाने को पहला केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री कपिल पाटिल के रूप में मिला था, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में पहली बार एकनाथ शिंदे मिले, जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की, एक ऑटो रिक्शा चलाकर आज इस मुकाम पे हासिल करना। देश के प्रधानमंत्री चाय वाला बन सकता है, तो थाने के मुख्यमंत्री एक ऑटो वाला बन सकता है। क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
हम लोग को बहुत ही खुशी हो रहा है कि आज 40 साल के बाद साहब ने 40 साल संघर्ष किया, आज उस संघर्ष का फल साहब को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे दिया गया। मैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री अमित शाह जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सबका मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ पे लोगों का महाराष्ट्र
Arunil continues to stay on with us. Arunil, let's talk about the man of the moment. He's been the man of the moment since the past so many days now, but stealing the show completely today. He's going to be the next Chief Minister, someone who's clearly risen through the ranks. All right, before that, let me quickly go across to Mr. Deepak Kesarkar, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kesarkar, बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन लिया गया है, काफी चौकन्ना रहे सब, बट एकनाथ शिंदे जी अगले मुख्यमंत्री हैं, कैसे देखते हैं? काफी सेलिब्रेशंस चल रही है वहाँ पे गोवा में।
देखिए, ये तो मौका ही ऐसा है कि एक बाबा साहब का सपना सच हुआ है, हिंदुत्व का सपना पूरा हुआ है। तो एक बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन बीजेपी ने, फडणवीस साहब ने और उनके जो टॉप लीडर है आदरणीय मोदी जी है, अमित शाह जी है, नड्डा जी है, तो सबने मिलकर एक ऐसा डिसीजन लिया है वो सचमुच में बाबा साहब के लिए श्रद्धांजलि है और जीत है।
जी केसरकर साहब, कब लिया गया ये निर्णय, कब डिसाइड हुआ कि एकनाथ शिंदे ही अगले मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे? किसी को आइडिया नहीं था।
देखिए, मैं भी बहुत खुश हूँ और हमारे लिए सब एक स्वीट सरप्राइज है। तो नहीं।
अच्छा, आप कह रहे हैं आपके लिए भी सरप्राइज है? क्योंकि अभी तक केसरकर साहब क्या हो रहा था ना कि एनसीपी, कांग्रेस और उद्धव कैंप के काफी सारे मेंबर्स ये बोल रहे थे कि ये भाजपा का किया धरा है, उनकी वजह से ये स्प्लिट आया है सेना में। आज वो सारे जवाब मिल गए उन सबको।
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही है, सही मानों में एक पूरे महाराष्ट्र के लिए था और अब कोई बोल नहीं सकता कि कुछ बुरा हुआ है, अच्छा ही हुआ है। नमस्कार।
All right, thank you, Mr. Kesarkar, for speaking to us here on Times Now. That's once again the sentiment currently within the Shinde camp, all of whom have resorted to celebrating this joyous occasion of Eknath Shinde being chosen the next Chief Minister. Slipping to a very short break here, be back with the top developments of the day on the other side with Rahul Shivshankar.
आप कह somewhere Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. If I were to take Europe collectively, which has been singularly silent on many things which were happening, for example in Asia, you could ask why would anybody in Asia trust Europe on anything at all? Look, a lot of things are happening outside Europe. We have, partly because of climate change, for a lot of humanitarian, natural disasters, humanitarian responses. In our part of the world today, a lot of people look to us to help out. The days when they expected Europe to come, which Europe did at the 2004 tsunami. The difference today is nobody's even thinking of that anymore. So the world is changing, new players are coming, new capabilities are coming, but a new agenda must come. The world cannot be that Eurocentric as it used to be in the past. we have a difficult relationship with China. We're perfectly capable of managing it. It's if I get global understanding and support, obviously it is of help to me. But this idea that I do a transaction, that I come in one conflict because it will help me in conflict too, that's not how the world works. So a lot of our problems in China have nothing to do with Ukraine, have nothing to do with Russia. They predate it.
The Supreme Court today has validated the findings of the special investigation team that looked into the Gujarat riots of 2002. You represented the SIT in the Supreme Court, which has today given very, very scathing criticism of those who tried to cast aspersions on the SIT's integrity. I want to ask you, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, was this another attempt to somehow cloud the entire investigation process?
There is no doubt, Navika, that this was a motivated attempt to somehow, as the judgment uses the phrase, keep the pot boiling. And in fact, it was a phrase used by me, and the judgment acknowledges that.
Viewers, for the last 5 days, the test match has yo-yoed between the two sides. But from day 3, the pitch started behaving differently and the BJP's spin masters began to turn it square. And today, viewers, as the pitch was crumbling under Uddhav Thackeray's feet, he was mesmerized. The official Uddhav Sena has been left mesmerized by a googly that has been bowled by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Viewers, on Explosive Exclusive, the inside story behind this googly. What is this googly? The googly, viewers, is that in a dramatic turn of events, the BJP has decided not to participate in government. They will be providing outside support to the Shinde wing of the Shiv Sena. According to Shinde, the real Shiv Sena. And even the Chief Minister's post will be handed to Eknath Shinde, who rebelled, according to the BJP, heroically to protect Bala Sahib's legacy that was being ruined by his own son, Uddhav Thackeray. Now, viewers, dramatic turn of events. First, listen to what Devendra Fadnavis said, and then listen to the gentleman next to him, the man of the match, Eknath Shinde. Pay attention.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल मी त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहासाहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत, त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
अशा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजप सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई. माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी.
Well, viewers, it will be seen as the ultimate act of gratitude, beneficence to the ordinary Shiv Sainik who say Uddhav Thackeray squandered Bala Saheb's legacy for power by entering into an alliance based on convenience and compulsions. It will also be seen as a slap in the face of all of those who have been suggesting that the BJP has orchestrated a coup to grab power and only to grab power. Now let's split this conversation. I want to go straight across first to Arunil, who has been breaking story after story on a daily basis. He's Maharashtra's finest political reporter standing today in the field. Arunil, first of all, congratulations, you got this right, the timing as well as, of course, the composition. Now, what's gone behind this entire, what people are calling BJP's googly or master stroke, or call it what you want?
Well, Rahul, you called Eknath Shinde as the man of the match, but only time will decide whether it is the BJP that will emerge as the man of the match from this entire dramatic incidents that unfolded inside the Raj Bhavan. Devendra Fadnavis, before starting his media address, said that I have shown you only trailer, picture abhi baki, and indeed nobody had expected that Eknath Shinde's name will come up as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Another important point to note is, Rahul, the rebel MLAs or the Shiv Sena MLAs in Eknath Shinde's camp who are celebrating in Goa. Now they are hailing late Balasaheb Thackeray, they are hailing Anand Dighe, basically the mentor of Eknath Shinde. They are congratulating and hailing the new CM of Maharashtra, that is Eknath Shinde, but none of them is taking the name of Uddhav Thackeray. So what exactly lies where exactly lies the future of Uddhav Thackeray and the Thackeray family? That is the main question that comes to the fore over here. Yeah, there are many convoys that are going inside. At present, I'm reporting from outside the Raj Bhavan. The main drama is unfolding inside. Oath-taking ceremony is scheduled at 7:30 p.m. today. But everybody was thinking that Eknath Shinde may have drawn out a coup against his own party, but it is the BJP that is benefiting from this as well, because they were sitting in opposition. Now they will be part of the government, and the Shiv Sena clearly stands divided. There is a BMC election that is coming up only in a few months, and it is clearly advantage BJP for that, or be it the Pune municipal elections, for that as well. The BJP certainly has a very big advantage. The Shiv Sena, which was a former alliance partner of the BJP, stands clearly divided now. The main fight for Uddhav Thackeray is to save his own party. The government is gone, the CM post is gone. Now he has to save his party because Eknath Shinde can wield power. He is the CM of Maharashtra. The MLAs are with him. And I understand from my sources that the 16 MLAs that are there with Uddhav Thackeray, barring his son Aditya Thackeray, barring Sunil Raut, who is the brother of Sanjay Raut, many of the other MLAs will jump the ship. They will basically come to Eknath Shinde's fold.
Now, I just want to very much clarify with you, Arunil, what's the cabinet going to be like? Now, we heard Devendra Fadnavis say that outside support will be given by the BJP. So they're not going to be part of the formal government. Is that what has been decided?
Well, I basically heard from my sources, exactly it will be clear after Devendra Fadnavis comes out as well. But the BJP leaders also had no idea that this kind of a thing is going to happen inside. Eknath Shinde will be made the CM of Maharashtra. But Devendra Fadnavis probably was saying that I personally will not be part of the cabinet. The BJP leaders will be there in the cabinet. Eknath Shinde will lead the government because he has only 39 MLAs with him. There are some smaller parties, there are independents, but why to give an advantage to these independents and smaller parties? The BJP leaders can take important portfolios in Eknath Shinde's cabinet. Devendra Fadnavis himself will remain out. That's what probably he was saying, but we will be speaking to them and get a confirmation on this.
Okay, so that remains the only question here now, suspenseful, though we did hear that there will be outside support given. So what are the contours of that? Of course, we don't know. Now, let me go across to Christine. Christine, how is the Uddhav Sena reacting to all of this?
You know, Rahul, before I answer that, I'm personally very keenly watching out for the BJP response as well. What is in it for the BJP? And to give me a little bit more, to just quickly give me more details on the same, I have BJP MLA Krishna Khopre with me. Khopre साहब, thank you हमसे बात करने के लिए. कैसे देखते हैं? किसी ने उम्मीद नहीं लगाई थी कि आखिर में शिंदे साहब को सीएम बनाया जाएगा.
राज्य की किसी भी जनता को उम्मीद नहीं थी कि हमारे माजी मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब इतना बड़ा मास्टर स्ट्रोक मारेंगे, ये किसी को उम्मीद नहीं थी. लेकिन जो उन्होंने निर्णय लिया और बाला साहेब ठाकरे के सच्चे शिव सैनिक को उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का निर्णय लिया, एक बहुत बड़ा निर्णय है और उनका सभी लोग अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं.
तो सब भाजपा में खुश हैं इस निर्णय से?
नहीं, सभी निर्णय लेते समय तो सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को थोड़ा फार शॉक लगा ही है, लेकिन ये निर्णय महाराष्ट्र की जनता के हिसाब से और एक अच्छे कार्यकर्ता को और एक अच्छे शिव सैनिक को एक मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का काम केंद्रीय नेतृत्व और राज्य के नेतृत्व ने किया है.
खोपड़े साहब, क्या कोई उम्मीद है अभी कि भाजपा का क्या रोल रहेगा इसमें? पोर्टफोलियो मिलेगा कोई या नहीं? क्योंकि फडणवीस साहब ने बोल दिया कि आउटसाइडर रोल रहेगा उनका.
नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक केंद्र में नेतृत्व करने वाली ये सरकार है और इसीलिए महाराष्ट्र के अंदर फडणवीस साहब के नेतृत्व में लगातार 2014 से हम सरकार चला रहे थे. बीच में मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने विश्वास मत लोगों ने हमारे फेवर में दिया था, उसका उन्होंने विश्वासघात किया और उसी का पाप है कि आज उनका पाप का घड़ा यहाँ पर फूटा. लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का नेतृत्व जो भी किसी को काम देता है, जो भी कार्यकर्ताओं को जवाबदारी देता है, वो निष्ठा के साथ उसका पालन करता है.
तो आप कह रहे हैं 80 घंटे की सरकार जो गिराई थी उसका बदला है ये? टिक पाएगी? 2 साल से ऊपर का समय बचा है अभी.
नहीं, वो एक्सपायरी हो या और कोई भी फायरी हो, लेकिन एक ये जो निर्णय है ये पूरे राज्य को और पूरे देश को एक नई दिशा देने वाला निर्णय है और इसीलिए उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने जिस प्रकार से राज्य में काम किया, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी के साथ मिलकर उन्होंने हाथ मिलाया, जिंदगी भर बाला साहेब ठाकरे ने उन्होंने कभी उनके साथ युति नहीं की, लेकिन सत्ता के लालच में, मुख्यमंत्री पद के लालच में जो उन्होंने विश्वासघात राज्य की जनता के साथ किया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ किया और उसी का राज्य की जनता ने अभी उनको मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया है।
Thank you, Krishna Saab, for speaking to us. So, a BJP MLA reaction coming in, Rahul. So, that's something I'm personally watching out for. What is in it for the BJP here? What I'm also looking at is, like you just asked me, what is it that the Uddhav Sena will do? How will they respond to this mega twist? Because up until now, they were extremely confident that this is all engineered by the BJP. It's BJP misusing power. They also went on to say this is BJP misusing the powers of central agencies as well, that the Enforcement Directorate indirectly is mounting pressure on these MLAs is why they've been forcibly taken there, or rather if they're willingly staying there, it's under ED pressure. So how will they respond to this? Because this is their man who's been chosen as the next chief minister. He's somebody who's 58 years old, but he's had a lot of experience by his side. He's risen through the ranks. He has a great connect with the armed Shiv Sainik on the ground. We've seen those kind of visuals come in from Thane, how celebrations have erupted across. So his support is also important at the moment. He enjoys a lot of it. How is it that the Uddhav Sena is going to respond to this? Are they going to contest the fact that one of his men has been chosen by the BJP in this case to be the next chief minister?
Well, very, very interesting, viewers. And let me just open this up. Thanks indeed, Christine. Keep an eye out for, of course, how the Uddhav faction of the Sena now, the smaller rump element of the Sena, will be looking at this. Let's very quickly open this up. Now, Mr. Rajagopalan, how do you see this move?
Hooghly is against Uddhav Thackeray. Hooghly is against Mr. Sharad Pawar. Because under Narendra Modi's regime, anyone can become chief minister, anyone can become president of India, anyone can become vice president of India. A decisive move. If you noticed, Prime Minister for the last 6 months has been talking about Gaur Parivar Vaad. It is a Gaur Parivar Vaad which has been taken out of this, and Eknath Shinde installation as chief minister by Narendra Modi and BJP leadership indicates that they have taken a sweet revenge on Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. Apart from that, within the BJP, Mr. Narendra Modi, Nadda and Amit Shah facing Nitin Gadkari, Narayan Rane syndromes. But at the same time, he put the googly by making Eknath Shinde. It's another syndrome, like a happy moment of Draupadi Murmu. Now the second in 1 week's time that Eknath Shinde has been a surprise move. And second thing, the total beneficiary from this is BJP. The reason being, they are looking at massive vote of Eknath Shinde camp towards Draupadi Murmu, and 2024 they are how they have to politically take over Maharashtra, because 3 states are more important for 2024. UP, Bihar, Maharashtra, West Bengal. So they are on that.
Okay.
So the dots are to be seen.
Power grab, power grab, power grab was what was being said by the NCP, the Congress, even the Uddhav Sena, that look, I have been unseated because the BJP has orchestrated a power grab, bribed my MLAs, locked them up in Guwahati. Now, Ravi Srivastava, an act of renunciation. This is not power grab. If they were so hungry for power, they would have had their own chief minister. Fadnavis would have been chief minister. Someone from the BJP would have been chief minister.
Neither it's a master stroke, nor it's a googly. It's a sacrificial goat of Eknath Shinde.
Sir, I'm only asking, you said power grab. I remember you saying it on our channel, saying very, very clearly, power grab. This is skullduggerous politics. But, sir, how is it a power grab?
This is a power grab only. What?
How?
Not from the front side, it's from the back side. What is this?
Sir, no,
if the government of 51 MLAs can survive in a state,
let's not be
Mr. Rahul,
unparliamentary.
51 MLA government can survive anyhow. It has to be with the help of BJP only.
They're giving outside support.
No, this is not. This is all drama. This is all fluid. They are 39 MLAs. The disqualification sword is hanging on their head. The case is in the Supreme Court. How can you say that they are going to make the government and all will Hindutva will survive and Hindutva will go ahead? What party symbol they have got? What recognition from the EC they have got? What party is this Shinde Sena? Who heard about the Shinde Sena? Because Shinde has got some MLAs, it becomes Shinde Sena. I don't buy this, please.
No, you may not buy it, sir. You may not buy it. But
who don't want that? No one
okay, let me bring in Shweta Shalini, spokesperson of the BJP. You are playing a game. You have got a sacrificial lamb, and you put the sacrificial lamb out there to lose his head, says Ravi Srivastava. How do you respond?
You know, there is a saying in Hindi. I don't know what is the saying in English. Khisyani billi khamba noche. I exactly remember that when I hear Ravi ji today. Because, you know, he has to say something against BJP. See, there are a couple of things. They all talked about how power hungry BJP is or Fadnavis is. Now they've all been proven flat, gone flat on their faces, and hence, you know, I got reminded of that saying. Second and foremost, when the chance came to BJP, they actually paid a tribute to Bala Saheb. We don't go only by saying that when the time will come, a true Shiv Sainik will sit on the seat. And when the time comes, you actually have family sit on the seat and also capture a couple of more ministerial cabinet seats by the family itself. We don't do that. We don't believe in that. Third, and the most important thing is, we have proven to a lot of people that we are supporting this government. We are not owning the government completely because of the ideals that we follow, or the ideology that we follow. I think, forget about Googly, forget about Masterstroke.
Check with your high command. Check with your high command. Tomorrow you will become a part of the government. Check with your high command before making a commitment. Tomorrow you may become a part of this government.
Yes, we should be a part of the government. This is our government.
Now be sure about
this is our government.
Don't make
We
presumptions
are very,
here.
very clear. This is
Don't
our
make
government.
presumptions here. Be sure about it.
We have a Shiv Sainik, true Shiv
But
Sainik,
Mr.
true
Fadnavis
Hindutva
says we are
Sainik
outside
sitting
only.
out there. And
Mr. Fadnavis says I am outside only.
Shiv Sena, apart from the family, will jump over now. You wait and watch.
Who broke the face of the public first? It's a first.
The Supreme Court case.
It's the first Devendra Fadnavis
no
who
case.
went with the NCP to form a government.
is going to jump over.
Well, let me tell you, Sharad Pawar, viewers, Sharad Pawar, whose political party has been cursing the BJP for this power grab, has come out and said, congratulations to Eknath Shinde on his election as the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He sincerely hopes that the interests of Maharashtra will be safeguarded by him. That is what Sharad Pawar has come out and tweeted. Viewers, it just tells you that they're all feeling around now for a way of being critical, because the principal weapon that they were going to wield against even the Shinde Sena was that, look at the Shinde Sena. It has sacrificed all its ideals only for pelf. It has sacrificed the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray and sold it, hypothecated it to the BJP for a price, and that price is office. Now, let me bring in Krishna Hegde. Mr. Hegde, you said you had been betrayed by the Shinde camp. That is what Uddhav Thackeray has said. The Shinde camp is not propping up the BJP government, the same BJP that you accused of betraying you. It is not.
Now let me state some facts. In 2019, it is the BJP who betrayed us. In 2014, the BJP betrayed the Shiv Sena. In 2014, in the parliamentary elections, the BJP was with the Sena, but when they got a huge majority, in 2014, in the assembly election, they betrayed the Sena and they went on their own and fought the election on their own. In 2019, the BJP said that they will share power with the Sena for 2.5 years. And at that time, our Paksha Pramukh, Uddhav Sahib Thackeray ji, requested Eknath Shinde ji to become the CM. But at that time, it did not work out. And again in 2022, on May 22nd, Uddhav ji called Eknath ji to his house and said, Eknath ji, I will speak to all the other constituents of the MVA, and within 1 week, we will appoint you as CM.
Okay, quick response.
Eknath ji said, Uddhav ji, you are my leader, and you please remain the CM, and I will work under you. But after that, this whole game plan was orchestrated by Delhi, the BJP in Delhi, and some leaders in the BJP of Maharashtra.
So you don't bring down a whole government then to sit outside. Why wouldn't you want to have your own chief minister?
That they have propped up now, Rahul, they have propped up Mr. Eknath ji Shinde. We congratulate him on being the chief minister of Maharashtra. But I will tell you, the real fight begins now.
No, but sir, he has not signed any common minimum program disowning the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray. That's the question. He's done it to uphold the legacy. You did so.
Any agenda. Shiv Sena was a Hindu party, is a Hindu party, and will remain a Hindu party.
Okay, Shweta Shalini was and remains a Hindu party. How are you suggesting that we are not a Hindu party? Shweta Shalini wants to...
Krishna ji, I feel both sides of the table, so I'm not going to correct his fact. But then the fact is, please let me remind you, if you would have not forgotten Hindutva, do you think you would put Deshthroh on Hanuman Chalisa?
There is no if. The NCP and Congress are not the Muslim parties.
There is no one has forgotten Hindutva. We are today also a Hindu party. We remain a Hindu party and will always be a Hindu party. And you can see it from yesterday's cabinet.
Okay, well, let's not shout over each other. Look, frayed nerves on all sides. I can understand. It's been a hot and bothersome 5 days of really combative cricket, so to speak, viewers. And now the man of the match will be announced in 1 hour. And who knows, Fadnavis might end up becoming the man of the series at a later date. But as of now, the BJP clearly has taken the moral high ground. I leave it at this. We're returning right after a short break, viewers.
See, the idea was that to somehow make an attack on high functionaries in various services like the police, like fire services, and also attack the high functionaries of the government, the then Chief Minister, the then Home Minister of the state, who are currently the Prime Minister and the Home Minister today. The court has held that this was not only motivated, but this was an abuse of the legal process, because I had argued that this is not really Zakia Jafri who is protesting and keeping this kind of thing boiling, but it was some motivated forces behind her who were using her name, that she was merely a name lender. There were other forces which were behind it to somehow get at the then Chief Minister and other functionaries for their own political or private gains. And the court has validated our stand. And in fact, the SIT has been applauded by the court. It has come out with flying colors for what it did under quote-unquote trying circumstances, and every argument made by me for the SIT has found favor with the court in a thumping judgment of over 450 pages.
have, partly because of climate change, for a lot of humanitarian, natural disasters, humanitarian responses in our part of the world today.
Explosive exclusive with me, Meghna Deka, and here's another Times Now mega exclusive coming your way. Well, the NIA probing Kanhaiya Lal's beheading and brutal murder unearthed a deep-rooted indoctrination and a link to Pakistan. The investigations revealed that the accused, Ghaus Mohammed, had gone to Karachi in 2014, visited the extremist organization Dawat-e-Islami. The police are now looking at the links with Sunni outfits with links to even the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, while there have been token condemnations for the incident, Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed, he's questioned the ideology, saying that such radicalization happens in madrasas at a formative age. Openly talking about the enablers, Arif Mohammed has said that children in madrasas are being taught that punishment for blasphemy is beheading.
We feel more concerned about the manifestation of symptoms. When the symptoms come, then we feel worried. But we refuse to take notice of the deeper disease. The question is whether the children are taught the punishment for blasphemy is beheading. And they are being taught in our own institutions. What is put into the mind of the children is that this is the law of God. We should be more concerned about the deeper disease.
Well, in fact, Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shiv Shankar has spoken to the governor. Listen in to what he had to say in this Mega Times Now exclusive.
Joining us is Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan on a subject that has been exercising just about everyone, from the public to the intelligentsia and of course to the political class. We are talking about, of course, the blowback of the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal. Now, Mr. Khan, you have come out and stirred a debate when everyone has been saying that this is a reaction that the Muslim community, its patience is being tested. You have sought to look within, and you have said on this issue of beheading, if somebody who has been indoctrinated from the age of 5 or 6, what they call the Muslim law, which provides for beheading, this law is taught in madrasas. So if they get indoctrinated, influenced by that, if they act accordingly, I think the better course would be to tackle the disease. Sir, why have you spoken about this in this manner?
Rahul ji, I have not spoken like this in this manner now. It was in 2008 when Deoband had organized a conference against terrorism in Delhi. I had written to them, I had welcomed this conference, and I had written to them that you have spoken against terrorism, but what you are teaching as part of your syllabus is something which promotes radicalization. And I had quoted from the books which are on their syllabus. The book says, it says that the destruction of the sword is incurred by infidels, although they be not the first aggressors, as appears from various passages in the sacred writings which are generally received to this effect. And then this is on page 41, volume 2 of the book, which is a part of their syllabus. And on same volume, which deals with jihad, on page 43, and this is not now, This was sometime in January or February of 2008, because I waited for after writing the letter to them and quoting from this book, which is part of their syllabus, many passages from the book. Then I waited for 4 months. I also informed some of the important people. I said, if you won't send me the reply, then I will have no option but to write a piece about it, which some newspaper will carry, and it was carried. So this is not the first time that I am saying so. I had raised this issue in 2008, and then I had written another article in the same month, in which I had quoted a Pakistani clinical psychologist, Dr. Suhail Abbas, who had published a book probing the jihadi mindset. And in his book, which was based on interview of 517 mujahideen who were arrested by the Afghan government and later on handed over to the Pakistan, they were lodged in 2 different jails. And Suhail Abbas had conducted individual interviews with them, and his conclusion in the book was, the name of the book is Probing the Jihadi Mindset, and conclusion was that 90% of these 517 mujahideen, they are direct product of the madrasas, and rest were their sympathizers. So there is some basis, there is some evidence. And then there is another point which bothers me, and that is that the Indian Constitution, earlier it was part of the directive principles, now it is part of the fundamental rights. It is the fundamental right of every child and any child to receive broad-based education till the age of 14. You can't give the child before 14 any specialized education. Now these people, they recruit children ranging from the age of 5 to 6 to 7 and further. And that impressionable age, it is much easier to indoctrinate them, to expose them to radicalization, and to make them instruments of whatever these people feel that this is what has religious merit in it.
Okay, but
so
Mr. Khan, you see the problem.
Declaration of Human Rights also.
No, but you see the problem, because many people, especially in the so-called secular liberal space, will say Arif Muhammad Khan is today putting all madrasa educated children into a box, painting them with the colors of jihad and suggesting that they are all radicalized.
How can they say, this is my book which was published in 2010, it carries both the articles, and this was published in 2010. Each article also gives the date on which it was published in some magazine or newspaper. How can they say that I'm saying saying so today? The date is clearly given, 15 May 2008. The book itself was published in 2010. How can anybody make this irresponsible charge against me?
So there is a civilizational, unfortunately, there's no other way of putting it. There is a civilizational disconnect here, and we are moving towards some sort of a civilizational clash. Because you say that the foundations, the fundamentals speak of beheading as some sort of moral obligation. And if children are indoctrinated in the fundamentals, then automatically they would become soldiers for this kind of obscurantism.
Sir, please do not go by what I say. There is a famous Islamic scholar, Javed Ahmad Ghamdi. He's one can differ, people have right to differ with his opinion, but even his opponents do not dispute the fact that he is considered among the top Islamic scholars of the world. Javed Ghamdi has, what I'm going to quote, he has said in an interview, and this is available on YouTube. You can check it. He is saying, and if you allow me, I will use his own words and then translate into English. ये जो दहशत गर्दी इस वक्त नजर आ रही है, इसका सबब वो मजहबी फिक्र, रिलीजियस थॉट है जो मुसलमानों के मदरसों में पढ़ाया जा रहा है, जो उनकी सियासी तहरीकों में सिखाया जा रहा है, वही इसकी वजह है. The terrorism which we are witnessing is the product of religious thought which is being taught in the madrasas and is being preached through Muslim political movements. This is the source of terror activities. This is not what Arif Muhammad Khan is saying. This is what Dr. Javed Ahmed said in 2008. He has given this interview about 3 years back. So it is not only me, there are so many people.
So many are saying today that Muslims have been pushed to the wall. They are feeling embattled because of majoritarianism, and therefore they are losing their patience, their composure in the face of this strong arm tactic, assault on their beliefs, their faiths, their religion. And therefore, beheading is a manifestation of this frustration, this sense of alienation. How do you react to them?
These are the arguments. This is the same mindset like that of Jinnah, who had no working relationship with the religion. But he was using the name of religion to further his own political interest. Are you going to this argument, test it on the yardstick of Quran? Quran says nobody can push anybody to the wall. It says whatever good happens to you, it comes from God. And whatever bad happens to you is the earning by your own hands. Quran says, وَتُعِزُّ مَن تَشَاءُ وَتُذِلُّ مَن تَشَاءُ. The honor comes from God, the dishonor comes from God. It all depends on our actions. Holding human beings responsible for your own problems, that is something which goes against the basic teachings of the book. And there was no need for me to quote from the book. I am quoting the book from the book only because they are giving these arguments and posing as if because they are projecting them as Muslim arguments. The Muslim argument cannot be devoid of the teachings of the Quran. How can you hold any other person responsible for your own problems?
But can I ask you, Governor sir, Gustakhe Rasool ki ek hi saza sartan se juda, where is this coming from?
No, I was just now explaining that as far as the scripture is concerned, repeatedly it has been said that you will hear many hurtful things from other people. Whenever you have any such encounter, just ignore it and say to them who are saying these things, say peace to you. Kalu salaman, and pass away from there. Ignore them and go away from there. Elsewhere, Quran says that repel evil with good. And if you do so, that the person with whom you had the relationship of enmity, he will turn into your intimate, your close friend. This is the Quranic approach. But during the period of the empire, and remember it, don't forget it, that Muslims were the single superpower in the world. They took over the existing two empires, Sassanid Empire and the Byzantine Empire, within 10-12 years after the demise of the Holy Prophet. And they became single superpower. The status continued for next more than 500 years. During that period, maybe some people say 200 years, some people say little later, but during the Abbasi period, these laws were, not only that they were drafted, but they became law of the empire. Even in India, right from 13th century till 1860, this book, which is taught as the Muslim law and which erroneously they call Shariat, because this is not the divine law, this has been written by human beings. So this from 13th century till 1860, even in India, Hidayah was the law. In Turkey, it was law till 1920 when the caliphate was abolished.
So I want to ask you.
Today, fortunately, nowhere, not even in Muslim countries. Yes.
So I want to ask you, sir, if the Quran makes it so clear, then why aren't we seeing more moderate voices such as yours hit the streets in very large numbers with candles or any other means of protest to decry this Taliban-esque brutalizing of people you don't consider your own?
Sir, in 1986, when this issue of triple divorce arose, right from my speech in Parliament to press conferences everywhere, I was quoting from Quran. I was quoting even from Hadith. And people who were supporting, or rather who tried to protect the practice of triple divorce, nowhere they quoted from the scripture, from the holy book. But they said that this is the law of God. How many years it took them to change their opinion? 2017, when they filed affidavit in the Supreme Court, they said, yes, this is innovation. And we will try to finish it. So if it took those who are engaged in the task of giving religious education, if it took them 30 years to realize that what they were advocating was an innovation, then you can just imagine about others, because they are not directly. That is the reason why I am talking about the madrasas. Such a committee says only 4% children go there. I say don't accept even 4%, 2% go there. But 99% of the mosques in India are controlled. The pulpit is controlled by those who come out of these madrasas. And the education which they receive there, through their sermons, they convey it in the ordinary Muslim, even those who are educated, because they are not trying to benefit directly from the books. They think this is the religion. So there is no element of surprise in it.
Okay.
And then, yes, just now I had quoted Javed Gandhi. I would like to quote something more from there. He says that basically there are 4 points which are highlighted in the madrasa education. When they are teaching they erroneously call it Shariat, it is called fiqh, the Muslim law. And he says, again I would like to use his own words, पहली चीज ये है कि अगर दुनिया में कहीं शिर्क होगा, मतलब मुसलमान के अलावा कोई दूसरा है जो जिसको आप इबादत कर रहे हैं उसकी इबादत नहीं कर रहा है, तो वो उसको खत्म करना, उसकी सजा मौत है और ये सजा लागू करने का हमें हक है। और दूसरी बात, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये जावेद अहमद गामदी कह रहे हैं, दूसरी बात ये सिखाई जाती है कि दुनिया में गैर मुस्लिम सिर्फ इसलिए पैदा हुए हैं कि मुसलमान उनके ऊपर हुकूमत करें। तो वो तो पाकिस्तानी है, इस्लामिक स्कॉलर हैं, वो ये कह रहे हैं और आखिर में वो ये कहते हैं कि जब तक ये एजुकेशन जारी रहेगी तब तक ये बात को सोचना भी बंद कर दीजिए कि दुनिया में कहीं शांति स्थापित हो सकती है। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, मेरे ऊपर इल्जाम लगाना बहुत आसान है, ये जावेद अहमद गामदी कह रहे हैं, जिनके हजारों क्लिप हैं यूट्यूब पर। वो सिर्फ इस्लाम का, वो उनका कहना है कि वो ऑल्टरनेटिव नैरेटिव जो है इस्लाम का वो बताने की कोशिश करते हैं, जो क्लेरिक से अलग नैरेटिव है।
Well, sir, very illuminating conversation with you as always, Governor Saab. Thank you very much for speaking to Times Now and putting this matter into perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, with that, another big breaking news. Merely 45 minutes ahead of the big announcement and the swearing in of Sena ki Sarkar, there's another twist coming in. This time around, it's BJP President JP Nadda who's requesting Devendra Fadnavis to take up the chair of the Deputy Chief Minister. Listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं।
Oh, that's a twist no one really saw coming. Let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, with 150 MLAs, Fadnavis says that he will support the government from outside, not join it. And now there's an appeal coming in from the BJP president himself to take up the seat of the deputy chief minister. What's the larger play?
Well, this is very interesting. Was it a ploy from Fadnavis? He hadn't initiated all these movements that happened within the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena clearly disintegrated. Now JP Nadda, the BJP chief nationally, the national chief of BJP, requesting Devendra Fadnavis. Obviously, he will have to adhere to his request over here. Now, it is a conundrum for Devendra Fadnavis as well, Meghna, because you need to understand that he was the chief minister of Maharashtra for whole 5 years. Now he will have to be the deputy CM for a long time. Now, a very conundrum kind of a situation where, and coming in from JP Nadda, the chief of the BJP, Devendra Fadnavis, will have to accept that decision. So it's more or less clear that Devendra Fadnavis will be the deputy CM of Maharashtra. From CM to deputy CM is what these kind of attacks are coming in from the opposition also.
And this twist is coming merely 45 minutes ahead of the swearing in, which is going to happen at 7:30, where Eknath Shinde was to be sworn in as the chief minister. This is what Devendra Fadnavis himself has said a very short while back.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मानताय, आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं.
Now, Arunil, that's very interesting. Of course, Devendra Fadnavis took the higher ground, but now that the appeal is coming from the BJP boss himself, is there a possibility that Fadnavis may also be sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister at 7:30 today?
national chief of the BJP, then Devendra Fadnavis obviously will have to accept to his request. And yes, Devendra Fadnavis earlier had made it very clear that he doesn't want to be part of this entire cabinet. It was made clear that BJP will be part of the government, BJP leaders will be part of the cabinet of PM Eknath Shinde, but Devendra Fadnavis will not be part of it. And now this kind of a demand or a request coming in from JP Nadda, now we can expect that the opposition in Maharashtra to take out an attack on Devendra Fadnavis or take out a dig at Devendra Fadnavis by saying that Devendra Fadnavis was the CM for 5 long years and now he has been demoted to the deputy CM post.
What are you picking up from the Devendra Fadnavis camp, Arunil? As you rightly pointed out, he used to be the chief minister. Now he's not in a position to refuse, and that's the reason why the alliance on the BJP and the Shiv Sena had broken up 2.5 years back.
Well, Meghna, one important question that comes to the fore over here is BJP is a very disciplinary party. Devendra Fadnavis multiple times has gone to Delhi and spoken to the party high command. And when he made this announcement, wasn't it discussed with JP Nadda? That is the main point of question that comes to the fore, because he indeed had met JP Nadda only 2 to 3 days ago when he was in Delhi. So why this kind of a confusion is coming now? Because Devendra Fadnavis made it very aptly clear inside the Raj Bhavan, saying that I personally will not be part of the cabinet. The BJP leaders will be part of the cabinet. BJP will be part of this government under Eknath Shinde. Now JP Nadda requesting him, why this confusion is coming to the fore? That is the main question that arises, because Devendra Fadnavis and JP Nadda ji had met only recently when Devendra Fadnavis was on the tour of Delhi.
That's a very valid point that you've made. In fact, let's listen in once again. Merely 45 minutes ahead of the swearing in, there is the boss of the BJP who's appealing to Devendra Fadnavis, having met him several times in Delhi already, that he should take up the chair of the Deputy Chief Minister. Listen in to JP Nadda.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं.
Arunil, if I can come back to you, what are you picking up from the Devendra Fadnavis camp right now that this appeal has come in? Of course, it's been barely minutes since this appeal has been made by JP Nadda, but he will have to abide by it, isn't it, no matter what discussions happened in Delhi so far?
Well, JP Nadda has tweeted now, basically, Eknath Shinde ji और देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को बधाई. आज ये सिद्ध हो गया है कि बीजेपी के मन में कभी मुख्यमंत्री पद की लालसा नहीं थी. 2019 के चुनाव में स्पष्ट जनादेश माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के एवं देवेंद्र जी को मिला था. उद्धव ठाकरे ने सीएम पद के लालच में हमारा साथ छोड़कर विपक्ष के साथ सरकार बनाई थी. So taking out an attack on Uddhav Thackeray as well as the Congress and the NCP, basically saying that the mandate was clearly in the favor of the Shiv Sena and the BJP particularly. It was Devendra Fadnavis and PM Modi for whom the Maharashtra had voted. However, Shiv Sena later on betrayed and joined hands with the Congress and the NCP. Now, Meghna, when a request has been made by JP Nadda, he is the national chief, and how Devendra Fadnavis can deny it or negate it, that is the main point of question that comes to the fore. Whether he will agree to it, that confirmation Shivani will be giving us from inside, because all the people close to Devendra Fadnavis are inside the Raj Bhavan at present. So only he can confirm what is going on in his mind.
Coming in. We have that confirmation already coming in from Shivani. She tells us that Fadnavis has agreed to become the Deputy Chief Minister. Now, this is very interesting because this is right after, minutes after JP Nadda, the BJP boss, had appealed to Fadnavis that now you must take over the role of the Deputy Chief Minister. Of course, there are several questions as to why, when several rounds of meetings had already happened between Devendra Fadnavis and the top brass of the BJP in Delhi when he had come down, this decision wasn't taken and this last-minute appeal is coming in. I believe Shivani is joining us. Shivani, what are you picking up from the Fadnavis camp?
Confirm bhi nahi ki.
Shivani, if you can hear me, we have also put out the tweet.
It's been said that when the top authorities, the top bosses and the top leaders of BJP are making an announcement, that too in a public domain.
Go ahead, we can hear you, Shivani.
Hello.
Well, we'll try and reconnect with Shivani, but minutes back we also got you the tweet which is coming out from JP Nadda, where he said, appealed to Devendra Fadnavis that you must support Eknath Shinde and it's time to show a big heart for the betterment of the people of Maharashtra, and that he has tweeted in confirmation that Devendra Fadnavis has allowed and agreed to join the cabinet with a big heart, all of it for the people of Maharashtra. There you have it, the tweet and a confirmation coming in. Well, minutes back, remember, we got you the big breaking news that JP Nadda, the chief of the BJP himself, has come out and appealed to Devendra Fadnavis to take up the chair of the Deputy Chief Minister. This, despite the several rounds of meetings he had already had with the Delhi High Command. Sources in the Devendra Fadnavis camp have told us that he was not very keen. After all, he used to be the Chief Minister, known to hold the highest post of the state during his tenure as the Chief Minister. For him to now take up the post of the Deputy Chief Minister, however, on your screens you have JP Nadda, the BJP chief, who's come out and said, showing the large-heartedness of Devendra Fadnavis, that he has now agreed to join the government. Let me try and go back across to Shivani. Shivani, if you are there, what are you picking up from the Devendra Fadnavis camp? Why wasn't this confusion cleared earlier when he had the discussions with the top brass?
Yeah, I understand the same thing, that earlier also he had a meeting, but then he clearly refused to, be the leader of this particular governance over here, and that is why he wanted to only to become a chief minister.
But then he clearly refused to, be the leader of this particular governance over here, and that is why he wanted a Shiv Sena only to become a chief minister of Maharashtra in this particular alliance, because we have already seen that how the role of Shiv Senics and the Hindutva has been. But now confirmation comes that Devendra Fadnavis has accepted, the statement that was made by JP Nadda while his press conference was going on, and now Devendra Fadnavis will be becoming the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Though earlier he has served as the topmost leader of Maharashtra as the Chief Minister, but now seems the secondary post has been given to him. But yes, as it was a very big surprise and shock to most of the people, where Eknath Shinde will become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, this comes as another surprise to all the leaders of BJP, that now Deputy Chief Minister will be Devendra Fadnavis. In fact, while we were reporting within the Raj Bhavan, there were several BJP leaders who said that they were sad to know that Devendra Fadnavis is not becoming the Chief Minister. But yes, if he has taken a decision, then there must be a thought in his mind, there must be a thought in the top leaders within the party. But yes, significantly comes another tweet by Mr. Amit Shah, where he clearly said that भाजपा अध्यक्ष श्री JP नड्डा जी के कहने पर श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने बड़ा मन दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र राज्य और जनता के हित में सरकार में शामिल होने का निर्णय लिया है, which clearly confirms कि yes, Devendra Fadnavis has accepted the post of Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. यह निर्णय महाराष्ट्र के प्रति उनकी सच्ची निष्ठा व सेवा भाव का परिचायक है, इसके लिए मैं उन्हें हृदय से बधाई देता हूं. Clearly indicating that it is the loyalty and honesty of Devendra Fadnavis towards the making of Maharashtra, which has now led him to this particular post. That is why with my whole heart I am congratulating Devendra Fadnavis. Clearly JP Nadda making a statement, and now that request has been accepted by Devendra Fadnavis.
Okay, Shivani, we will in fact play out again what Devendra Fadnavis said earlier, subsequently what
JP Nadda said and what eventually happened with Amit Shah confirming that Devendra Fadnavis has agreed to be a part of government. Good evening, you're watching The Nation Wants to Know. I'm Padmaja Joshi and what a day it has been. Let's, before we go any further, take you through the top developments of a very, very fast-paced political day. Sena Sarkar is here. Eknath Shinde is to be the new Maharashtra Chief Minister. He is to take oath in just about 28 minutes from now. Only Shinde to be sworn in today in a low-key ceremony at the Raj Bhavan. Uddhav Thackeray has also been invited for the ceremony. Devendra Fadnavis has now accepted to be a part of the government. Eknath Shinde is going to be Chief Minister. Devendra Fadnavis will be part of government. We're waiting to see what he will actually be doing. Rebel MLAs, we'll go back to that in just a bit. Sharad Pawar, all right, this is very, very fast, just like the developments. NCP says this is a remote control government. I'll quickly try and take you through again a few of the developments. We know Eknath Shinde is going to be the new Chief Minister. The oath in just a while from now. Only Shinde is going to be sworn in today. Devendra Fadnavis has agreed to be a part of the swearing in, where Uddhav Thackeray has also been invited. Now, we also know that Eknath Shinde has been appointed as Chief Minister as a tribute to Bala Saheb. BJP President has said, we wanted Fadnavis to be Deputy Chief Minister. Rebel MLAs backing Eknath Shinde celebrated in Goa. Sharad Pawar has also congratulated him along with other members of the Congress and NCP, but the party has also called it a remote-controlled government. Now, let's play out for you that surprise announcement that happened in the evening, which really set the ball rolling for what in recent memory is the biggest googly to have been bowled in any government formation. Listen.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं.
Now today, crazy celebrations broke out from Thane to Mumbai to Panjim. MLAs in the Shinde camp broke into a jig in their Goa hotel. Today, like we said, only Eknath Shinde will be taking oath in a small ceremony. What's interesting is that the BJP and Shiv Sena have been told to not engage in any overt celebrations, firecrackers or jeering of the Uddhav Sena. The idea is to reiterate that it's all about remembering and honoring the legacy of Bala Saheb. No gesture should be made to slight the original tiger of Mumbai. The anointing of Shinde is also projected as a tribute to Bala Saheb and a tribute to the real toiling Shiv Sainik who has stood for the ideals of Hindutva. Soon after accepting the post of Chief Minister, even Eknath Shinde said that this was the magnanimity of a party that has 106 MLAs, much more than the 39 that he has, and yet has decided to honor a Shiv Sainik.
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहा साहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत. त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
Now let's get you an insight into why this strategy was adopted. Why is somebody who was the Chief Minister in the last term of the UT government now going to be a deputy CM. The BJP, we are told, has decided to go with this strategy, keeping a long-term goal in mind: secure the Hindutva vote and ensure that the Thakres are isolated as opportunist politicians who betrayed the ideals of the man who founded the party, and which is why Devendra Fadnavis was at pains to talk about how the very formation of the Agadi, the very coalition, was a complete betrayal of everything Bala Sahib stood for.
अशा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजप सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई. माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी. जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया. तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली.
So things took quite a curious turn in the evening. In the afternoon, remember, Devendra Fadnavis said, I am going to be outside the government. Now, barely an hour before the swearing in of Eknath Shinde was to take place, JP Nadda made a sudden appeal saying that he requests Devendra Fadnavis to become the Deputy Chief Minister. Here's what that appeal sounded like.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं.
Okay, Deepak and Arunil, both our colleagues, are joining us live from Mumbai. Arunil, first tell us what exactly is the plan here? How does the BJP plan to explain to people that Devendra Fadnavis has gone from being a CM to Deputy CM? Arunil? Well, there seems to be a jinx, I think. We can't seem to get through to our reporters. Let me bring in Deepak at this point. Deepak, we're expecting the oath-taking ceremony to happen any time now. Let's cut to visuals that we are getting from the Raj Bhavan. I believe the big news that we are getting from there is that there are 3 chairs which have been placed on the podium. This is the big story that you're hearing here. 3 chairs that have been placed. So it seems that you will have both Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis taking oath. Let's also play out, in fact, those pictures that Eknath Shinde put out just a while ago, showing pictures of how both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde were interacting with MLAs who are still in Panjim. He, in fact, to put out those pictures, saying that after claiming power, BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis, along with Shiv Sena MLAs and associate MLAs in Goa. These are the fresh images that we are getting, I believe, from Raj Bhavan. We already have. All right. You have Devendra Fadnavis, who has left for Raj Bhavan. So it is confirmed. Times Now story is confirmed after that appeal made by JP Nadda, the BJP president. Both Devendra Fadnavis as well as Eknath Shinde are going to take oath. Fadnavis, we are told, is already on his way to Raj Bhavan. So you first had Devendra Fadnavis saying, I'm going to be on the outside. JP Nadda then saying, we request you to be a part of the government. Then came this tweet by Amit Shah. A tweet by Amit Shah saying that on the request of the BJP leadership, Devendra Fadnavis has decided to be a part of government. All right, those are pictures, I believe, of Eknath Shinde with his grandson. Remember, his son is also a member of parliament, so either a relative or his grandson. His wife and his daughter-in-law have already left for Mumbai from Thane earlier, and now we see Eknath Shinde at Raj Bhavan. He has just entered Raj Bhavan and minutes to go for the swearing in of Eknath Shinde. And what a rise. We will talk about what is happening behind the scenes. Let's get a quick word in from Arunil as well. It's confirmed now. CM Shinde, Fadnavis Deputy CM. Arunil?
Hello. Hello.
All right, the live images again, like we said, we are getting from Raj Bhavan of Eknath Shinde, meeting his supporters, meeting his admirers, members of the Shiv Sena. It's clear, nothing attracts admiration than a rising sun, and you see the man who really is in the hot seat right now is Eknath Shinde. What is going to be curious at this point is whether Devendra Fadnavis also takes oath along with Eknath Shinde. What a rise of a man who worked as a grassroots worker of the Shiv Sena, nurtured by Balasaheb. Oh, and there he is. Devendra Fadnavis has also entered. So it is clear now, it is confirmed. Devendra Fadnavis inside Raj Bhavan. In all likelihood, he is going to take oath along with Eknath Shinde. The big story breaking right now on Times Now. Both the swearing in is going to happen today. Arunil, confirmed. Deputy CM is Devendra Fadnavis. Can you hear me, Arunil?
Well, Padmaja, finally I was able to hear you. So inside also, our colleague Shivani has been giving us ball-to-ball commentary from inside the Raj Bhavan. Basically, the leaders from the BJP as well. I am reporting from outside the Raj Bhavan. Some of the BJP leaders that could be seen going inside, that they were Chandrakant Patil, the Maharashtra BJP chief, Nitesh Rane, as well as Praveen Darekar. However, the most significant news today was when Devendra Fadnavis was addressing his press conference, Fatmaja, he said that ab tak to sirf tumne trailer dekha hai. Now I am going to show you the entire picture, the real picture. And that's when he announced the name of Eknath Shinde as the CM of Maharashtra. And then a bigger surprise came when Devendra Fadnavis said that the BJP will be part of the cabinet, it will be part of the government, but I personally will remain out. However, then came a request from JP Nadda ji, the BJP national chief, requesting Devendra Fadnavis to be the deputy CM. And then Amit Shah also confirmed that Devendra Fadnavis has agreed to the request and he will indeed be the deputy CM of Maharashtra. Now, why all this confusion, where it was created, that is the main big question that arises, because Fadnavis only 2 days back had gone to Delhi and he had met JP Nadda in Delhi. These decisions obviously were taken under the leadership of Delhi, under the advice of Delhi. Then why this confusion came to the fore, that is the main question that arises. Now, Ravi Rana, also the independent MLA, he has also arrived over here. Now, this decision of making Eknath Shinde as the CM has come as a surprise for all the BJP leaders, because I was reporting from the hotel where BJP leaders were there. They were basically chanting slogans. The BJP MLAs were chanting slogans for Devendra Fadnavis as the next CM of Maharashtra. And now, how come this decision has been made? Whether they have fully accepted it, what kind of repercussions will there be? Because you mentioned about Googly as well. But sometimes this Googly may have got a wicket for the BJP, but will it win the match? the main first fight for the BJP is to end the legacy of Uddhav Thackeray, or to basically make a dent into Shiv Sena. Whether he will be successful in it. What if Uddhav Thackeray wholly accepts Eknath Shinde as the CM of Maharashtra, and then there is a truce that has been called in between Eknath Shinde and the Thackeray family? That is also a very high possibility that has been raised in the Shiv Sena circle. In fact, Bhaskar Jadhav, one of the MLA and close confidant of Uddhav Thackeray, he gave a reaction from Matosri saying that Uddhav Thackeray is happy about Eknath Shinde being made as the CM. A common Shiv Sainik has been made as the CM, so he is happy about it. In fact, he himself had offered the CM post to Eknath Shinde. Now, what Eknath Shinde spoke in his reaction, that is also extremely significant, Padmaja. Basically, he said that we are doing it for Hindutva. Hindutva was completely compromised and forgotten during the Mahavikas Aghadi rule, and it was basically an alliance of convenience. That's what Devendra Fadnavis also said.
All right, very, very interesting, but also intriguing. How exactly is the BJP going to explain to its cadre that somebody who was a chief minister is now going to be a deputy CM? We know for a fact that the swearing in for both is going to take place, because we'll just get you pictures of how there are now 3 chairs that have been put up on stage for the swearing in. Initially, interestingly, there were only 2, and a 3rd chair was hurriedly added. What's going on? Rajiv Pandey, spokesperson of BJP, Devendra Pai, political analyst, Vikram Singh Yadav, leader Shiv Sena, Dr. D.K. Giri, political analyst. Devendra Pai, what do you make of this?
I would like to open my statement firstly by appreciating Fadnavis and the BJP, who in the larger interest perhaps, sacrificed the chief minister's chair. What I see is, what they are trying to do here is, finish off Uddhav Thackeray and his legacy and his claim over the Shiv Sena by making Eknath Shinde a true Shiv Sainik who has risen up the ranks and a deserving Shiv Sena leader as the chief minister over a parachuted dynast. They have made a point. We should also be, looking forward in the next 2-3 months. There are municipal elections in 16 plus corporations which are coming up. This might also be a redemption from, what happened in 2019 with Ajit Pawar. And in the last 10 days, where BJP and Devendra Fadnavis are being projected by a section as opportunists and power hungry. I think it's all redemption from that. Of course, not to forget.
That redemption would be fine, but what do you make of, say, somebody who has voted for Devendra Fadnavis? When the Yuti went to the people in the last election, Devendra Fadnavis was the chief minister. The home minister said it himself, that Devendra Fadnavis Mukhyamantri banenge. Ab wo Up Mukhyamantri ban ke kaise kaam karenge?
I think that despair will be there among the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party, as well as the people who voted for Devendra Fadnavis. But I'm pretty sure everybody would be happy to see him as the deputy CM rather than, being outside the government, because, Devendra Fadnavis has brought in a new flow of space in development of Maharashtra, especially cities like Mumbai have benefited quite a lot from Devendra Fadnavis. And the cadre understands. Okay. I mean, if Devendra Fadnavis, being a leader, understood that in the larger interest, I should not be the CM and I should give the chair to Eknath Shinde, I think the cadre will also understand.
Okay, this is in the larger interest, but it's quite a statement to make. Let me also bring in Shivani. Live images from inside the Raj Bhavan that you're seeing right now. It's on a lighter note. It's always said that the mark of a politician having arrived is when you start kissing babies. Quite apt then that Eknath Shinde chooses to have a baby cradled in his arms right before he takes oath as the chief minister. Let me quickly cut across to Shivani as well. Shivani, what's happening right now? How long before the oath-taking ceremony starts?
Well, 8 minutes to go, Padmaja, and clearly we can understand and get the feel that there is an oath ceremony, not only of a CM, but of the state that is going to take place. And interestingly, very, very interesting visuals coming inside. We saw earlier that only 1 chair was present, 2. And later, especially the 3rd chair was also brought in right after the acceptance by Devendra Fadnavis of becoming Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. What we are right now witnessing is Eknath Shinde holding his grandson, his son, Shrikant's son in his hand, and is clicking selfies around with the people out here. Those are supporting him. Those are his supporters. Many, in fact, touching his feet and getting blessings from Eknath Shinde. And right now, all eyes on Eknath Shinde holding his
Okay, all eyes on Eknath Shinde. What is the mood in the BJP camp? Now the former CM is going to be deputy CM. Over to you, Deepak. I believe you have Dr. Sandeep Dhurve with you. Deepak. All right, like I said right in the beginning, this seems to be a jinx. Also, remember, it's raining really, really hard in Mumbai. So a lot of communication problems happening there. Dr. D.K. Giri, ultimate sacrifice. Last time we heard something like this when Mrs. Gandhi had decided to give up the Prime Minister's chair. Now you have Devendra Fadnavis, former CM, giving up the CM's chair for a real Shiv Sainik. Dr. Giri.
Individually, he has been a sacrificial lamb, but it is no sacrifice really for the party because they got what they wanted to topple the government and come back to power. So BJP did that, but individually, Devendra Fadnavis was sacrificed because he shouldn't have accepted actually. But in BJP, you cannot say no to your authority. You know, and there would be no rebellion, no dissent in BJP.
To say about Eknath Shinde being the chief minister, or now your favorite topic of discussion is going to be about how poor, marginalized and sacrificed Devendra Fadnavis is?
No, well, I mean, there is no sacrifice. I said BJP got what it wanted. And they, I mean, I don't know why Devendra Fadnavis accepted it. But as I said, in BJP, you cannot say no.
Maybe for the same reason that Uddhavji decided to be chief minister, despite the fact that Eknath Shinde was supposed to be the leader. For the same reason.
BJP, no, Padmaja, you have to see BJP larger game plan. They may talk about Hindutva, but they kill the nearest rival, Shiv Sena. They finished Shiv Sena with this.
So you're agreeing that Shiv Sena is finished?
Eknath Shinde played into BJP's hands. This is the game is over for Shiv Sena. You see, he cannot claim the party. He may remain chief minister. Okay. And the party was a truncated party.
All right. So Dr. Giri has analyzed that the Shiv Sena is over. Not us saying it. Dr. Giri's analysis is that Shiv Sena is over. Let me quickly cut across now to my colleague Deepak Bopanna. I believe he has a BJP MLA with him. Over to you, Deepak.
Well, Padmaja, with me is Dr. Sandeep Dhurve. He's an MLA from Agni. If you could, आप बता सकते हैं अभी बहुत सारी चर्चा हो रही है कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया तब उन्होंने बताया कि उनको कैबिनेट में इंक्लूड होने की कोई आशा नहीं है, लेकिन लीडरशिप उनको बताने के बाद अभी वो डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे, ये इन्फॉर्मेशन आ रहा है। क्या आप सहमत हैं इस डिसीजन से?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं केंद्रीय शीर्ष नेतृत्व और देवेंद्र जी ने जो कदम उठाया और एक स्वर्गीय बाला साहब ठाकरे के हिंदुत्व पर आधारित एक सामान्य शिव सैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री खुद न बनते हुए एकनाथ जी शिंदे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, इसके लिए मैं केंद्रीय शीर्ष नेतृत्व और देवेंद्र जी का एक बीजेपी का विधायक होने के नाते तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। और हम कोई पद के लिए लालसा भाजपा वालों में नहीं रहती है, पार्टी के लिए होती है और पार्टी जो तय करेगी वही होता है। और अब हम देख रहे हैं कि केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने आदेश दिया है, देवेंद्र जी को विनती की है कि आप महाराष्ट्र के जनता के भला के लिए और हिंदुत्व के लिए आपका मंत्रिमंडल में उप मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए। इसलिए
बातचीत हुई होगी आप और देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी की, तब उन्होंने क्या बताया कि क्या स्ट्रैटेजी था, क्या वो लास्ट मोमेंट पे चेंज हुआ है और इससे कुछ
ना जो भी निर्णय महाराष्ट्र उन्होंने लिए, महाराष्ट्र के जनता के भले के लिए लिए गया निर्णय है। अगर उप मुख्यमंत्री की शपथ लेते हैं पार्टी नेतृत्व के आदेश पर, तो उसका भी हम तहे दिल से स्वागत करेंगे, क्योंकि विदाउट देवेंद्र जी हम नहीं कल्पना कर सकते महाराष्ट्र में। Thank you very much.
Well, that's the word. He's saying that, they are going to go with what the party leadership, wants them to do. And he says that without Fadnavis, they don't see a big future for the BJP and they want him in the thick of things.
All right. They want Devendra Fadnavis. So this is going to be like one of those moments, Rajiv Pandey, where people say we wanted Devendra Fadnavis. So he's decided to take up the position for us. Rajiv Pandey.
Padmaja ji, BJP is a cadre-based party and it's a disciplined party. Its central office says that you do this job, no worker of Bharatiya Janata Party can refuse. because the ultimate object is our ideology. Why this has happened? The whole issue has started. Even Eknath Shinde said this alliance is broken on the issue of Hindutva. We have seen how NCP was running this whole government. One side they were trying to destroy Hindutva, and another side they were doing business of corruption. 2 ministers are in jail. And this Shiv Sena government even did not sack Nawab Malik, who has connection with the Dawood Ibrahim gang.
Okay.
That is the charge. So what I'm saying, BJP sees in the larger question for the people of Maharashtra, for the people of this country, we feel that the government, which was run by 3 parties, were detrimental to the interest of the people of
विक्रम सिंह यादव, लोगों के लिए लोगों को पहले रखा, सत्ता को छोड़ करके मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी को स्वाहा कर दिया, को त्याग दिया सिर्फ लोगों की भलाई के लिए, क्योंकि अगर अगाड़ी सरकार चलती तो लोगों का नुकसान होता। विक्रम सिंह,
कौन सा नुकसान था? देखिए, उद्धव जी की सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी तारीफ की थी और जो टॉप के 5 मुख्यमंत्रियों में उनका नाम रहा है।
तो ये तो एक कुर्सी का खेल है। कुर्सी के लिए किस प्रकार से षड्यंत्र रचे गए, किस प्रकार से जोर जबरदस्ती करके, ब्लैकमेलिंग करके, और ये सारा कुछ किया है। ये बेमेल का सौदा है, पूरी ज्यादा दिन तक टिकेगा नहीं। बीजेपी को एक ऐसा आदमी चाहिए था जो इसके फ्रेम में फिट बैठ रहा हो, जिसके कंधे पे बंदूक रख करके चलाएं। अब ये ऐसी बंदूक चलाएंगे कि शिंदे का क्या हाल करेंगे, ये आप देख लेना आगे आने वाले टाइम।
क्यों आप कह रहे हैं कि शिवसेना, आप कह रहे हैं कि एकनाथ शिंदे अच्छे नेता नहीं है? आप उनकी इंसल्ट कर रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं वो पपेट रहेंगे, रिमोट बनेंगे।
अच्छे नेता है तो अच्छे नेता को पहले शिवसेना ने कहा था कि हम शिव सैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे। यही
बना दिया ना शिव सैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री।
नहीं
बना दिया ना शिव सैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री।
नहीं, 2019 की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। शिवसेना ने कहा था किसी शिव सैनिक को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे, हम 2.5 साल बनाते हैं। 2.5 साल का बात हुई थी, इन लोगों ने मना किया। तब अब कौन सा प्यार जाग गया इनके दिल में कि अब ये जो है ना खुद। बताइए
राजीव पांडे, अगर शिवसैनिक कोई बनाना था तो 2019 से बना देते, 2022 में मजबूरी में क्यों बना रहे?
पद्मजा जी 2019 में ये झूठ बोल रहे थे कि 2.5 साल का था। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा कि whatever was decided, that they went back on their words. It was for Devendra Fadnavis to become CM. BJP said, okay, you run, all 3 parties run the government. 40 MLAs of Shiv Sena decided to come out of the Shiv Sena because they saw that how Maharashtra was being destroyed.
नहीं, but sir, सवाल ये नहीं है. The question being asked to you is separate. Today you are saying we are honoring Bala Saheb by making a Shiv Sainik the CM. Why didn't you honor him in 2019 by making a Shiv Sainik a CM?
Because at that time Shiv Sena was playing politics. They were lying. I am saying this.
Vikram Singh.
They were saying no, it was decided. It was completely that election was fought under the leadership of
विक्रम सिंह. उस वक्त की परिस्थिति अलग थी और उस वक्त एकनाथ शिंदे नहीं बन रहे थे ना, उस वक्त तो डायनेस्टी बन रही थी.
नहीं तो बीजेपी ने कहना चाहिए था कि हम किसी भी शिव सैनिक को बनाएंगे, शिंदे को बनाएंगे. इनको बोलना चाहिए था कुछ. इन लोगों को अब ये इतना बड़ा दिल दिखा रहे हैं, तब इतना बड़ा दिल दिखाना चाहिए था. एक 30 साल का साथ था और उसके लिए 2.5 साल अगर बन जाते तो कौन सी बड़ी बात थी. कौन सा इसको इनकी सत्ता अगर 2.5 साल ये रह जाते बिना सत्ता के, तो इनको ऐसा क्या था कि इतनी सत्ता की लालसा थी इनको.
देवेंद्र भाई,
खुद बने.
बेसिकली देयर इज मोर देन व्हाट मीट्स द आई. कभी-कभी राजनीति में बोलते हैं ना कि लॉन्ग टर्म गेन के लिए शॉर्ट टर्म सैक्रिफाइसेस भी करने पड़ते हैं. So I think the BJP also has its eyes upon the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. You know, in Maharashtra is one of the largest states in the country. There are 48 seats for grabs. The NDA managed to win 41, जिसमें से BJP के 23 हैं. So उतने seats अभी BJP के पास नहीं है. And I'm pretty sure, मुझे लगता है last 10 दिनों में ही एक task force BJP ने announce की थी. How do they increase the tally of seats? And going by whatever is happening right now, the BJP is definitely going to increase 7 to 10 seats, making it to reach 33-35, and Eknath Shinde will help them get 5 to 7 more seats. One more point. You know what the BJP has done here? It has played a master stroke by making a Maratha the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Bhagat Singh Koshyari there, national anthem playing.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, मुख्यमंत्री व उपमुख्यमंत्री पदाची तसेच गुप्ततेची शपथ घेण्यासाठी पदनिर्देशित मुख्यमंत्री महोदय व पदनिर्देशित उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय उपस्थित आहेत. त्यांना आपणासमोर शपथ घेण्याची परवानगी असावी. सर्वप्रथम माननीय पदनिर्देशित मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे.
हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने मी एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणत्याही विषयी ममत्वभाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय्य वागणूक देईन. मी एकनाथ संभाजी शिंदे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे व अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
आता माननीय पदनिर्देशित उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदय श्री देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस.
कृपया शांत हो जाइए, कृपया शांत हो जाइए.
मी देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगेन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व शुद्ध बुद्धीने पार पाडीन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी निर्भयपणे व निस्पृहपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी ममत्व भाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन. मी देवेंद्र गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की महाराष्ट्र राज्याचा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब असा उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून मी माझे कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे व अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय, शपथविधी पूर्ण झालेला आहे.
We'll go across to our colleagues just as soon as the people start filtering out of Raj Bhavan and they start speaking to Arunil and Deepak. But quick word from you, the equation is going to be interesting. Devendra Pai, when you had Devendra Fadnavis as Chief Minister, you had Eknath Shinde as his minister. A lot of key projects that we've read about were entrusted to him, and now the situation is reversed. How will this work?
I think for the party, the numero person in Maharashtra for the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be Devendra Fadnavis only. Secondly, I think they had a good working relationship, and I don't think that would be an hindrance, because if at all there was any ego or something of that sort, it would have been visible right now, and Devendra would not have accepted this post. In the larger interest of the party, once again, I was trying to make a point before we broke for the swearing-in ceremony that, by making Devendra Fadnavis a Brahmin, the Deputy Chief Minister, and Eknath Shinde, a Maratha, as the Chief Minister, the BJP has also foiled perhaps Sharad Pawar's anti-Brahmin caste card, which he would have played in the next 2 years by having those Maratha agitations coming up. Last but not least, I think the BJP also made a strong point here that they are a party which stands for Hindutva and not for the sake of capturing power only.
Okay, Professor Giri, Maratha bhi, Hindutva bhi, Brahman bhi, ab kya card rahega? Now everyone will just worry about Devendra Fadnavis. Now suddenly everyone will turn into an empath for Devendra Fadnavis and say, why has Devendra Fadnavis been denied the CM post? Now suddenly everyone will want Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister, Professor Giri. Isn't it?
I don't know. He sacrificed, as you say, like Sonia Gandhi had sacrificed the prime minister. See, we know why she sacrificed. We do not know what has gone behind the doors. So let us not be very sure. He sacrificed or he was forced to do it. A lot of people say that Sonia Gandhi sacrificed.
Sonia Gandhi does it, she is doing it out of her own volition.
You remember
but
that?
When Devendra Fadnavis does it, he is being forced by Amit Shah. How do you know what went behind the scenes with Sonia Gandhi? Were you there in the room?
By undermining. No,
were you there in the room when Mrs. Gandhi said, I don't want to be Prime Minister and made Mr. Dr. Manmohan Singh the PM? Were you there?
No, that is what the party said. We know this story. You know this story.
No, but then for the last 20 years, we were told that she sacrificed.
You are echoing it. That Devendra Fadnavis sacrificed. He was made to do so. We do not know what happens, inside. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Entire Congress party, adorned Sonia Gandhi for sacrificing it, but it was not sacrificed. You know it, I know it. This is the same story. History repeats, but as I told you, by undermining democracy, by destroying Shiv Sena, BJP has owned a political.
How is it that whatever the BJP does, somehow at the end of it, democracy gets undermined? Had Devendra Fadnavis been CM, democracy would have been undermined. Now Eknath Shinde is CM, then also democracy is undermined. If they would have made Uddhav Thackeray CM also, you would have said democracy is undermined because BJP has made him CM.
Let me make that point. Toppling the government from Bihar to Karnataka to Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, that is undermining democracy. Don't go by single incident. So undermining democracy and government, through the back door, splitting a party, this has been a trend. It was split in Bihar, in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh.
So yesterday the RJD broke up AIMIM. Did they also undermine democracy? 5 में से उनके 4 MLA लेके चले गए. Did the RJD also undermine democracy? Is democracy dead in Bihar?
This is our USP internationally. Modi has nothing to boast about because the mockery of democracy that we witnessed will not hold him in good taste.
Sir, when the Shiv Sena broke off from UT, it was a masterstroke. When they broke up the Ajit Pawar Fadnavis government, Sharad Pawar was hailed as the next Chanakya. When Tejasvi Yadav breaks up the AIMIM, it is the best thing to happen since sliced bread. But when Shiv Sena somehow breaks away, then democracy is in danger.
Don't talk about small fries. We are talking about the government and the country.
That's very sad. Why are you calling RJD small fry? They are the largest party in Bihar. You are very uncharitable to RJD. I do not condone your views at all. I think RJD is the single largest party. You cannot call them small fry. That's very wrong and uncharitable because it doesn't suit you. Let me quickly go across. To Arunil. I think he's on the ground there. Have the people started filing out? What happens next? Okay, so now these two have taken oath. Does it also mean that there will be BJP ministers in the Council of Ministers in Maharashtra? What is the portfolio distribution going to look like? Arunil.
Well, Padmaja, right from the start, when the public address was made by Devendra Fadnavis, he had said that I will not be part of the cabinet, but the BJP will be part of the government. So, right from the start, he had said that the BJP leaders will be part of the cabinet. Now, the kind of confusion that has engulfed later on when JP Nadaji had to request Devendra Fadnavis to be the deputy CM, we can obviously expect some kind of an attack from the Shiv Sena, particularly in their mouthpiece Samna tomorrow. Because Devendra Fadnavis, as you were pointing out, he was the CM. Eknath Shinde was the cabinet minister during his regime. And Devendra Fadnavis now, whether he will be okay with being deputy CM to Eknath Shinde, that is the main question that arises. But yes, as one of our esteemed panelists was pointing out, that the main goal for the BJP, it seems like they want to attack Shiv Sena where it can hurt. And it has certainly hurt Shiv Sena, because the party has been divided. Now the Shiv Senics, who were first angry with Eknath Shinde, calling him Gaddar, now we have been getting reactions from different parts of Maharashtra. They have been hailing him, not because he was a common Shiv Sainik. He started as a rickshawala and a follower of Anand Dighe, and later on his meteoric rise happened. Meteoric rise, why we are saying it? Because he was a cabinet minister, he was a cabinet minister, then later on he has been made a CM now. He has been made the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is the convoy that has been exiting from the Raj Bhavan. Now coming to Eknath Shinde as well. Now whether Eknath Shinde will go to Matoshri, because all these MLAs from Goa, the rebel MLAs or the Eknath Shinde MLAs, they have been hailing Balasaheb Thackeray. They have been hailing Anand Dighe, the mentor of Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has also been hugely congratulated by them, but nobody is taking the name of Uddhav Thackeray. So is it the end of the road for Uddhav Thackeray with respect to this faction of the Shiv Sena? Will Eknath Shinde emerge as the new power center and operate from Thane majorly, and Shiv Sena Bhavan will be in Dadar? These are all questions that come to the fore, but BJP takes an advantageous position now, Padmaja.
And I think we must underline the fact that even when Eknath Shinde was taking his oath, Devendra Pai, he said Balasaheb Thackeray, Anand Dighe. There was no mention of Uddhav Thackeray, who continues to remain the chief of the Shiv Sena, technically.
Absolutely. I mean, the bigger question which has come out here is whether Uddhav Thackeray has lived up to the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. And perhaps the answer is no. Balasaheb Thackeray always questioned the dynastyism in the Congress party. And, I think it is a true tribute to Balasaheb, because now the Shiv Sainik feels that, what the BJP did by making a grassroots level rickshawala, auto rickshawala as the chief minister is a true tribute to Balasaheb. Yeah. And what Uddhav had done was, he seems to be hungry for power, who, wanted to become the chief minister himself. And it was nothing but, another case of dynastic politics.
But it's also one must remember that it was Balasaheb who said that real power is not about who sits inside Mantralaya, but about who holds the reins, which is the reason why he insisted that Manohar Joshi, contrary to what many people thought, became the chief minister. But he made no bones about the fact that he was the one who wore the pants in the party and in the government. And just like we were mentioning, there you have Anand Dighe. He has just changed his profile on social media, making it very clear what he thinks of the current leadership of the Shiv Sena. No Uddhav Thackeray, no Aditya Thackeray. There is Eknath Shinde, the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, sitting next to Balasaheb Thackeray himself. The imagery and the message quite clear. Taking a very, very quick break, but quite a twist, a day of twists in Maharashtra politics. Who knows? Maybe closer to midnight we will have even more twists. So don't go anywhere, because you don't want to miss a beat.
Both social
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
आगे बढ़ेंगे जो भी रहेंगे ना 10 लोग
सोशल मीडिया पर बड़े बड़े वार्ता किए उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने और उन दोनों वार्ताओं के बाद लोग वापस लौट कर नहीं आए और चले गए। मैं ये सवाल पूछ रही हूं कि अगर इतने चले गए तो आपने 16 लोगों को ही क्यों डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन नोटिस दिया? पूरे 40 को दीजिए या 38 को दीजिए जितने चले गए हैं, सिर्फ 16 लोगों को क्यों दिया? इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं नंबर में कोई प्रॉब्लम है। और दूसरी तरफ से वो कह रहे हैं वो असली सेना है, वो इलेक्शन कमीशन से सिंबल मांग रहे हैं, वो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर का डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन मांग रहे हैं। ये पूरे राज्य में चल क्या रहा है? जनता कहाँ है? यहाँ तो दोनों तरफ से बार्गेनिंग हो रहा है।
हाँ, ये अच्छा हुआ। देखिए उन्होंने क्या कहा, मैंने निवास छोड़ा है, जिद नहीं छोड़ी है। तो जिद हमने भी नहीं छोड़ी है। और जिद ये है कि हमें जब पता चलता है कि कुछ लोग धमका कर फंसा कर लेकर गए हैं और जो फंस कर गए हुए लोगों को छुड़ाना है तो हमें ये कार्रवाई कानूनन करनी पड़ेगी। हम हाथ तोड़ के बैठेंगे थोड़े ही, जान दो। तो जो लोग आना चाहते हैं तो कुछ तो कार्रवाई कर रही है पार्टी को, तो पार्टी कानूनन कार्रवाई कर रही है और वो कानूनन कार्रवाई हमने शुरू कर दी है। पहली बात है, अभी जो संविधान में जो बदलाव आया हुआ है वो
Viewers, on the 5th day of a hotly contested test match, Uddhav Thackeray's Sena. The Thackeray's won't be pleased because the Maharashtra political pitch was already crumbling under their feet, and they certainly didn't need anyone to spin a turner, and that too from the back of a well-disguised hand. At 5:30 p.m., as the light of hope was flickering out, Devendra Fadnavis announced that the BJP was relinquishing the CM's post in favor of Eknath Shinde. The BJP's own chief ministerial aspirant, Devendra Fadnavis, is deputy chief minister. But he took the job, viewers, and this is the beguiling part, after he was convinced, cajoled to do so by the party's high command. The BJP said that this was their way of paying tribute to the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Had they taken the post, they would have been accused of orchestrating this coup just to install their own chief minister. A beaming and surprised Eknath Shinde hailed the BJP for putting principle and Hindutva above power and ambition. The stunned Uddhav Sena, that was already hurtling towards an innings defeat, is now worried it might end up losing the entire series. It was hoping that the BJP would assume the chief minister's chair so that it could have gone to the public in the next few matches. The BMC elections, for example, the local body elections in different pockets of the state in 2022 and 2023, the Lok Sabha polls later in 2024, and so on, to claim that the BJP sabotaged a party sworn to Balasaheb's Hindutva ideology only to grab the top job. They would have painted this as the greatest backstabbing since medieval times. And we know that backstabbers are looked down upon, viewers, in Maharashtra's history. Now with the BJP renouncing the top job in much the same way as Sonia Gandhi did in 2004, the BJP believes it has assumed the moral high ground and could perhaps diffuse that charge of being backstabbers. Of course, some would say that this is an elaborate eyewash. The BJP should have not taken any jobs in the administration. that if they have now installed Shinde as chief minister, why didn't they let Uddhav take the top job back in 2019 for the larger sake of keeping the Hindutva arrangement going? The debate is then set up, viewers, at the top of 8 o'clock. Is the decision to give up the top job a sacrifice in the name of principles and in the honor of Balasaheb's legacy? Or is it a late-breaking maneuver simply to eclipse the Thackeray's, ensure that the Sena dissipates and the BJP emerges as the true inheritor of both Balasaheb's legacy and that also, of course, of his mentor, Veer Savarkar, the original Hindu Hriday Samrat? Before we pose the question, here's what Shinde and Fadnavis said before the oath-taking ceremony. Let's listen in.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहासाहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत, त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजपा सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई. माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी. जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया. तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली.
Well, viewers, as I told you, the BJP can now shun blame for toppling Uddhav government for power, saying that we were not interested in the top job, shields Shinde from the charge of hurting Shiv Sena's interests. Now he can say that, look, I've upheld the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray by securing it, and I'm going to hold and retain the top job from Uddhav Thackeray. And I have not made any compromises with parties like the NCP or the Congress by signing any sort of a common minimum program which reneges on my commitment to Hindutva and issues that are important to Hindus. As I said, the BJP will say that we've done this, larger interest of securing Hindutva, and can project this as a decision to shield Desh from the likes of Dawood supporters that Fadnavis says inhabit the NCP. And of course, Shinde as Chief Minister would undercut Uddhav's hold on the rank and file of the party, and he can now attract those who believe that Uddhav Thackeray has been left with very few prospects and just the rump end of the party. Let's open this up. Let's open this up. Let's ask some basic questions. It's going to be a bit of a heated debate, and I urge our panelists not to speak over each other, but they can be expansive. I want to begin with Mr. Yogi Gade, Shiv Sena spokesperson, Yogi Gade. Mr. Gade, you said that the BJP was orchestrating all of this cloak and daggers, smoke and mirror coup to take the top job. But they haven't taken the top job.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir, of course.
Yes. So firstly, I personally didn't say they wanted to take the top job. But yes, this was the same demand of Shiv Sena in 2019. If you're doing it today, you should have done this that time only. This all would not have been the same thing as what has happened in 2019. 2019, Shiv Sena was saying the same thing. 2.5 years, you keep the CM post, 2.5, give Shiv Sena. That time it was, they told no, we had told only BJP, Devendra Fadnavis will be the CM. But today what changed? Maybe, I don't know, they decided to give it to Shiv Sena MLA. So they should have kept this stand in 2019 also. If they, and today when they say that they have kept a big heart and given it to Shiv Sena and their real ode to Balasahebji Thackeray, in 2014 itself they left Shiv Sena during the Vidhan Sabha elections alone. So that time Balasahebji Thackeray you don't remember. And today now the 2024...
But was an express promise made when you signed up the pre-poll alliance, yes, that there was going to be a rotating chief ministership?
Yes, that is what been said. There was going to, it was announced it will be rotating.
Where was it announced? Can you show me where it was announced before the elections were conducted that they were going to be rotating the chief minister's post?
For both the elections, we'll have 50-50% formula for distribution of seats and minister posts. They did say that 50-50% for everything. 50,
yeah, so everyone was going to get 50-50, you said. Yeah, where has it been said? Can you show it to me, Yogi Gade?
Yes, you go date in February 2019.
No, please, let's have a look at it, sir. Can you show it? You're making a charge, very serious charge, that the BJP cut you out of an agreement, an arrangement. Can you show it to me? Just quote whoever. Show it to me.
Sir, if you go on the internet,
no, I don't want to go on the net, sir. I'm scared of going on the net because all I see on the net is all I see on net is disinformation. So I just want to ask you, can you show it to me? And of course, I encounter a lot of trolls.
Yes, I can
so I stay away from the net. I don't even tweet. Now, hang on. Someone else tweets for me.
Listen.
No, so Yogi, can I just show it to me?
Yes, I will show after the debate.
Why after? Show it to me before the debate. You're making a very serious
How will I show you
charge.
now? I'm on the video call with you. How can I show? I don't have my internet right now with me, right?
Away from the BJP on the issue.
No, I find this bizarre.
Sir,
so there was no written agreement.
Why does he have to show you a video? Why does he have to show you a video? Uddhav Thackeray broke on that issue.
No, how do you know? Sanjay Jha, no, hang on. How do you know? How do you know?
Publicly
no, you were there. Did you sign this agreement? Okay, let me open this up.
So basically,
don't fight. Sanjay Jha, you're no longer in a coalition anymore with the Shiv Sena. You don't have to speak for the Shiv Sena. The gentleman
I'm
here is
speaking as an independent.
No, don't quote him. No, you're not. You're really not. You're a Congress representative on the debate. I'm sure Yogi Gade is good at speaking. Maybe the Shiv Sena was tutored by you all along for the last 2.5 years. But let's not continue this nannying of the Shiv Sena. Let the Shiv Sena speak on its own. Yogi Gade, I just want you to show me a statement. I'm sure you've come prepared for this debate. Everyone who comes prepared for India Up Front will have its facts and they will have them on their sleeves. I can just toss this to Dr. Ranganathan and he'll show you
1 minute, sir.
How it is to argue with facts. Ishkaran Bhandari also argues with facts.
I'm saying you this only, sir. In February 2019, they did announce during Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha, we are having an alliance, and the alliance will be 50-50
I'm only asking you to
distribution.
show me the statement. Who announced?
Can I answer that?
Okay, Twin Sena of
yes.
the BJP wants to come in. Fine. Shiv Sena to BJP, BJP to Shiv Sena. Okay, let's hear it.
You know,
yeah.
You know, Rahul, two simple questions. At the time when seats were being distributed,
this is very, very wrong of you.
That
One second. It was very wrong of you, says Yogi Gade, to backstab. And you know how it plays out in Maharashtra, backstabbing. You know the medieval...
Well, absolutely.
You know the significance of that. It's not a good thing to be doing to the Shiv Seniks. So I'm asking you, you first disprove what Yogi Gade is saying, that you backstab them by reneging on a deal to rotate the Chief Minister's post.
No, I don't need to, you know, we have made it amply clear that there was no deal of this nature. Now, two simple questions. At the time when seats were being distributed, we had made it clear that a far greater number of people had joined BJP in the run-up to the elections, and we will not be able to accommodate many of the demands. Did Shiv Sena raise any protest? On the contrary, they went ahead and sought votes in the name of Modi ji and in some places in the name of Devendra ji. Secondly, today we have proved by installing Eknath Shinde, we have proved that we would have had no problem with a Shiv Sena CM had Uddhav Thackeray been capable. But fact is, we saw Uddhav Thackeray as an immensely incapable person who would, you know, who would bring disaster as CM, and which is precisely what happened. You know, you would know that BJP has a history of renunciation. We have, you know, just go back to 1994, where just like Devendra ji agreed to become the deputy CM today, at one point, LK Advani ji had offered the prime ministership to Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji when public perception was in favor of Advani ji. So I don't think these things really matter for us. It is the larger good of the state, and by installing Eknath Shinde ji, a disciple of Bala Sahab Thackeray, we have only ensured some form of continuity and a respect for the mandate of 2019.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there was never a written agreement before the election to share the Chief Minister's job on a rotational basis. Twin Sena, cut through all that you've said and answer that question. Was there in writing any agreement with the Shiv Sena, pre-poll agreement in 2019, 2018?
No, I don't need to say that.
Okay.
Our top leadership has made it clear time and again that this seems to be a figment of their imagination.
Figment of their imagination.
And Uddhav Thackeray, I don't know on what basis he has been leveling this.
Okay.
Absolutely. We have made it clear even in 2019 when this whole discussion came up.
So figment of their imagination, and they literally used it as a fig leaf to cover their, you're saying the Shiv Sena used it as a fig leaf to go and then size up both the Congress and the NCP and sidle up to them and form this government. Okay, so that's the charge. On record, viewers, the Shiv Sainik has not been able to produce any written statement which would corroborate the claim that the BJP backstabbed them in 2019. I just want to put it out there. Okay, Dr. Ranganathan, let me bring in. Sanjay Jha also there. Tanveer Ahmed, Ishkaran Bhandari. Dr. Ranganathan. Yes, so many people are saying that this great sacrifice, of Sonia Gandhi proportions by giving up this top job is symbolic of the gratitude the BJP has for the great Bal Thackeray and his legacy. And of course, that they never did this to take the top job, that they are very, very, at the end of the day, beneficent.
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. I've been listening very patiently to the other panelists, so may I please request courtesy of a couple of minutes of uninterrupted time. Rahul, the only thing the Thackerays hate more than a chief minister from the BJP is a chief minister from the Shiv Sena who is not a Thackeray. Revenge, they say, is a dish best served cold. But this cold, jami vi, aata maji satakli. Please permit me for, to speak in Marathi. You know, BJP supporters have been talking of a masterstroke since 2019. with some like my good friend Cool Funny T-shirt, the president of Chhappan Kranti Sena, crying for it from rooftops. Finally, this might be it. As far as chess moves go, this one is hard to beat. Let me explain. 1, E4. By sacrificing the CM post, Devendra Fadnavis has not only restored Balasaheb's Hindutva legacy, he has also blunted all present or future allegations of him being power hungry and orchestrating a coup for the CM post. This not only preserves goodwill in his BJP voters constituency, but also assuages the voter constituency of BJP's coalition partners going into not only the Maharashtra assembly elections, but also the 2024 Lok Sabha elections too, BC4. By making Shinde the CM, Fadnavis has neutralized Thackeray's hold on Shiv Sena itself. As far as political implications go, Rahul, this is an earthquake breaking the Richter scale. Imagine NCP without Pawar, or SP without Akhilesh Yadav, or TMC without Mamata. It might very well be that Shiv Sena ends up merging with the BJP in the near future. After all, there is hardly any difference between them as far as ideological moorings go, except that the BJP has a reputation to protect. The BJP is like the elder brother who hurries into a scuffle and pulls away the younger brother, which is the Shiv Sena, by the collar, comforting him with Shant Gadadhari Bhim Shant, baad mein jhel lenge. With no Shiv Sena, there will be no regional Hindutva power left in Maharashtra to confront BJP in the future. 3, QH5. Shinde, a true blue Maratha at the top post, thwarts any attack by Sharad Pawar. Like it or not, Rahul, politics is all about ethnic one-upmanships and bragging rights. Number 4, QXF7. By relinquishing the top post at this stage, Fadnavis has shielded himself from future controversies the government might fall in the coming 2 years before the crucial 2024 elections. Remember, governing a state as large and prosperous as Maharashtra, allegations and scams are always lurking behind the bend. Him becoming the deputy CM gives him a lifeline to not take the total blame for any such mishap, but also step up to the top post in case Shinde decides to quit as a result of a major controversy and decides to carry the can. So there we have it. In case you are wondering what the identifiers E4, BC4, QH5 and QXF7 stand for, Rahul, they are moves that result in a 4-move checkmate devised in 1656 by Francis Biel in a plan called the Scholar's Mate. Replace Francis tonight with Fadnavis.
Okay, well, let me tell you, viewers, let me tell you, perhaps that's what's really rankling them. And I had tweeted a few days back saying that imagine a Shiv Sena without a Thackeray. It's like pulling the Samajwadi Party away from the Yadavs, the Congress away from the great Gandhis, the DMK away from the Karunanidhis. I didn't get to Mamata because, you know, in all honesty, she's first generation. So I left her out of it. I also left out the other entrepreneur, the KCR, because he's yet to anoint a successor. He's only hinted at his son. But I definitely referred to the RJD and the Samajwadi Party. So, Sanjay Jha, is that really why there is problem today and the Congress is sort of scratching at the door, it's upset that the BJP has dared to tie up with a non-Thackeray who's leading the Sena today? And guess what? That could happen tomorrow with the Congress party.
Well, you know, quick responses. Number one, you know, you quoted Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP talking about a Dawood party of the NCP and the Congress, etc. This is the same Devendra Fadnavis who tied up with Ajit Pawar of the NCP to become a chief minister. And by the way, Rahul, when he was, for those couple of days, he wrote off all the allegations that the BJP was making against the Pawar. So let's not even talk about the dubious political shamelessness and hypocrisy and the repugnant character of the Bharatiya Janata Party. If Tuhin Sena and Dr. Anand Ranganathan believe this is a master stroke, which I believe is one of the most abused terms, let me tell you this. The whole country has seen it, not just now. Absconding MLAs going to Surat, Gujarat, BJP ruled. Guwahati, Radisson 2 5-star hotel, buffet meals, cake cutting, BJP ruled. Goa, Taj Convention, BJP ruled. I mean, it's pretty obvious as daylight what Operation Lotus is all about. Let's come to point number 3 that Yogi Gade correctly mentioned. This is eating humble pie. Devendra Fadnavis's ambition was to be the chief minister in 2019. Now he's reporting to a chief minister of a party that he said that wasn't really, that betrayed him in 2019. Now the fundamental question, what are the worries? One, and I'm probably not trying to second guess what will happen on 12th of July. What happens if the Supreme Court were to disqualify the 16 MLAs? Because they have said that the process is reversible irrespective of a government or a floor test happening. And if that were to happen legally and the Supreme Court were to disqualify them, then the 2/3 actually makes all 39 subject to being forced to resign. So the situation is hugely fluid politically. And last but not the least, the fundamental here, that Hindutva, let me tell you one thing, Rahul. We have seen where BJP's Hindutva has taken the country. And I can tell you that there is great support for Uddhav, at least in Maharashtra and where I live, where a lot of people are finding his brand of Hindutva more inclusive, more tolerant than the ugly, communal charged, turbocharged, combustible, inflammatory Hindutva of the BJP. You know, Anand,
so you're find...
not the only one who can tell.
No, can I ask you, Sanjay Jha, can I ask you, changing the name of Osmanabad and Aurangabad on the last day, was that inclusive in your book?
Yes. Oh, let me answer that. There is a cabinet. The cabinet disagreed at several times on many administrative decisions. Before Uddhav Thackeray quit or resigned as a chief minister, they said we will stick by whatever are the collective, shall we say, mindset of all the parties. And they respected the decision of Uddhav Thackeray. I think that's, in my opinion, their call. Who am I to judge it?
Are you talking to, no, 1 second. Are you referring to a cabinet with skeletons of compromised corpses? Or are you talking about a cabinet as in a bunch of decision makers in power? Which cabinet are you referring to? Because I think when you, on the last day, when you sense that you're collapsing, you change the name of Osmanabad and Aurangabad. I'm asking you simply this. Why are your Congress colleagues today upset that Osmanabad and Aurangabad's names have been changed then?
Well, let me answer. Rahul, there's one point I forgot to mention before I answer your question.
You never answer my question. You bring up every other point. I asked you 2 questions. The first one went unanswered. The second one is completely unanswered.
This is very critical. No, 1 minute. Let me finish my line and then I will answer your question. I'm ready with your answer.
My good friend Sanjay.
The one reason why Mr. Shinde has been propped up. Just 1 minute, Anand. Sure. You can take a deep breath. You speak more than anybody else on the show. The simple point is that why Mr. Shinde is propped up is because the BJP is worried. The BJP is worried that he may not be able to carry the Sainik with him.
Okay,
and
thank you for the analysis.
Corporation elections
Sir, thank you for the analysis, but I'm only asking you my question and I'm not getting your answers. You know, it has been 6 minutes of interacting with Sanjay Jha, never got the answer. The first question I asked was, do you have a problem with a non-Thackeray becoming a chief minister of the Shiv Sena? Didn't get that answer.
Who am I to answer that?
No, who am I to answer that? Because that
we had an alliance.
Hang on. You have an opinion on who should be the chief minister of a BJP-led coalition, but you don't have an answer.
No, I don't have an opinion on that either.
It's okay. You have no comments to make. Fine.
We supported Mr. Thackeray and no one else.
So let me ask you an even straighter question. Would you support tomorrow? Would you support a breakaway? Let's say Sachin Pilot tomorrow breaks the Congress into half and says, look, I want to become Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and then contest the 2024 elections as the official Congress, wins the election, becomes Prime Minister. Would you support that?
Well, Rahul, I will answer it because I have written about it, I've spoken publicly, and I'll say so fearlessly today. I believe Sachin Pilot should be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan and be part of the Congress party without having to break it up.
Okay, and without having to break. And what about Prime Minister?
in my opinion, there are many candidates who can be prime minister.
Okay, so then why grudge Mr. Shinde the chief ministership of the official Shiv Sena? What's the problem with that? Why is it a betrayal?
Because Rahul, here is a man who refused to face Uddhav Thackeray. You know, this is the real story.
He doesn't have to. He has to. He said, let's face each other where it matters. Let's duel on the floor of the house.
This is a backstab.
And Uddhav Thackeray ran away. He didn't face him on the floor of the house, which is where it matters. Why didn't he face him on the floor of the house? They could have debated on the floor of the house.
When Mr. Shinde was holidaying in Radisson,
it's not about that, Sanjay Jha.
Mr.
You
Thackeray
wanted a
addressed him
showdown
publicly and said, "Come over to Mumbai."
Okay.
He didn't.
Okay, so viewers, both questions Sanjay Jha hasn't answered. He says he didn't want to face. He was ready to face him on the floor of the house. Uddhav Thackeray packed in his cards and said, sorry, I'm not wanting to duel with you on the floor of the house. So that's one, viewers. Second question that he hasn't answered, it was a very straight question. Do you believe that the name Osmanabad and Aurangabad, the changing of those names, was an inclusive step by an inclusive Hindutvawadi like Uddhav Thackeray? Got no response.
No, I believe if the cabinet agreed collectively, it has to be
so I'm only asking you.
And
so
that
it's
includes
okay.
the Congress party.
So it's
that
okay.
includes the Congress party.
So it's okay. So it's okay.
Is it their decision? I respect it.
Okay. The Parliament approved the CA law. The Parliament approved changes to triple talaq. The Parliament also approved, and I'm asking you this simple question. 370. Why not accept it? You called it a Hindutva move.
Well, let me tell you, Article 370 has been made into law and is executed.
You see, viewers,
there are people who disagree. There are people who disagree. Have a right to...
Legislatures under the BJP are communal, but when the same decisions are taken collectively, which reek of a communal intervention, are collectively acceptable because it was taken by the cabinet. Look at the double standards here. Nonetheless, viewers, yes, Dr. Ranganathan raising his hand. I want to open this up. I want to, we're a very interesting point. I want to bring in Ishkaran Bhandari right after. Yes, Doctor.
Yes. No, Rahul, for the record, you have given Sanjay 13.5 minutes, whereas I took only 2 minutes and 54 seconds. यहाँ सबका record रखता हूँ मैं. And as for my good friend Sanjay, let me tell him, because he went a little personal, I hope you wouldn't mind my saying that even a broken clock tells the time correctly twice. Sanjay can't even manage that. And can I please say, Rahul, can I give you a fact here? We have amongst us, you might not know this, a spokesperson. He is the only spokesperson in the world, my good friend Tanveer Bhai, who has climbed the Everest. Look at Sanjay. He starts huffing and puffing even while going to the second floor of his RWA building. So please, let's learn some lessons from Tanveer Bhai. And here I thought, Sanjay, please don't interrupt. No, please. Sanjay, I didn't interrupt you. You went uninterrupted and unchallenged for 13 minutes. Please have the courtesy. You took my name. Rahul, I just wanted to make a very brief point. You know, I thought from tomorrow onwards, everything that could go wrong with Maharashtra would start going wrong. COVID cases would be on the rise, potholes would suddenly appear on the roads, misgovernance would happen, all the intolerance would start, Muslims won't be able to breathe, all those things would happen tomorrow. Lekin Sanjay to aaj se shuru ho gaye. He is now, calibrating Hindutva. In his view, BJP's Hindutva is more virulent and damaging than Shiv Sena Hindutva. Is that right? For 3 years, he was supporting in part of a government where they were छाती ठोक के कह रहे थे कि हमने बाबरी मस्जिद गिराई है. We would behead Asaduddin Owaisi. All those who are asking for reservations, Muslim reservations should go to Pakistan. क्या-क्या चीजें कह गए. और वो सब इनके लिए pliant हिंदुत्व था. And Sanjay Jha is the same person, if you remember, 5 years ago, who raved and ranted for a week, protesting against the renaming of Aurangzeb Road in Delhi. Do you remember that? He wrote 2 articles. Lovely articles, by the way, except for the middle, the beginning, and the end. And today, he is just covering behind a lamppost like a wet cat. Yesterday, no protest on him, from him. when Uday Thackeray has done the same thing. So let us not have double standards. We have a shining example amongst us as a spokesperson in Tanveer Bhai. Let us emulate him and strive to climb the Everest.
No, well, he, I think, fell short of that, just like Uddhav Thackeray also fell short of climbing this monumental peak that Shinde had put in front of him. So there was a base camp situation, right? Tanveer Ahmed, you ran out of oxygen, like Uddhav Thackeray ran out of oxygen. But hey, getting up to base camp is not easy. So Uddhav Thackeray got up to base camp, but couldn't quite climb that steep incline that would have sort of kept him beyond the reach of Mr. Shinde. Anyhow, I want to ask you, Tanveer Ahmed, and I want to bring in Ishkaran Bhandari, both of them into the debate. We missed Ishkaran on our panels. So now, Tanveer Ahmed, is the Sena's Hindutva soft Hindutva? When they say in 17 minutes we brought down the Babri Masjid, was that inclusive? When they've changed the name of Osmanabad and Aurangabad, do you think that is safe and soft and inclusive and what have you? Hindutva. Just simple question. Forget about anything else. I'm asking you a basic question.
Absolutely not. Actually, to be very precise, the one which has given a new meaning to Hindutva was Balasaheb Thackeray. If at all we know, in 1989, in 1992, what happened during the Babri Masjid thing. Balasaheb Thackeray was the one who had promoted BJP. And I know suddenly Uddhav Thackeray and BJP had a problem. But today, actually, it's a bigger problem for Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena, the main intention of BJP was not to give Mr. Shinde Chief Minister's post. The main intention was to finish Shiv Sena. The Shiv Senics who built BJP, the Shiv Senics who built the legacy of BJP, they are absolutely destroyed. Actually, the question is not who has become the Chief Minister. The question is what happens to the people who have built BJP. They know how to destroy them. And to set record straight, I went up to 7,890 meters, which is Camp 3, which is highest by any politician in India. It is not base camp, it is Camp 3.
Okay.
And nobody could really climb after that because we had two back-to-back cyclones. That's the reason, sir.
That's wonderful. Tanveer Ahmed, you even called me from that spot. I remember that. It's imprinted in my head. You were making that climb, you had to come back.
Sir.
So, congratulations to you, but unfortunately, commiserations to Uddhav Thackeray, who couldn't quite manage the same or the same incline or whatever it is with the aplomb that you demonstrated. So I want to bring in Ishkaran Bhandari. Now, there are two issues here. One, very clearly Tanveer Ahmed, who really flies the secular flag, viewers, as a JDS spokesperson. They have had their skeletons in their cabinet in the form of the PFI and all of that. So I'm just being a little facetious by saying that they fly the secular flag. But all I'm saying is that the JDS also believes that Uddhav Thackeray's or Bala Saheb's...
never had any agreement with
PFI,
right,
sir. Okay. Well, no, I'll just have to ask the PFI that question, and they've mentioned it many times. Okay, I take you, sir. I accept what you're saying. Okay, fair enough.
No, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely no, sir.
No. They just withdrew their candidates in the support of the JDS because... I don't know, they love Mr. Kumaraswamy. Okay, fine. Love is also something. That's exactly the kind of love Fadnavis has for Mr. Shinde. And you grudge him that love? That's really strange. Anyhow, Ishkaran Bhandari. Ishkaran Bhandari. Yes. So, we have it at least from the honest Tanveer Ahmed that Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena and Balasaheb Thackeray's Shiv Sena was virulent. So, there's Sanjay Jha exposed, the Congress exposed. But, coming to the second point, what was said here, that the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray that the Shiv Senics have nursed has been destroyed because Uddhav is out of power. That's the charge.
Rahul, this BJP is taught by Rajnikant. It's one target, then another target, then another target, keeps hitting target after target. Please understand. By forming the government, they have staked a claim to the government, the claim to governing the state of Maharashtra. But by making a Shiv Senic as the chief minister, they have also enabled a claim to what is Shiv Sena, what is the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Is the ideology of Hindutva the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray with which BJP was in perfect alignment? I will not say Shiv Seniks made BJP. BJP is in UP, Rajasthan, it's all over the country. Whereas Shiv Sena is in Maharashtra. But they were an alliance perfectly in tandem with each other, while Balasaheb Thackeray was calling the shots in Shiv Sena. So the claim to the ideology of Shiv Sena by promoting an ordinary Shiv Sainik, by supporting an ordinary Shiv Sainik as the chief minister is also now a claim to the government, a claim to the very existence and the ideology of Shiv Sena itself, which by every definition is a masterstroke. Secondly, the other point we have to understand is this. BJP has taken a consistent call against Vanshvat, against dynasty. So what they are doing by saying this is, wherever we find a meritorious person, we would support that. Now, by doing this, they have taken the easiest card by which Uddhav Thackeray could have attacked BJP. That they have taken my party from me. They have not respected Balasaheb Thackeray. BJP would say we have respected Balasaheb Thackeray to the core by promoting and supporting an ordinary Shiv Sainik for the highest post. So you have taken the biggest weapon of attack from Uddhav Thackeray also. Rest would be decided by BMC elections and future elections, how the population of Maharashtra sees these moves and who is the true inheritor of Shiv Sena, whether it is Shinde or Thackeray. But BJP has definitely won in all this.
Okay. Let me go back to Yogi Gade. Yogi Gade, should I remind you of what Balasaheb Thackeray had said? Balasaheb Thackeray said that even if one Shiv Sainik came and challenged me and said that he was unhappy, I would give up my position. Here, thousands of Shiv Sainiks have come up and said we have a problem, including 39 of your own MLAs, and you still wanted to cling on to power. Why didn't you want to give the Shiv Sainik their due over dynasty? Fundamental question. Yogi Gade.
Yes. If you have gone to see, Shiv Sena has made Shri Manohar Joshi sir, Narayan Rani's chief ministers, and they were from for normal families.
So why didn't you agree? Why didn't you agree to make Shinde the chief minister?
Then I can answer, sir. If you let me talk, then I can answer. Should I go ahead?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And secondly, when Uddhav Thackeray was asking the BJP in 2019, give 2.5 years of chief minister post for a Shiv Sainik only. He was not asking for himself. He was saying give it to a Shiv Sainik only. That time BJP didn't agree. They went with Ajit Pawar. It is on records. They took oath ceremony with Ajit Pawar. They gave a clean chit to Ajit Pawar on irrigation scam. Also, if you've seen that time, Ajit Pawar has gone clean chits that time. And today, they gave it so late. In 2014, they should have given it to the Shiv Sainik. They should have given it in 2019 also. But now, the people of Maharashtra are seeing this, and future elections will
But you haven't answered. You haven't answered my question. You see, Mr. Shinde said to you very clearly that, look, if you come back to the BJP, that's what we want.
Okay, I'll answer that.
1 second. Everything is done. That's all. Why didn't you do it?
Sir, I'll answer that. If you have, there are clippings in 2015 where Eknath Shinde has told in Sabha how the BJP has backstabbed Shiv Sena and why we took the decision of going separate. Eknath Shinde has been on record on this point. He has also, in 2017 or 18, when Thane Municipal Corporation elections were going on, he told Uddhavji Thackeray, take my resignation, because that time Devendra Fadnavis was the CM. He told, my people are getting arrested, my people are being harassed during elections by the BJP, and take my resignation. This was Eknath Shinde in 2017-18, if you go on records, you know. And then suddenly, I don't know, how does he tell we have to go with BJP? He was the one criticizing BJP in those 2-3 years. It is on records.
Okay.
It is not.
Dr. Ranganathan,
yes,
quick response. Yes. Ishkaran Bhandari, quick response. Yes.
Around 10 seconds. Yeah. No, Mr. Yogi is correct to a limited point कि यहाँ पे राहुल दूध का धुला कोई नहीं है. Everyone knows the midnight or rather 3 a.m. swearing in of Mr. Fadnavis with the support of the person who Mr. Fadnavis said that if he comes to power, he will get him arrested in the dam scam. So he's right in that sense. But I have a simple question for my good friend Yogi ji. Your response of being backstabbed by BJP was to backstab Balasaheb Thackeray. Shall I remind you what he said about Congress and Sonia Gandhi and NCP? ये लॉजिक क्या हुआ आपका कि बीजेपी ने आपको बैकस्टैब किया और आपने बालासाहब ठाकरे को बैकस्टैब कर दिया कांग्रेस और एनसीपी से मिलके? इसका जवाब चाहिए योगी जी.
Sir, in 2014, you go and see clippings of Devendra Fadnavis. He is like, I will never ever go with NCP. I'll never even marry NCP. Never even have any ties with NCP. But they went on to go with NCP. You get that?
He's not answering.
Wrongs make a right.
No.
No, two wrongs.
Please
don't make a
answer
right.
the question.
But it was continuously for 5-6 years. Shiv Sena was getting dominated.
So आपने भी कह दिया उनको हम भी आजमा लेते हैं.
No, it was like 5-6 years. They were continuously getting backstabbed, and trying to be reduced.
That's fine, but you could have you could have stood steadfast on your principles.
Yes, they have stood. Like if you have seen, Uddhavji Thackeray has taken decisions to name Aurangabad as Sambhajinagar.
On the last day, after signing a common minimum program, pledging. No, you've now walked into a trap. You walked into a major trap.
1 minute.
So you're saying,
let me answer.
one second. So you're saying,
I'm saying one more thing.
You're saying that Osmanabad, renaming Osmanabad, renaming Aurangabad were high, high tension Hindutva issues.
Sir, let me complete and then let you answer. In these 2.5 years, there are so many temples which have been given funds by Uddhav
Yogi ji, it's a simple question to you. It's a simple question to you. Did Bal Thackeray not call? Did Bal Thackeray not call? I'm asking you a simple question, yes or no? Did Bal Thackeray not call Sharad Pawar a scoundrel? Yes, no, quote unquote. Yes or no?
Sir,
Rahul, quick point.
Since you didn't let me answer before, I'll answer you right now. If you have gone in 2 years, you see the record of CM Uddhavji Thackeray. He has given funds to so many temples in Maharashtra.
Okay.
This is not.
And Rahul, please don't repeat what Bal Thackeray called Sonia Gandhi.
No, I'm not. That's why I've kept that off
Rahul, you
syllabus.
know what the Shiv Sena called the BJP.
It doesn't matter. We are only today.
Narendra Modi a snake. So what are we talking about?
No. I'll tell you what we are talking about. We are talking about a political party led by Uddhav Thackeray. 1 minute. That decided. No, we're exposing everyone here tonight. Look, let's not.
Sir, I have seen politicians.
Okay, Yogi ji, 1 minute.
Sir,
your basic logic, and I want to move on now very quickly. Okay, Mr. Yogi, your logic is this. अगर बीजेपी ने विष पी लिया तो हम भी पी लेते हैं, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? They got power drunk? Of course. Who's denying it? 3 days. 3 days they were drunk on that wish.
Because the charges are all frivolous.
Gee, and Times Now reported. It was Times Now that broke the story that the cases against Ajit Pawar were pulled back, by the way.
Thank you.
So we are not hypocritical. Times Now is never hypocritical.
Yes, sir.
I delight in the fact that there are hypocritical politicians every night that I can sit here and grill. That's what I love. And expose them.
Yes, sir. As Mr. Raghunathan said, people do. I have seen politicians.
So that's what. So you are agreeing that you were being hypocritical yourself by tying up with the NCP. So today the BJP has paid you back in your own hypocritical coin. Why cry? आगे बढ़ो ना. बात खत्म. Okay, viewers.
Yogi ji,
fundamental.
Yogi ji, please remember. Rahul, 5 seconds. Yogi,
I'll tell you. Just when Uddhav Thackeray was losing it all, he changes the name of Osmanabad.
Yes.
And also Aurangabad. Just when Yogi here on our panel was losing it, 2 minutes before the debate, he concedes it was all hypocrisy. Great. Congratulations, sir. If it was hypocrisy, then people have seen through it. Best of luck to the next bunch of hypocrites. Let's hope that they do a better job. Okay, viewers. I need to move on. Big story. There's been a shocking bid to whitewash the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal. And who is doing this, viewers? Who is whitewashing this crime? None other than the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Ashok Gehlot. Gehlot lands up at the house of Kanhaiya Lal. Viewers, the same Kanhaiya Lal that his administration betrayed by denying security. Kanhaiya Lal was begging the police to give him security because he knew the nature of the threats. He had locked up his own tailoring unit for several days sole breadwinner. His compulsion, his poverty then became his weakness. He had to open that shop again. And he paid the ultimate price, viewers. But Ashok Gehlot, who lands up to wipe the tears of his kin, is so insensitive that he gives his own police a clean chit. He praises his police for acting with alacrity. In doing what? In catching two misbegotten obscurantists who went on camera. They were not even trying to hide. They went on camera and said, we've done this, come get us. And we're going to do this to Nupur Sharma and the Prime Minister. And that, viewers, is an achievement for Ashok Gehlot. It wasn't as if they had to look for some anonymous individuals. These people had posted their videos. There you can see on the corner of your screens, on the left-hand corner, these two misbegotten obscurantists holding up their sights and saying, this is what we've done. Viewers, they'd even posted this video before their crime. Yet Gehlot comes out and says, great job, my police force, wonderful. And then he goes on to deny that there was a communal angle to this killing. Can you believe it, viewers? Two men confessing on camera that they were ordered by the word of God to do this in the name of God, didn't act out of a communal motive? Do you think India is deaf, blind, and mute, Mr. Gehlot, that they would believe you? Well, India is outraged. Protests all over. And what are the protesters saying? They are wearing, viewers, they are wearing placards saying, Hindu lives matter. More than this, viewers, the Kerala governor, so appalled by what Gehlot and the Congress ecosystem have been trying to do, which is paper over this crime, take away the communal element of it, has gone on record, on Times Now, to me, admitted that we should not be apologists for these individuals, for these Islamist terrorists. He said that hate is taught in madrasas. And he told me that even if 2% of all Muslim children attend these madrasas, 90% of madrasa graduates end up in the pulpit of mosques, teaching ordinary Muslims a warped view of Islam that he doesn't agree with. Viewers, how shocking is this attempt today to whitewash the communal and, most importantly, the apathetic approach of the Gehlot regime. And I want to open this up. There is no other way of asking a politer question here. Sanjay Jha, are you so blinded by vote bank politics that the Congress party is denying the communal element to this beheading?
Rahul, I have just heard Mr. Gehlot's comment on your show. I just want to make two short points. Number one, the government did act very speedily to arrest those two disgusting
is that an achievement after betraying the good tailor?
Just a minute.
Denying him his security, the right to live? Is that such a big...
I'm saying it's a horrific crime, but given the way most of our state governments function, that was comparatively a very efficient result. My second point is this.
Sir, they wanted to be arrested. They would have walked into the chief minister's home.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that. Can I make the second point?
Did they not put out any videos taking onus in their own name? Yes or no?
Yeah, they were brazen. They were absolutely...
Well, so then, sir, it would have been a particularly inept police force to have delayed their arrest by even an hour. Would you not agree?
Yeah, that's a view. That's a view.
It's a... What do you mean it's a view?
Could be right.
It's not could be right. I am right.
I'm saying that end of day, the state government responded with gravitas. Now, the one point that you mentioned, I think Mr. Gehlot is wrong And I'm saying, so you're categorically wrong if he thinks this is not on account of raging, ugly, toxic communal hate in this country. There are fundamentalists on all sides.
So why would he be then keen? No, so then I'm asking you, Sanjay Jha, he's not an inexperienced leader. He's been a chief minister earlier. Why would he go out of the way to be wrong? What is the compulsion?
You have to ask him that. I can't answer for him.
Because the Congress party has no answers, viewers. It has no answers. There is no way you can defend this.
That's a tactless observation. This is on account of ugly, toxic, wretched communal anger and
so Gehlot's comment described by Sanjay Jha is tactless. So he should have been tactful.
He should know what he's saying. I mean, I believe
the opposite of tactless is tactful. So you should have been clever about it.
No.
I don't know what's going on here.
The day you enter public life, you lose your right to making speeches casually. Anand can't do that. Tuhin can't do that.
Why then is Ashok Gehlot not being asked to step down? This is like, to quote often you, sir, saying that the court said Nero fiddled. Well, Nero is fiddling. He's fiddling post facto. He fiddled before. He's a fiddler. He should be out. Sanjay Jha.
Listen, I don't have the agency to comment on whether he should be the chief minister.
It's okay, you're already on the suspension rules, it doesn't matter.
I do believe his government acted extraordinarily well in arresting the culprit.
It was not communal.
Let me get in. What he said to the microphones, I believe Mr. Gehlot's advisors must tell him to be a lot more sensitive about what he commented.
Yeah, let me get in Mr. Rashidi. Mr. Rashidi, not a communal crime?
You should ask this question to the chief minister, not me.
You don't have a view on this?
I said you should ask this question to the chief minister because it's him who said so.
No, I'm asking you, what is your view?
Incident.
Do you think this is a communal crime? Bigoted crime? It is a dastardly, barbaric, bigoted crime? Mr. Rashidi?
It's a brazen, it's a gruesome act, and the culprits should be punished strictly, and they should be given the highest of the punishment. It's condemnable, and it simply cannot be, it should be condemned in harshest of the words. But
so you believe that it was driven by, now let me ask you, because this is very important. It's very important. This is what Arif Muhammad Khan told me. If somebody who has been indoctrinated from the age of 5 or 6, what they call the Muslim law, which provides for beheading, this law, I think the better course would be to tackle the disease. It is taught in madrasas. So if they get indoctrinated, influenced by that, if they act accordingly, I think the better course would be to tackle the disease. Unfortunately, we are concerned about the manifestation of the symptoms. We refuse to take notice of the deeper disease. This is a disease, Mr. Rashidi.
Okay.
It's a disease.
Now let me respond to you. I would like to bring to your knowledge that our first education minister, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, from Maulana Abul Kalam Azad to the missile man, APJ Abul Kalam was a madrasa student, if you know that. So the sweeping generalization that you're making here,
I'm not making. I'm quoting Arif Muhammad Khan.
Exactly, that is what you're making.
I am quoting Arif Muhammad Khan.
Arif Muhammad Khan is a wannabe who wants to become the vice president, and he wants to appease his akaz, his political akaz. So he has to come out with some
Arif Muhammad Khan is a politician.
Just to do that chamchagiri of his akaz, political akaz, so that he can be promoted to the.
So let me ask you, sir. So let me ask you. Let me ask you. Let me ask you.
I have told you, do you have any regards for our first education, Mr. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, or do you have any regards
education is singled out.
Abul Kalam Azad?
Madrasas should provide broad-based education, says Arif Muhammad Khan. This is a jihadi mindset, he called it. Is this a jihadi mindset?
Stop this sweeping generalization.
Mr. Rashidi, I'm asking you.
Propaganda. Stop this Islamophobia agenda.
Islamophobia. Okay.
Islamophobic agenda.
A Muslim is being accused of Islamophobia. Fair enough. Dr. Ranganath.
Oh. Yeah, Muslim can be an Islamophobic.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm only citing what you're saying.
Yes.
Islamophobic Muslim
Yeah,
is
Mr.
Arif Muhammad
Rashidi,
Khan. He called
I
it a
did not
jihadi
interrupt you, Mr.
mindset.
Rashidi, so please.
Yeah.
Yes, Rahul. Yeah, Rahul, thank you. I only would talk for a minute, but before I do on the topic, with your permission, can I please take 10 seconds to ask my good friend Mr. Rashidi a very simple question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Rashidi. The question is this. Do you condemn and call for arrest for anyone who shouts the slogan "Gustakh-e-Rasool ki ek hi saza, sar tan se juda"?
Okay, I have answer to this, but along with the question, and you will have to answer that. If you agree on that point, I'll answer it.
Say yes or no. Say yes or no,
I'll
sir.
answer it.
Then I'll answer all your
it.
questions.
Yes,
It's a simple question for you.
Answer. I'll give you a straight answer. I'll give you a close-ended answer. But before that,
say yes or no.
I have a question. Would you answer?
Why
that?
going around
Would
in
you answer
circles?
No, I'm not.
You can ask me 10 questions. The answer to a question is not a question. You can ask me 10 questions. Rahul, did you see this? They are not willing to condemn this slogan.
Let him answer.
So Mr. Arif Muhammad Khan is absolutely right.
Let him answer.
They are.
1 second, Dr. Ranganathan, let him answer.
If you want to keep on screaming and shouting, carry on.
All right.
If you want my answer, let me respond. But you will have to give an answer to my question also.
Don't be rattled. Don't be rattled, answer.
Not, I'm not rattled, my friend, my dear friend, I'm not rattled. I want to respond to you. I want to give you an answer. I'll answer you, but you'll have to give an answer to my question.
I've got 30 seconds on the show.
Now, my answer is yes to your question. Now, I want an answer from you. Do you ask for the arrest of those people who shout on Janta Mata saying...
No, 1 second. What did you answer?
You should lock them up, jail them forever, for life. Jail them, of course. Rashidi, they should be jailed.
Very good.
They should be jailed.
Rahul,
I'm asking you.
This question is not for you. Rahul, this question was not for you. This was for Mr. Ranganathan.
Okay.
As I cannot see his face, but this question was for Mr. Ranganathan.
Yes. Anybody who shouts for decapitating, did you not listen to me? Rashidi साहब, please सुन लीजिए आप मुझे, unequivocally सुन लीजिए.
Yes, please, सुनाइए.
So let me repeat. You unequivocally condemn and call for the arrest of all those Muslims who say Gustakh-e-Rasool ki ek hi saza, sar tan se juda. You call for their arrest. Am I correct?
Legal action should be taken against them as per the law. That's my answer.
Legal action should be taken as per law. Well, viewers, I can
do you call for their arrest or not?
Should be equal for everyone.
No, that's where the problem is. You see, there is no unequivocal condemnation.
That's where the problem is.
It is always with a caveat. It's always with a caveat. Anyhow, sir, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. And I'll also tell you, viewers, anyone calling for anyone's decapitation, Hindu, Muslim, whatever, needs to be in the slammer for life. But you see, viewers, in our country, that's not happened. Law must take its course. If the law is not applied, it will never take its course. So law is applied today in our country, in a state like Maharashtra, not to arrest Imtiaz Jalil, the MP of the MIM, but a young man, 19 years old, who supported Nupur, who happens to be a Muslim. He's 19 and in jail. Viewers, that's a problem. I'll leave it at this.
बदलाव ये है 2/3 लोग हो गए तो उनका एक गुट बनेगा, लेकिन वो गुट वहां असेंबली में गुट करके नहीं बैठ सकता, उसको विलीनीकरण करना होगा. अब जाकर ये लोग हम शिवसेना में रहने वाले, शिवसेना ही है, अब क्या होगा? अब जाना पड़ेगा या तो बीजेपी में या तो किसी अन्य पार्टी में। तो इसीलिए तो एक विपक्ष का जो हमारे पास एक मंत्री हमने बनाया था, जो हमारे साथ सपोर्ट करता था, उस मंत्री को बुला के ले लिया, वो गया है। वही तो कह रहा था कि बच्चों को कि हमारे पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, तो आ गई ना। स्थिति क्या आई, ना घर के ना घाट के, ये सब घर के ना घाट के रहे, उनको महसूस हुआ है। आप जाकर अगर अंदरूनी बात वहां जाकर जानकारी ले लो कि क्या हो रहा है वहां, तब पता चलेगा कि वहां से कितने लोग वापस आना चाहते हैं। छोड़ दो, हमें उसकी पर आए न आए उनके ऊपर निर्भर करता है।
अरविंद सावंत जी, आप कह रहे हैं उनको धमकाया जा रहा है। संजय राउत जी ने तो बोल दिया आके कि हम तो शिवसैनिक हैं, हम तो सड़क पर उतरेंगे, और उसके बाद जितने एमएलए गए हैं उनके घर में तोड़फोड़ भी हो रही है। तो ये धमकाना नहीं है?
कौन ना, किसने, आपने जाना होगा, वंदनीय बाला साहब कहते थे लोग तुम्हें चुनकर देते हैं शिवसेना का विधायक करके। जाना था तो इस्तीफा देकर जाना था। लोग तुम्हें चुनकर देते किसी भी पार्टी का हो, मैं तो हमारी शिवसेना की बात नहीं। बाला साहब कहते थे लोग तुम्हें क्यों वोट करते, पार्टी के ऊपर वोट करते ना। अरविंद सांसद कौन है? वो सिर्फ आप बता रहे मोदी जी की छवि लगाते, तो बाला साहब कोई नहीं थे क्या महाराष्ट्र में? उनकी छवि नहीं थी, उनकी प्रतिभा नहीं थी, उनकी ताकत नहीं थी, उनके ऊपर विश्वास नहीं था। आदरणीय उद्धव जी के ऊपर उनकी छवि लेकर भी हमें वोट मिले भैया, हमारे भी वोट उनको मिले। ये मत सोचना कि सिर्फ मोदी साहब की छवि से वो सभी लोग जीत कर आए महाराष्ट्र में, नहीं। वंदनीय बाला साहब के लोग हैं और वो सिंसियर है, प्रामाणिकता उनके अंदर भरी है, 100% भरी है। और जब वो हमारे उद्धव साहब कहते हैं इनका काम करो, तो हम प्रामाणिकता से काम करके उसको चुन कर लाते। हमने कभी उसका डंगोरा नहीं पीटा कि हमने भी, अरे क्या करना, दोनों मिलकर ही जीत जाते ना। कभी हम हो सकते 60-70% हमारे होंगे, 30% तुम्हारे होंगे। कई वो चुनाव खारिज कर दिया। वंदनीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी पर कार्रवाई हुई, उनको शासन दिया गया कि आप अगले 6 साल चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते। हालांकि उनको उसकी परवाह नहीं थी चुनाव लड़ने की, लेकिन उससे भी बहुत गंभीर शासन दे दिया कि आप इसके बाद 6 बरस तक किसी चुनाव में वोट नहीं कर सकते। ये संविधान ने दिया हुआ अधिकार उनका छीन लिया। जब
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The 9-day Sena Mahasangram ended in a nail-biting thriller. Bala Saheb Bhakt and the man who scripted Uddhav's ouster from the government, Eknath Shinde, took oath as the new Maharashtra Chief Minister. Many predicted that Devendra Fadnavis, who had been Chief Minister earlier, will be at the helm of affairs, but the BJP sprang a surprise to stun the Thackeray clan itself. As soon as he took oath, Shinde changed his Twitter display picture, a picture of him sitting next to Bala Saheb Thackeray, just like a disciple. The BJP too claimed that making Shinde the Chief Minister is a tribute from their end to the Hindutva icon. Listen in to what the Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, had to say.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील। आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मानताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं
This was Devendra Fadnavis's announcement after he and Eknath Shinde called on the governor at around 5 p.m. this evening. And right after Devendra Fadnavis announced that Eknath Shinde would be the chief minister. Shinde himself praised the BJP's magnanimity for giving a tribute to Balasaheb Thackeray by supporting his Sena. Listen in to Eknath Shinde.
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहा साहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत, त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
You saw the sound bites from about 5 p.m. this evening, but the story changed around 6:30. Devendra Fadnavis, who had already announced that he would not be part of the government, would stay out but support the Shinde government, actually, while announcing the new CM, suddenly made a U-turn. There was a public appeal that was made, and JP Nadda, the BJP president, came and gave a public statement saying that he would urge Devendra Fadnavis to take over as the deputy chief minister. And this was soon followed by a tweet given by Amit Shah, who came out and said that Devendra Fadnavis had agreed for the same. Well, body language from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. changed quite tremendously. And even as Devendra Fadnavis walked in to the oath-taking position, the story on the stage also changed. First, on the right side of your screens, you can see the visuals of 2 chairs that had been put in for the swearing-in ceremony. And on the left of your screen, sudden commotion, and a 3rd chair was introduced because now 2 people would be taking oath. So the 2 chairs went on to become 3 chairs, including the governor. Let's listen in to what JP Nadda had to say just when he appealed to Devendra Fadnavis to take the deputy chief minister's post.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं.
Now on the news hour, let's decode the theories that are making the rounds on this entire turn of events. Theory 1, BJP wanted to take the high moral ground as it didn't want to be seen as dethroning Uddhav for power because it would have sent a bad signal. Theory 2, BJP wanted Shinde as the face of Uddhav's replacement because it would help the BJP in upcoming BMC polls and in the long run establish Shinde as the true heir of Balasaheb. But there is a theory 3. Central leadership asked Fadnavis to be the deputy chief minister because without Fadnavis, the government would be seen as remote controlling. Plus, with Fadnavis at the helm of affairs, would boost the centre's infra push in the state. But sources within the BJP also say that there is an official theory, which is that when Fadnavis was in Delhi, it was very much decided that Shinde would be chief minister and Devendra Fadnavis his deputy. But Fadnavis would give the platform to Shinde, making his announcement alone because it would have looked like the BJP was being magnanimous. And on the other hand, Fadnavis could not have actually announced his own position as Deputy Chief Minister, and it had been pre-decided that there would be the central leadership of the BJP which would urge Fadnavis to take that position, and then things would unfold. Well, the Congress and the NCP say that the BJP achieved its mission to destabilize the Uddhav government, but they also assert that Shinde Sarkar will still be dancing to the BJP's tune. Listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने षड्यंत्र में कामयाब हो गई। 2.5 साल से उनका ये षड्यंत्र चल रहा था, कोशिश चल रही थी कि जो सरकार वहाँ गठबंधन की सरकार है उसको गिराया जाए, और अंत में वो कामयाब हुए, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा उसका प्रयास यही रहता है कि जहाँ भी विपक्ष की सरकार है उसको गिराकर अपनी सरकार वहाँ बनाई जाए। कई राज्यों में वो पहले भी ये काम कर चुके हैं। अब उनका टारगेट महाराष्ट्र था, उसमें वो कामयाब हुए हैं। अब तो जाहिर है कि बहुमत अगर उनके साथ है तो सरकार बनाएंगे।
महाराष्ट्र के नए मुख्यमंत्री के लिए श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जो बागी विधायकों के नेता हैं, इनके नाम की घोषणा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता भूतपूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब ने की। वास्तविक मुंबई की महानगर पालिका होगी, कल्याण डोंबिवली, ठाणे, इन महापालिकाओं के चुनाव को मद्देनज़र रखते हुए मुझे लगता है कि शायद एकनाथ शिंदे साहब का चयन इसीलिए किया गया है। रिमोट कंट्रोल के माध्यम से पूरा अधिकार नागपुर के पास होगा, ऐसी व्यवस्था भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने करके रखी है।
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the legitimate question on the news hour tonight. Is this BJP's masterstroke or Maha confusion? That's the question, and that's the debate coming up on the other side. Shinde Sena Sarkar. That's the hashtag and the debate coming up.
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
Joining me tonight, Gaurav Bhatia, national spokesperson of the BJP, Smita Prakash, editor, Suhail Said, author and columnist, Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, Sanjay Jha, author, Intikhab Farooqi, leader of the Shiv Sena. My first question goes out to Smita Prakash. Smita Prakash, what is the perception? Let me begin with asking you the perception, because sudden announcement of Shinde becoming the chief minister, and just when everybody thought the twists and turns of the story was over, came Mr. JP Nadda's request, appeal, call it what you will, Mr. Amit Shah's tweet, and then the 2 chairs on the dais turned to 3. How do you see it?
Well, not for a moment do I believe that this was on the spur of the moment request going out to Devendra Fadnavis. I think it was pre-decided that it would be Mr. Shinde who would be chief minister, because wouldn't have, the optics would not have looked good that the BJP has destabilized in a way the government, even though they're not saying so. But Shiv Sena, they didn't want to look like they facilitated the exit of Thackeray from Shiv Sena's leadership and to install their own chief minister because of some kind of revenge taking from what happened in 2019. So I think basically the idea was to install a Shiv Sena chief minister. Shinde has been extremely bold in doing what he did, which is to take on a Thackeray, move people over to Assam. It required guts of steel, and I think he displayed that. So I don't think there was any second view. Of course, Fadnavis has a huge fan base which feels let down, and I think Fadnavis has come out as the bigger man in this, in which he seems graceful in that he has accepted a position which is less than a chief minister, even though he has been a chief minister. Everybody knows that he was the person who was drumming up support for Shinde within the Shiv Sena to make sure that Shinde has the confidence in taking this step. It's not not easy for somebody to do what he did, but he has done that. And Fadnavis brings with him so much experience. As you said in your introduction, he brings administrative experience. He knows he has political experience. So even though some might say that he's going to be like the man behind a puppet, that I don't think is true. If you say that, then you would have to say that it was Sharad Pawar who was running the earlier government and not Uddhav Thackeray. So, if it's not apples and oranges, so you cannot say that. I think Shinde is going to come to his own, show that it's a Shiv Sena government, but Devendra Fadnavis brings a lot of experience and will give in that central push for central government position, give a state push for the central government schemes which are to be implemented. Because remember, we are just 2 years now away, 2.5 years away before the government goes into an election mode for the 2024 polls. So I think it is important for the BJP to see that the central schemes are put into place in Maharashtra, which is one of the rich states.
All that is well taken, Smita. But the fact that Devendra Fadnavis did not announce himself as Deputy Chief Minister and later all this that happened was pre-planned, do you think it was pre-planned, or do you think they had to change their strategy midway? What is the perception on that?
Well, the drama did look nice of bringing in the chair in the last minute. So to give that idea that it was something that, the request was given out to Fadnavis. Fadnavis had not really accepted it. Of course, it wouldn't have looked nice for Fadnavis to announce his own deputy chief ministership. He did the magnanimous thing of waiting for somebody else to make in the request. So it all plays out very nicely like a soap opera. But I think this was thought out earlier. The fact that Fadnavis was in Delhi, and I really find it difficult to believe that Amit Shah and Fadnavis did not have this played out to the T, and I think it has the support of the big two.
Shaking his head and smiling extremely broadly. You have a different theory because today it's all based on theory.
Let's cut out this nice soppy, Fadnavis has shown himself to be very graceful, and this has been a very graceful thing. Every bit of it was scripted. If Narendra Modi wasn't Prime Minister, he would have made one of the greatest playwrights of contemporary literature. Every bit was scripted. He makes Shakespeare look like a slumlord. Look at the way the drama unfolded, okay? I mean, it was perfection. You have Narendra Modi who wants to stick the knife in at multiple levels but uses Sun Tzu's art of war as the learning mode, uses a borrowed knife to kill his enemy. So in one fell swoop, you have completely decimated the Thackeray's. You've made them irrelevant to their own party. Number two, you've made Devendra Fadnavis come across as the sacrificing person. See his face, he wasn't too happy. Number three, you've made Eknath Shinde swell with pride. What have you done? You've told Maharashtra that, look, it is not us who are in power, it is Eknath Shinde. He is the original Shiv Sena. Number two, anything happens, the blame will be on Eknath Shinde. Devendra Fadnavis will, mark my words, be actually the remote control. Number three, the BJP has played a brilliant card. Give them credit. Don't make them come out as if everything was decided on the spur of the moment. Remember one thing, even the flowers that are put in a bouquet when BJP hands it out to anyone are well chosen. There may be 2 roses, but there'll be at least 6 thorns depending on who's getting those roses. So hats off to those guys. It's been a wonderful journey. It's a great lesson in political craftsmanship. Sanjay Jha, he's suspended, otherwise he could have actually carried forward these lessons to Rahul Gandhi, because I don't know if Rahul Gandhi is aware that this change has happened in Maharashtra. But that apart, my worry is not all of this. My worry is that now Maharashtra needs to breathe easy. Now we need governance that has been missing for the last 8 days. And my only other abiding request, Navika Kumar, through the powers of your channel is, today more than ever, the government of India has recognized the crucial role that hotels and private jets play. So please give tourism greater benefits and more recognition.
Well, Gaurav Bhatia, that's many messages rolled into one, but political craftsmanship at its best is what Suhail said, calls it. And Smita says it was planned to the T. I think you can lend a few scripts to Bollywood as well, because some of those films are bombing every day. Maybe
But Bollywood won't have the kind of actor that Fadnavis is. Fadnavis is
so
better.
let's be serious. Let's be serious. Gaurav Bhatia, was it important to send down this message that it would be Shiv Sena on top? It wasn't really that the BJP was hungry for power and therefore stabbing the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray in the back. Was that the biggest message?
Navika, for Smita ji and Suhail ji, they can make their comments freely. Suhail ji can also say it was scripted to the T. But as a party soldier and as a spokesperson, it is not my job to analyze and scrutinize. That part has to be done within the party fold. I have to put forward the party leadership's views, and that is why I'm here. And 3 strong messages have been given to every citizen of our country and to the Marathis and people living in Maharashtra. And what are those 3 messages? The first is the mandate that was given to the Bharatiya Janata Party has now been honored, and Bharatiya Janata Party lives for the welfare of the people of our country and Maharashtra. The second, Bala Sahab Thackeray ji's ideology of Hindutva, Hindu pride, which is a very positive thing. Hindutva is not negative as Rahul Gandhi says. That has been honored. And when there were slogans being chanted, Har Har Mahadev, I think everyone felt proud of those. And the third, which is most important, and I will first say a couplet for Devendra Fadnavis ji. मैं फलदार शाख हूँ, फलदार शाख लचकती जरूर है. Today, Devendra ji is a very tall leader, but he has become taller. You know why? We come to debates and we say the motto and the slogan of Bharatiya Janata Party is nation first, party next, and individual last. Today, he lived up to it. He showed that if the party leadership decides, as our national president said that, I will go with what the party decides. This kind of commitment you will not find in G21, G23, G27. This only comes from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And for the Congress, for the NCP, I would only like to say one thing. शक न कर मेरी इन खुश्क आंखों पर, यूं भी आंसू बहाए जाते हैं. आज उनको दर्द हो रहा है नाविका जी, और ये दर्द अच्छा है.
ये दर्द अच्छा है. Well, let me ask Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, Devendra Fadnavis's words when he left office the last time, which is really viral on social media, were मेरा पानी उतरता देख, मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना, मैं समंदर हूँ, लौट कर वापस आऊँगा. Today, those words coming true. Lessons for the Congress party. Uncomfortable alliance, कोई इज्जत नहीं. Absolutely no respect, nothing gained from this very opportunistic alliance. I want to ask you, Sanjay Jha, what has been the opposition's gain and what has been the learning?
Navika, first and foremost, I've heard some of your panelists speak earlier, and I respect all of them. But I don't want to insult the collective intelligence of your viewers. To call Operation Lotus an obscene, shameless, vulgar use of money and muscle power, where you have absconding MLAs taken to BJP-ruled states of Gujarat, Surat, and then staying in Radisson Blu in Assam, where you have floods, and then to a 5-star resort in Goa, and to give it political craftsmanship. To say that Devendra Fadnavis still is like pure as running water. I mean, we are making a travesty of a public discourse. Now, I can understand people's personal ideological preferences, their other political compulsions, whatever they may be. But I don't want to be that crude and shameless enough to come on your show and say this is the art of political management. I think this is demeaning our democracy. And all of us, everyone on the program, we are all, can I just finish? Sure, I believe all of us here are responsible public faces. We all have credibility. We all have social media followers. And I'm sure we have a lot of people who respect us for what we say. I believe endorsing what the BJP has done is toppled a government. And, you can attribute many reasons. Articles will be written, books will be written. But to endorse this kind of what I believe is the most brutal annihilation of democracy as an art of Chanakyanati, it shames us all. And therefore, my second point, let us not try and whitewash this whole Devendra Fadnavis issue. If we go back, Navikas, to his tweet, do you think he was celebrating about his moment, or was he talking about Fadnavis's moment? He was talking about his own. And I can tell you this, and I'm not saying it to just put the cat among the pigeons. There is a internecine politics within the BJP. Why would the BJP president come public? Why would Amit Shah tweet? It looks to me as a very unusual development. And for all of us who believe that the BJP is, the ultimate Bible or the holy grail of political management, there are people. And where there are people...
Well, nobody is saying the BJP is the
1 minute, I want to
holy
come in.
grail.
Since he made a comment, I want to come in on this.
Suhail said, but, I like your moral high ground, Sanjay Jha, for a party that was number 4 party when elections happened in 2019, jumped into bed with a party that they called the most hardened and right-wing Hindutva party. At that time, morals didn't come across. And now you're saying, how can you accept and endorse, Devendra Fadnavis or the BJP doing this? Once in a while, just once in a while, as healthy standards recommend, look into your own conscience once in a while. Maybe if you're not completely taken aback with what you see inside the Congress's conscience, maybe you'll be able to understand others. But Suhail said wants to come back because you used his word political craftsmanship so many times. Suhail said respond to Sanjay Jha.
That's the other problem with some panelists. When they quote, they don't quote ad verbatim, they quote out of context. So I said 3 things and I stand by them. No one is whitewashing. We've been asked by Navika Kumar, the anchor, what we feel. This is our perception, my perception at least. A, B. Is it not political astutemanship? It is. The fact is that they are in power. You guys don't even know where you are. Actually, it's not even you. You're suspended. So you're neither here nor there. Number 2, do you think, Sanjay, this is the first time this has happened in India? Indira Gandhi started Ayaram Gayaram politics. You know that better than I do. You are a student, hopefully, of history as well, political history for sure. Number 3, what have they done which has not been done in the past? They've only bettered it. Do you think Congress has not sequestered its MLAs? You did that in Rajasthan. You think the Congress hasn't done this? So, hamam mein sab nange hain. Remember, it's a large Turkish bath. All these guys have been part of that Turkish bath. Where are we today? I have said on Navika Kumar's program time over and time again that this is not the way a democracy should be run. But if it is run by everyone in this way and one guy wins, you must salute the winner. It's the winner takes it all, with due respect to ABBA. Number 3, no one, neither Smita Prakash nor I, hold a brief for any one of these guys. I couldn't be bothered. My view is that today you are showing Devendra Fadnavis as the person who has sacrificed, but it's also very clear that it's a party that is run by discipline. It's not a party that is run by some avuncular people who want to protest but don't have the courage to do so. Today, the Congress is in a hapless minority, both intellectually and politically. Do you want redemption? The answer is yes. Will you get it? The answer is no. Why? Because no one has the will, Sanjay. I mean, you have defended the Congress more after being suspended. For that alone, they should have been in tapasya mode for the rest of their lives. They haven't taken you back. That's the arrogance of entitlement. What the BJP today has done, whether they genuinely believe or not, who cares and who knows? I'm not Amit Shah's conscience keeper. Fact is, they've been able to do this. The fact is, there was a pre-poll alliance between the Shiv Sena and the BJP. The fact is that that pre-poll alliance was not honored. Today, if someone says revenge is a dish served best when cold, in this case, they've taken it out of the freezer and put it on the burner. And people are burning, whether it's Bernal or something else. I don't want to even promote a brand. So that's where we are, my friend.
Well, Tehseen Poonawala, I want to ask you straightforward. where does that leave the Congress party? It's the question I asked Sanjay Jha as well. And what happens to the opposition? Now, Shiv Sena, which had 55 members, is down to what, 14 or whatever, if they stick to Uddhav Thackeray. The others are part of the government, 39 of them. And who's going to be the leader of the opposition? Will the Aghadi stick together? Will it be the Congress party leading it in the opposition? The NCP, Sharad Pawar was the mentor of this entire Aghadi, or Uddhav Thackeray or Aditya Thackeray? What's the opposition's plan? Because an opposition is important.
Namaskar, Navika ma'am. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Namaskar to all my worthy fellow panelists, and namaskar to all your viewers. You raised a very pertinent question. So if I may just take 10 or 15 seconds to address the question of the Shiv Sena, so-called Shiv Sena split. You see, right now, the Shiv Sena Thackeray group has not formally split from the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde group. So as of now, the Eknath Shinde group, whenever assembly is called and the floor test is taken, will be sitting on the same benches. So then, of course, the question is which whip applies. And with the Eknath Shinde having a majority, it is obvious that their whip will apply. So the question of disqualification for Uddhav Thackeray's group will only come if they don't go with the whip of Eknath Shinde. So far as that is concerned, I think technically speaking, the Shiv Sena as an entire legislative group will vote together for the government. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut had gone on to say if Eknath Shinde is made chief minister, they would be more than happy, and I think they will perhaps at least legislatively have to honor that commitment. So I don't think the Shiv Sena will come into the question of the opposition, because they will be in government in that cause, whatever the internal squabbling is. Which leads us to the next question, what happens to the opposition? I would obviously like that the Congress takes the leader of the opposition post. It doesn't go to the NCP, A, because the Congress is a national party, B, because that's how the formula should be. Even when the Congress was a smaller party in the alliance, the chief minister had gone to the Congress when they were in 2009, when there was the election in the Congress, NCP had come back to power. So I hope that the Congress gets the leader of opposition. There's a third point that I want to make. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. So perhaps that's the reason why Devendra Fadnavis, what he's calling a master stroke by making Eknath Shinde the chief minister. But this is the same Devendra Fadnavis who, to quote a couplet, Teri mehfil bhi gaye, chane wale bhi gaye, aakar baithe bhi na the, to nikale bhi gaye, was so keen to become chief minister of Maharashtra. Nevertheless, Fadnavis has a long tenure still to go. He has emerged as some sort of a massive leader in Maharashtra. Time will tell. He's still got time on his hand. He's a young politician in the Indian political context. Wish him well, but I think that at this moment, Eknath Shinde, putting him out there, was more of a majboori than a Chanakya Niti, and that's my take on it.
Well, Smita Prakash nodding her head and raising her hand. Smita, entitlement dekh lo. Sabse choti party hai, but leader of opposition should be with the Congress party. That is the entitlement.
I must say that Tehseen comes across very sweetly talking about hope right now.
Sorry, Smita.
Tehseen, ab bas, tumhara hope bahut zyada jata hai, ab bas. I think it's really hoping for too much to expect that the Congress will be leader of the opposition. But who knows? I mean, Indian politics is such. Of course, I totally endorse what Suhail had said in response to what Sanjay had said, because no way would either Suhail or I endorsing this resort politics or any of the shenanigans that happened in government formation. The other thing which I want to say is which you were saying about, what's going to happen to the Shiv Sena. There's going to be a lot more drama, and the way I see it is that Shinde is going to try his level best to get Uddhav and the others on board and see to it that there is no split. Not just legislators split, but no split in the party at all. They would rather have Uddhav Thackeray take on that patriarchal role which Bal Thackeray played. So they will advise, and I think it does suit Uddhav better, because Uddhav really has shown that the nitty-gritties of running a government or running the party is really not his scene. He would rather take on this patriarchal role. I think it would fit him fine, and Shinde will try his level best. So we are going to see a lot of drama unfold in the Shiv Sena now in the coming days. So the drama is not over, and like it or not, Sanjay, this is what Indian politics is, or this is what Indian family soap operas are, and politics reflects that family soap operas where there's lot of आप मेरे बड़े हो, मैं आपके चरण छूता हूँ, please वापस आ जाइए. All this happens. We saw this happening even when Mr. L.K. Advani sulked when Modi was chosen as the chief ministerial candidate. There was a lot of going and back and forth and convincing Mr. Advani to step aside.
2004? Why are you forgetting 2004 and Sonia Gandhi's Tyag and the parliament
do you
session?
Remember,
Navika,
do
the session
remember the
inside the
headlines?
parliament and everybody crying. I mean,
the weeping and crying and everything that happened with Manishankar Iyer and the others, and the banner headlines, Amazing Grace. That was the banner headline. Biblical headlines coming in, showing her as the next Mother Teresa. So all this drama does happen. You don't remember Manishankar Iyer, Jayanti Natarajan weeping profusely.
Renuka Chaudhary.
Yeah. So this drama is not new. Everybody has learned from the Congress.
But yes, as young reporters, we were all inside Parliament and seeing what was going on. But I'm coming to you, Suhail. My friend Intikhab Farooqui of the Shiv Sena hasn't spoken.
What has upset me is that there were no tears. If the tears would have been there, it would have just added a more nuanced version, but that will happen perhaps on the first day of the assembly. Yes, Farooqui sir. Now, which Shiv Sena is Mr. Farooqui from? Because now there's confusion, which Tehseen has created.
Well, Mr. Farooqui, which part of Shiv Sena are you from? The Uddhav Thackeray side or the Shinde side? And will the two sides come together, as Smita Prakash says, कि ultimately it's one big happy family, हम सब साथ हैं?
Definitely, I'm from a part of the main Shiv Sena, which come from Honorable Balasaheb Thackeray and Uddhav Saheb Thackeray, who has made this Shiv Sena. I mean, the people who have become Chief Minister of Maharashtra today, they are a part of it. And I just want to say, Navika, if this was the ultimate goal, I think they should have sat with Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, Honorable Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, and could have, told their opinion that this is our demand. That is what I just wanted to say, that Mr. Honorable Uddhav Thackeray is already open for talks for his ministers and his karyakartas. Then I think this was not the only solution to go ahead and take a decision like this. I mean, leaving the party and going ahead and making a part of Shiv Sena, two parts of Shiv Sena. So that is what I mean to say. I mean, like,
well, so
what I see so far.
Let me ask Gaurav Bhatia. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, if Devendra Fadnavis has become the Deputy Chief Minister today, many people are raising this question that he could have done that with Uddhav Thackeray in the beginning, in 2019, and given Uddhav Thackeray the position of the Chief Minister, which has been given even today to a Shiv Sainik. What was the problem with that formula then?
Navika, Bharatiya Janata Party is a party of ideology and principle. And I'll make it very simple for everyone. There was a pre-poll alliance which we are forgetting. Shiv Sena contested the elections showing the face of Narendra Modi ji, the good work that was done by Devendra Fadnavis ji. Under the leadership of Devendra ji, the election was fought. And there was no such promise made by the Bharatiya Janata Party that there would be a split of 2.5 years each as chief ministers. But later it was claimed by them. So it was like keeping us in dark and then also, cheating us. Now in the case of Eknath Shinde ji, the Shiv Sena imploded, and I refute the charge of Mr. Sanjay Jha when he says that Bharatiya Janata Party toppled the government. Rather, it is a well-known fact that there was no ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray left in Shiv Sena, and that is why the 40 MLAs of Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde ji decided to part ways. Now the difference is this, that Eknath Shinde ji also believes in Hindutva of Balasaheb Thackeray, and Bharatiya Janata Party believes that Hindutva is the way forward. So therefore the two have come together. This is the difference between the earlier alliance and the second one now which has been forged. But I would definitely like to put forward the ironical situation. Nobody would have thought, not even Balasaheb Thackeray ji, that Uddhav Thackeray will resign and it will be considered a victory of Hindutva. And nobody would have thought, even Balasaheb Thackeray wouldn't have thought, that a Shiv Sena chief minister would be sworn in and Uddhav Thackeray will be sulking. And this is the kind of politics that Uddhav Thackeray has been doing. I just want to add one more thing. You know, Sanjay Jha talking about morals. Sanjay bhai, I know that you are very loyal, more loyal than the official spokespersons of the Congress, but I am giving you some points to reflect upon. You have 44 MLAs, you contested the elections against the policies of Devendra Fadnavis and Shiv Sena, which was in power. Then you joined hands with them. 2 ministers of Mahavasuli Aghadi were put behind bars, one of them not sacked. Why? Third, the police commissioner himself was extorting money, trying to achieve the targets given. And Congress has become the Bhasmasur of Indian politics. In Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi Party was reduced to ashes. In Bihar, RJD is an unknown entity. In West Bengal, left has no future. It is all because of the Congress party led by the Gandhi Parivar.
Sanjay, you want to respond?
Yeah, quick response. Number one, Gaurav, I'm just telling you this as a friend. You know, I have been on the other side of the ruling party for a long time. Please remember, political arrogance cost you the 2019 government with the Shiv Sena. There are no permanent winners and losers in politics. You know, you don't know what's going to happen in future elections. We could be swapping seats. So hold your breath. Second point, I'll give you just one example of your great Mr. Fadnavis, who's, you know, bathed in running water. You know what? He did a swearing in at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he did it with Mr. Ajit Pawar, whom he accuses of having links with Dawood Ibrahim. And guess what? You guys in the BJP suddenly wiped off all the corruption allegations of the irrigation scam against Mr. Ajit Pawar. You are the worst in political hypocrisy. You guys have no public standards. You lie and indulge in propaganda and fake news. So and my job is to expose you, my friend. Anyway, the people will judge you.
Fake news, nobody has a proprietorship on fake news, Sanjay Jha, and there have been many items of fake news coming from every political party, and the Congress really doesn't come from Bethlehem as far as fake news is concerned. So let's just leave it there. And I just want to read out that there is magnanimity, there is hope in life, because today office of Uddhav Thackeray has just tweeted, he has put out this tweet and he has congratulated Eknath Shinde. Well, the last part of this story has still not been told, ladies and gentlemen, and we all live in hope that yes, it is one big happy family and hopefully it will stay that way. वो कहते हैं ना, सुबह का भूला शाम को घर लौटे तो उसे भूला नहीं कहते. Well, who knows, Smita, they may all unite and you know, in India you don't toast to each other, but they may all unite and do a havan or a kirtan or whatever and say to each other, let bygones be bygones, and Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde and the BJP will come back together on the same page and be part of one big happy family. Is that what it's going to be? Who knows? We'll have to wait and watch, because this story has had its share of twists and turns, and we'll wait for other developments coming up on the other side. Thank you very much to my panelists for joining me on debate number 1. On the other side, the big Udaipur, India with Kanhaiya. That is the big story and the big debate. The hate murder which took Kanhaiya's life still haunts India. First, he was betrayed by Rajasthan cops, and today his death was insulted by none other than Ashok Gehlot. The Rajasthan chief minister, who had gone to meet Kanhaiya Lal's family, ended up giving A+ to the same cops who refused to give Kanhaiya Lal security. Kanhaiya would have been among us if his desperate SOS was heard. But first, listen in to what Chief Minister of Rajasthan Ashok Gehlot had to say.
हमने तत्काल त्वरित कार्य करते हुए दोनों मुलजिमों को पकड़ लिया और पूरी रात भर में पता लगा लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंधित है ये घटना। इसके मायने होते हैं कि आतंकवाद से संबंधित घटना है। ये कोई दो धर्मों के बीच में झगड़े होने वाली बात नहीं है।
हमारी पुलिस ने, एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया, एक तरफ हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया। मेन बात ये है, इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है ये पिक्चर के अंदर, उसने केस हाथ में ले लिया है। अब हमारी एसओजी एटीएस उनको सेव करेगी।
The Chief Minister says it's terror crime and not communal hate attack. But has Mr. Ashok Gehlot seen the killers of Kanhaiya bragging on camera how they slaughtered him to death? The Chief Minister might have assured the family of Kanhaiya, but they have made it clear that he must accept that due to the cops' negligence, they have lost the breadwinner of their family. Listen.
सीएम साहब ने हमें कुछ आश्वासन दिए। सीएम साहब ने हमें कि मतलब हमारी कुछ फाइनेंशियली वो हेल्प करेंगे और मतलब एक कोई ऐसी जॉब भी देंगे जो कि परमानेंट हो।
तो क्या उन्होंने माना कि उनकी पुलिस से चूक हुई है?
हाँ सर, पुलिस से चूक हुई है, ये तो उनको मानना पड़ेगा ना।
But Kerala governor slams the radical hate. He has called for an examination of the madrasa curriculum in the country. He alleged that the deeper disease is being ignored despite the symptoms which are now visible, as with the incident in Udaipur. Listen in.
We feel more concerned about the manifestation of symptoms. When the symptoms come, then we feel worried. But we refuse to take notice of the deeper disease. The question is whether the children are taught the punishment for blasphemy is beheading. And they are being taught in our own institutions. What is put into the mind of the children is that this is the law of God. We should be more concerned about the deeper disease.
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 2 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
And joining Gaurav Bhatia and Tehseen Poonawala on this debate are Danish Qureshi, political analyst, and Saeed Rizwan Ahmed, lawyer. Rizwan Ahmed Sahab, I want to ask you, what happened in Udaipur? What is it the result of? And when Mr. Ashok Gehlot comes out and says कि पुलिस ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, उन्होंने ठीक किया जो किया, I want to just ask, is this another attempt to try and brush this under the carpet, number one? And number two, is he completely unaware or in denial about the absolutely, abhorrent video confession which says that how this was done and Sartan Se Juda was virtually admitted on camera, on video? Are people part of this ecosystem that Mr. Gehlot represents completely in denial about the realities on the ground?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. As far as Mr. Gehlot goes, so Gaurav is there and Tehseen is there, so they will fight it out. Gehlot did the right thing or wrong. So I'll come on the other part, my study, my subject. See, Navika, this might be a surprise for you. For me, it is not. And this I have been saying ad nauseum in many debates. It depends. See, when it is a matter of the Prophet, there is nothing like Indian citizen, Pakistani citizen, Arab, Syrian. No. By and large, the community is on one platform. And if they believe that somebody has brought insult to the respect of Prophet Muhammad, now you bring or not is something different. If they feel you have bought, then by and large, a Muslim, educated, uneducated, who has done PhD or who is a Maulana, a rickshaw puller or a tycoon maybe, by and large, he will hate you, abhor you, and he will curse you, and he will pray for your punishment. Now that punishment might vary. You know, I won't say कि सब ये कहेंगे कि गला काट दो. But by and large, Muslims are not ready to forgive this in last 1400 years. As per what I have studied, they won't forgive and forget this till the Qiyamah, which we believe will come one day, the end of the world. So you have to live with it. You have to plan your life accordingly. You have to plan your protection accordingly. You cannot explain to everybody. A lone wolf, if given an opportunity, I told the concerned woman, I won't take her name, that be aware for the coming 20 years. Please do not feel that you are safe. I told the concerned woman, you know whom I'm talking about. So a lone wolf will rise from somewhere. In Syria, Pakistan, it will be more brutal, more blatant. And you know, there are 55 Muslim countries who have a law over this. They say that as per the law, we will slit your throat. As per the law, we will stone you to death. So you cannot take it away from Islam or Hadith or Quran. People might come in debates and adopt al-taqiyya and secularism and say कि oh ऐसा कुछ इस्लाम में नहीं है कि नहीं है. अरे भाई नहीं है तो 55 मुल्कों में इसी बुनियाद पर कानून कैसे बना हुआ है? So I'm talking to you like stone cold. This thing won't go. We have to learn how to live with it and protect ourselves.
Danish Qureshi, I just want to ask you, क्या कोई भी धर्म, कोई भी मजहब इतना इंटॉलरेंट होता है कि ये सरतन से जुदा एंड मैं एक इंसानी तौर पे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि ये सरतन से जुदा हैज बिकम पार्ट ऑफ कलोकियल लैंग्वेज नाउ. ये बड़ी बात है. ये सरतन से जुदा हम बात में एक दूसरे को कह देते हैं. क्या आप और हम, हो सकता है किसी से कोई गलती हो या हो सकता है किसी ने जो कहा किसी और को पसंद नहीं आया हो, इस पे मतलब कहीं ना कहीं आप एक दूसरे से इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते हैं तो क्या बात पे एक दूसरे को कहेंगे सरतन से जुदा और उसको फिर जस्टिफाई करने लग जाएंगे? ये कैसे हो रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है हमारी सोसाइटी में?
देखिए नाविका, सबसे पहली बात यह है कि मैं समझता हूं कि जो कुछ भी कन्हैया लाल जी के साथ में हुआ वो बहुत ब्रूटल था, नहीं होना चाहिए. लेकिन बात यह है कि जो लोग मानते हैं सर तन से जुदा, वो उनकी अपनी मानसिकता हो सकती है, इतनी गंदी ज़हनियत. लेकिन मुद्दे की बात यह है कि हम ये चाहते हैं कि जिन लोगों ने भी प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद का अपमान किया है उनके खिलाफ कानून के मुताबिक तो कार्रवाई हो, जो आज तक नहीं हुई है. इस पे आज तक ना तो फेडरल गवर्नमेंट बोलने को तैयार है, ना उनका आता है, ना पता है. मुंबई पुलिस जब पहुंची तो वो मिली नहीं मोहतरमा. सवाल ये है कि आप देखिए एक स्टेटमेंट के चलते हमने
मैं आपके दूसरे पार्ट से इत्तेफाक रखती हूँ कि कानून के अंदर अगर कुछ होना है तो होना चाहिए, लेकिन कन्हैया लाल के बाद लेकिन की क्या जरूरत है? जो कन्हैया लाल के साथ हुआ वो नहीं होना चाहिए था.
मैं बता रहा हूं नाविका.
उसके बाद लेकिन क्यों? Why is there always a but? Why is always there an conjunction? क्यों ये कंडीशनल क्यों है?
एक कन्हैया कंडीशनल मैं बताऊं आपको, एक कन्हैया लाल की बात नहीं है. इसके पहले कानपुर में जो कुछ हुआ उसके लिए जिम्मेदार अल्टीमेट क्या सिचुएशन थी, प्रयागराज में जो हुआ उसके लिए अल्टीमेट सिचुएशन क्या थी. आप देखिए कि मतलब जिसको आपको गिरफ्तार करके आपने अगर उसको कानून के मातहत प्रक्रिया की होती तो बहुत सारी चीजें, जो राइट्स हुए वो रोके जा सकते थे, बहुत सारी चीजें रोकी जा सकती थी. इस तरीके की जो ब्रूचुअल हत्या हुई शायद इसको भी रोका जा सकता था. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं आप देखिए कि पूरी दुनिया में जिस तरह से हम लोगों को जवाब देना पड़ा है, भारतीयों को जवाब, भारतीय डिप्लोमेट्स को जवाब देना पड़ा है, उसके बावजूद भी आज तक उनकी गिरफ्तारी नहीं है. हम ये
नहीं,
बिल्कुल
ये जवाब देना पड़ा है. क्यों? क्योंकि 10 दिन बाद उस मुद्दे को उठाया गया और उस मुद्दे को चलाया गया. बट गौरव भाटिया, there is no condemnation that comes without a condition.
तब तक क्या कर रही थी मोदी सरकार? मैं वही तो कह रहा हूं ना किया जी.
दानिश जी आपने सवाल उठाए ना, मैं गौरव भाटिया जी से जवाब ले रही हूँ. गौरव भाटिया जी, why is it conditional? Why can't we unconditionally say that this is unacceptable in civilized society? Why is there an agar, a magar, a lekin that comes with it?
Navika, why should
Navika, I am shocked by the response of Danish Qureshi
throughout the world.
Please, may I make my point? Thank you. You gave him 2 minutes, Navika. For 10 seconds, he spoke about the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal. For the remainder 1 minute 50 seconds, he was justifying, because he was saying that if somebody insults his God, then this is the consequence. Now, as a very devout Hindu, I will say one thing. You may hurt my feelings, you may say something about my God, but it is my religion which teaches me.
Please go through. Please go through.
1 minute, Danish Qureshi. I'm lowering your fader. I don't have time for people to speak over each other. Sorry. People will speak over each other, say what they want to say, and ultimately we'll be the ones facing the law. 1 minute, Danish Qureshi. You made your point. Gaurav Bhatia is speaking. Please do not interrupt.
You know, Navika, a platform as important as Times Now should be used for a very constructive message. And what is the message? I am a devout Hindu. Somebody might say something which hurts my religious sentiments. It is a crime under the Indian Penal Code. This country, I'll make it very clear, will be governed by rule of law, the Constitution of India, not by Sharia. And the rule of law will prevail. You cannot behead a citizen just because some words have hurt your sentiment. This is exactly what Ashok Gehlot has allowed, because Rajasthan has become a safe haven for people who have criminal tendency, links with terrorist organizations, because Congress indulges in appeasement politics. And the perpetrator of crime to the Congress is their vote bank. But the man who lost his life is not Congress's vote bank. That is the dereliction of duty. And second, I will make it very clear that why is the Muslim community, who are my brothers and sisters, coming out in great numbers, lakhs and lakhs on the road, to reprimand, to condemn the behavior of these people, and to even, take responsibility and say that if there is a rotten apple amongst a community, then we will ensure that that person is called out, and we will not condone the conduct which is against the spirit of the Constitution.
Well, let me ask Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla. Tehseen Poonawalla, all this because there is an ecosystem. There is an ecosystem which will defend this, and that was displayed by Mr. Ashok Gehlot today, saying the police did very well. They did a great job. Great job by putting in a man, by not giving him security.
Security not provided.
And a video.
Not provided.
And video.
Arrested the person who died.
I know, putting him behind bars and security not being provided. And that man today has met with a gruesome end, which was videographed. Now you have to think about the mentality of the people. And there were community elders who sat and signed some documents. And police in that area actually goes by these community agreements and doesn't provide security, and then the chief minister pats their back. Is this governance? Is this law and order? And Matloob still not caught. Now look at this incident. What kind of law and order?
No ifs, no buts. Anyone making the slogan Sar Tan Se Juda should be charged under the relevant provisions of the Terrorist Act. Anyone encouraging the slogan should be charged under the relevant provisions of 153 of trying to promote enmity between communities, and they must be acted and prosecuted under the relevant Terrorist Act. Ashok Gehlot government has done that. Every single Muslim influencer and leader has come out and condemned this barbaric act of terror. It's an act of terror, no if, no but. And I am saying this on your platform, and thank you for giving me this platform. Anyone using this language should be charged under the acts of terror. Nothing less, nothing more. We will not have beheading in our country. This country is run by the rule of law and by the Constitution of India.
Well, I hope you can send that message to the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, because in Rajasthan, we are actually patting the backs of those who failed to take care of individuals. Police is not meant for only VVIP duties, my friend. Police is meant to defend and to protect the citizens of India. Let everybody in this country who holds constitutional position realize that and deliver that to the people of India. Well, we leave it at that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining me on the News Hour. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same show. The News Hour at 9.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
अरविंद सावंत जी, आप कह रहे हैं उन अवन साहब जो गए हैं MLAs उनके घर पर तोड़फोड़ क्यों हो रही है? उनके पोस्टर पर काली पेंट क्यों लग रही है? क्या ये काम है शिव सैनिक का?
लगेगी ना भैया, लोगों का गुस्सा नहीं आएगा क्या? कमाल करती हो आप। अगर जब तक उनको लगा था कि ये वापस आएंगे तब तक लोग शांत थे। तुम संगठन के, तुम पार्टी के पीठ में छुरा भोंको और हम जनतंत्र की तालियां बजाते बैठेंगे, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। गुस्सा तो आता ही है लोगों को, वो तो होगा ना, ऐसे थोड़ी है क्या? वो धमकाना नहीं होता।
तो आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, आप सरकार चला रहे हैं और आप ब्रेकडाउन ऑफ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
एक मिनट, गुजरात में दंगा हुआ, किसकी प्रतिक्रिया थी? गोधरा के बाद में गुजरात में दंगा हुआ, किसकी प्रतिक्रिया? धमकाना नहीं था तो क्या था? वो प्रतिक्रिया स्वाभाविक थी कि नहीं थी?
गुजरात के राइट्स का मुंबई से क्या लेना देना? और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वर्डिक्ट आपने सुना है?
न्यूटन्स लॉ है, न्यूटन्स लॉ कहता है एक्शन एंड रिएक्शन इज इक्वल एंड अपोजिट। सो एक्शन एंड रिएक्शन इज अ प्राकृतिक है, वो होती है।
नहीं, फिर तो आरोप उद्धव ठाकरे जी पर भी लगाया जा सकता है कि 2019 में किसकी तस्वीर लेकर उन्होंने इलेक्शन लड़ा था? मोदी जी की तस्वीर लेकर। शिवसेना तो बीजेपी के साथ थी, लेकिन सत्ता के लिए, मुख्यमंत्री बनने के लिए बीजेपी का साथ छोड़ा और जिनके खिलाफ इलेक्शन लड़ा।
अगर जब तक उनको लगा था कि ये वापस आएंगे तब तक लोग शांत थे। तुम संगठन के, तुम पार्टी के पीठ में छुरा भोंको और हम जनतंत्र की तालियां बजाते बैठेंगे, ऐसा तो होता नहीं है। गुस्सा तो आता ही है लोगों को, वो तो होगा ना, ऐसे थोड़ी है क्या? वो धमकाना नहीं होता।
तो आप जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं, आप सरकार चला रहे हैं और आप ब्रेकडाउन ऑफ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जस्टिफाई कर रहे हैं।
Hello and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda. I'm Padmaja Joshi. Today, Maharashtra politics saw a twist in the tail, a twist that, let's be honest, none of us had seen coming. Eknath Shinde is the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Devendra Fadnavis is the new Deputy CM. The latter was apparently made to agree after he initially expressed his desire to sit out of this government. Incidentally, it was Devendra Fadnavis who announced that Eknath Shinde will be the next CM, underlining that it is he who stood for the real ideals of Bala Sahib, while the Sena had only betrayed them all.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील। आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मांडताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं,
this move, of course, is being seen as a masterstroke, a term that is much abused. A masterstroke because the BJP has not just blunted criticism directed at it for being power hungry, but also planned ahead for the next few years, consolidate the Hindu vote behind it in Maharashtra and help Eknath Shinde appropriate the Sena legacy. The bigger picture, of course, is the isolation and the possible gradual obsolescence of the Thackeray family. But is this too much of a gamble by the BJP? By giving over the reins of the government to Eknath Shinde, will they actually end up damaging their party and prospects? And what happens to the Sena? Will it see a sunset and the rise of a real Sainik? And has the BJP decided to endure this short-term pain for long-term gain?
अशा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजपा सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई. माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी. जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया. तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली.
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
All right, joining us now, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, Vaibhav Purandare, senior editor TOI and author of Bal Thackeray and the Rise of Shiv Sena, advocate Kapil Madan, a political analyst, Manojit Mandal, also political analyst, and Brijmohan Srivastav, national spokesperson of the NCP, will be joining us along with Chandrasekhar Jha in just a bit. But let me start by asking you, Sanju Verma, because most people are saying that you've done a dirty one on Devendra Fadnavis. Why?
You know, Padmaja, this may sound very cliched, but for the benefit of your audience, let me tell you the BJP's motto, and this becomes all the more important ahead of the National Executive meeting in Hyderabad, starting this Saturday. Nation first, party next, individual last. I know you have that smile on your face. I'll just say this, Padmaja, you know, this whole narrative, CM बनने के बाद फिर, you know, how can you be a deputy CM? You know, जो आदमी एक बार क्लास मॉनिटर बन जाता है, फिर आपको डेप्यूटी क्लास मॉनिटर बना देते हो. I have to say this thing. When BJP takes a decision, and I mean the top leadership, the few things that are immediately on their mind are long-term gains, not instant gratification. And if you look at, our political strategy, be it in Uttarakhand, be it in Karnataka, be it Maharashtra, we've always played for the long haul. Point number 2, I think in your introduction, you summed it up very aptly when you said, by elevating Eknath Shinde to the post of Chief Minister. And I say by elevating because, of course, we are a party with standalone 106 seats. So without our concurrence, this would not have happened.
Okay.
So I'm not making any bones about that. By elevating Eknath Shinde as the Chief Minister, we've actually given a larger message. हम सत्ता के पीछे नहीं थे. Point number 1. Point number 2, we have actually given legitimacy to the real Sena, which has appropriated Bala Saheb's legacy.
Okay.
Point number 3, this is checkmate for Uddhav Thackeray and company, and I'll just finish by saying one thing. You know, all those who are saying, you know, BJP ने master stroke खेला है, some saying BJP ने compromise किया है, तो इतनी बात याद रखिए, वो जो हिंदी में कहावत है ना, बड़े बेआबरू होकर तेरे कूचे से हम निकले, बड़े बेआबरू होकर तेरे कूचे से हम निकले, बड़े अरमान मेरे निकले, फिर भी कम निकले. This is for
बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान, लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. Okay, let me take this across to चंद्रशेखर झा.
झांक कर देखिए.
बहुत निकले अरमान, लेकिन फिर भी कम निकले. चंद्रशेखर झा.
Let me first tell everyone that what we are dealing today is the chief ministerial post of Mr. Eknath Shinde and demolition of BJP. So basically what is happening today is that the BJP has demolished themselves to give or to take power in the government and nothing else. Now the thing is that Mr.
But
Eknath
sir, I just want to understand, are you saying the BJP has grabbed power or the BJP has stiffed Devendra Fadnavis of power? Because 50% of people are saying that poor Devendra Fadnavis, he has been deprived of power. The other 50% are saying, oh, the BJP is so greedy, they have lunged at power. So is BJP taking power or losing power? First, let's just decide that.
See, demolition of BJP has started. I will say that because the demolition, why it has started, you have to see, because Devendra Fadnavis in 2019 told everyone that I will be back, and he is now back as a deputy chief minister, not the chief minister. So
that
he has
being
lost
said,
his
since you
power
are quoting people,
now,
4 days ago,
let me tell
Uddhav ji said that जो एक नाथ थे अब एक दास हो गए. वो तो एक नाथ ही रहे चंद्रशेखर जी.
ऐसी बात नहीं
वो तो
है.
दास नहीं है. आपको लग रहा था वो दास हो जाएंगे, वो तो एक नाथ हो गए.
वो तो समय बता ही देगा. देखिए,
जिनको किनारे करके मुख्यमंत्री बने थे उद्धव जी, आज वो मुख्यमंत्री हैं 2.5 साल बाद.
Let me tell you, history has to repeat. So we will also wait for the history to be repeated.
Exactly how?
Now, the history has to repeat. That is the Indian politics.
Sir, which history? Our politics is full of history. Which part of history will be repeated, Mr. Jha?
See, today everyone is saying that Shiv Sena is finished. The BJP or any other person is saying the Shiv Sena is finished. There are two different...
No, they're not saying Shiv Sena is finished. They are saying the Thackeray's are finished. Shiv Sena is with Eknath Shinde. Nobody is saying Shiv Sena is finished.
Making a false claim does not give that concurrence that Shiv Sena is finished.
Okay, quick rebuttal, Sanju Verma. Quick rebuttal, Sanju Verma.
Okay. You know, a very quick rebuttal, Padmaja. You know, Padmaji, what makes this entire breakaway of Eknath Shinde and the 39 or 40 odd MLAs with him from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, what makes this very important is the fact that look at the kind of people who've left. I'll just take 30 seconds. You have been covering this on your channel. Eknath Shinde has been an MLA 4 times consecutively. He was the guardian minister of Thane. He was a corporator in Thane. He's the strong man of Thane. But look at the others who've left. Gulab Rao Patil, the water and sanitation minister. Uday Samant, the higher education minister. Look at people like Deepak Kesarkar. He was, Minister of State for Finance. And all these people, please let me finish. I did not interrupt you. Padmaja, can you stop this man from heckling me? This is not fair.
You should tell all those facts.
ठीक है, रोइए. चलिए रोना शुरू कर दीजिए. जोर-जोर से रोना शुरू कर दीजिए because you have a bad habit.
अरे रोना तो आप लोगों को भी पड़ेगा. जोर-जोर का क्या? हम लोग तो काफी कुछ रुलवाएंगे.
चलिए रोना शुरू कर दीजिए. जब आपके रोना
चिंता करते हैं
मैं बात कर रखूंगी.
अभी तो शुरू हुआ है.
पद्मजा जी, when he stops crying, I will make my point.
Okay. In anticipation of BJP crying, at least let them finish their point, sir. Yes, you are gloating, let them cry, but let her finish her point. Yes, Sanju Verma.
पद्मजा, मुझे इस बात का घमंड नहीं पर मुझे ताज्जुब होता है. A party which today rules or call it governs more than 60% of India, which has won more than 80% of every election that it has fought under the aegis of Narendra Modi in the last 8 years. हमें चुनाव हारने वाले लोग टीवी स्टूडियो में बैठकर चुनाव कैसे जीता जाता है, शासन प्रशासन कैसे चलाया जाता है, उस पर भाषण देते हैं। बीजेपी को आपके भाषण की जरूरत नहीं है, पहले चुनाव जीतो।
Okay, let's ask Vaibhav Purandare. Vaibhav Purandare, the Shiv Sena is saying this is the beginning of the end of the BJP. The BJP is saying this is the beginning of the end of the Thackeray. Who do you think is going to make a beginning and whose end is nigh?
I think the BJP's projection that this is a Shiv Sena government is a politically very smart move, which worsens the crisis for Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. The existential crisis, of course, exists, but it has been made worse today by the elevation of Eknath Shinde as Chief Minister. If you remember, Padmaja, when the rebellion broke out, Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live address that, what are you rebelling for? Are they going to make you the chief minister? I'll be happy to quit if a Shiv Sainik becomes the chief minister. Now the BJP has done exactly that. It has made a hardcore grassroots level Shiv Sainik, a man who rose from the grassroots level, the chief minister of the state. And now there's going to be a great dilemma for Uddhav Thackeray's camp and for every Shiv Sena worker. How do they oppose Eknath Shinde as the chief minister? How do they oppose this government? How do they go forward campaigning in the BMC elections, which is going to be the lifeline for the Shiv Sena? The BMC elections are due in October this year. Very significantly, Eknath Shinde is a Maratha. Marathas comprise 30%, around 30% of Maharashtra's population. And if the BJP wants to create a rainbow coalition of castes, including the SCs and STs, then a Maratha face will be much more acceptable in order to create that rainbow coalition than, say, a Brahmin face at the moment.
But since you spoke of caste, let me bring in, what about the 10% Brahmins? Won't they feel slighted that Devendra Fadnavis from a CM becomes a deputy? What about that 10%?
At the moment, they are going to feel slightly dejected, no doubt. But they are also acutely aware of the fact that, number one, the BJP isn't deserting them, because the BJP has always been known as a party of upper caste, which has done plenty of social engineering to include various sections of society. And number two, Devendra Fadnavis is only 51 and he is in it for the long haul, just as the BJP as a party is in it for the long haul. So by projecting Eknath Shinde, it is targeting the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray camp in the Shiv Sena on the one hand, and worsening the existential crisis for that party.
It's
and
interesting
number
you
two,
mentioned...
also targeting the Congress and the NCP, which relies on a large part on the Maratha support base that it has.
Interesting you mention about an existential crisis, because the picture that was put out today by Uddhav Thackeray's youngest son, in a sense, seemed to be very, very emblematic, almost like walking into the sunset. Master stroke, Kapil Madan?
Well, I would like to make two quick points here. I was hearing Mr. Fadnavis' press conference, and Mr. Fadnavis during his press conference raised the issue that Shiv Sena has gone with the NCP and therefore they have betrayed the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray. Now it is a case of God calling the kettle black, because he is the same man who at 5:30 in the morning went ahead with the so-called support of Ajit Pawar and the NCP, took oath of the CM. So I don't know from where he gets the...
Sir, that is water in the Arabian Sea now. That is over. Now you have a Shiv Sainik who has been in politics 25 years, from a corporator to an MLA 4 times. He is the chief minister. When you had a chance... Balasaheb always said, I don't want to be CM, I will make a Shiv Sainik the chief minister. He never became CM. Today, Eknath Shinde has been made chief minister. Vaibhav Purandare wants to quickly respond to you. Vaibhav Purandare wants to quickly respond to you.
He's not given me a chance to complete.
In fact, the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray has been saying that the BJP has been lusting for power in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
And by making Eknath Shinde the chief minister, what they have truly demonstrated with consummate political skill is that they are not really lusting for power, and this accusation is not true. So when we are talking of Fadnavis's early morning swearing in, that was truly an acute embarrassment for the BJP. But now things have turned around so much that the BJP has now created an acute embarrassment for the Uddhav Thackeray camp in the Shiv Sena.
Yes, go on, Kapil Madan, respond.
So, Padmanaji, the point I was trying to make here is that they are saying that they have, gone ahead with the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray by making Mr. Shinde as the CM. Had it been the case that they truly wanted to honor Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, what stopped them at the first instance making Uddhav Thackeray as the CM? They never at that point in time in 2019, they never were an agreement of that kind of an arrangement. Rather than they betrayed Shiv Sena, went ahead, and let me tell you, रात की अंधेरे के अंदर ये चोरी छुपे काम हुआ और सुबह 5 बजे ओथ हो गई. So now to say, and they want to take a moral high ground that they are doing this because there is an ideology. And let me also tell you, the same argument applies for Mr. Shinde also. Had it been the case that he was shifting the ship because of ideological reasons, what stopped at the first instance? Shinde could have revolted at the first instance when NCP and Congress and Shiv Sena came forward. You could have said that no, we have an ideological difference, and mind you, there was one MLA who did that.
Sanju Verma, quick battle. Then I want to bring in Mr. Srivastav and Professor Mandal. Yes, Sanju Verma.
Okay. But I did not want to be drawn into this debate of compromise versus masterstroke. But I think Weber Purandre made some interesting points, and I will just reinforce that yes, having a Maratha as chief minister and having a Brahmin as a deputy chief minister, between the two of them, 42% of the electorate of Maharashtra is with us. But that's a very simplistic argument. I want to focus on the more important thing. This entire thing about Devendra Fadnavis ne subah 5 baje Ajit Pawar ke saath oath liya tha, he caused an acute embarrassment. If I start counting the embarrassment caused by Congress supporting H.D. Kumaraswamy only to have that government fall in less than 15 months, the list is endless. But I want to say one very important thing. When we went to fight the assembly elections in 2019, BJP and Shiv Sena, it was under the aegis of Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister and Devendra Fadnavis as the potential Chief Minister. From there to now be in a situation where we are saying we are sacrificing our Chief Ministerial candidate for the greater good shows that हम सत्ता के भूखे नहीं हैं. And if politics is about perception, we scored many brownie points. But if politics is about perception, when Uddhav Thackeray was asked to bend, he chose to crawl in front of Sonia Gandhi, the very party which doubted the veracity of Lord Ram and filed a petition in the Supreme Court, has time and again mocked Veer Savarkar.
And speaking of mocking, here is what, just by the way, after the alliance was broken up, Professor Manojit Mandal, NCP workers were cheering, saying there is only one tiger in all of Maharashtra and it is Sharad Pawar, Sharad Pawar. So when the Ajit Pawar and Fadnavis government was broken up, everyone called it a masterstroke. Now this would be a bigger masterstroke, point number one. And then you had people like Sanjay Raut. Here is what he said to Amit Shah inside Parliament. Listen.
जिस स्कूल में आप पढ़ते हो हम उस स्कूल के हेडमास्टर हैं, आपको बताना चाहते हैं। जिस स्कूल में आप पढ़ते हो हम उस स्कूल के हेडमास्टर हैं, आपको बताना चाहते हैं।
एक देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या करेगा? महाराष्ट्र एक तरफ और देवेंद्र फडणवीस। एक देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या करेगा? महाराष्ट्र एक तरफ और देवेंद्र फडणवीस। एक देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या करेगा? महाराष्ट्र एक तरफ और देवेंद्र फडणवीस।
So now who's the school child and who's the headmaster, Professor Mandal?
First of all, how did Uddhav Thackeray was driven out? A good man and a good artist and a fascinating chief minister in the making. It was because of BJP's money changers. And
so I don't know about why you find people fascinating.
I want to know. I'm making this charge on national television.
Okay.
No.
Oh my God.
Let me make this charge on your TV.
Okay.
When do ED and CBI and IT are raiding these MLAs' house? or they are talking about their bank accounts and so on and so forth. I'm making this charge that these people were
But that is your charge. That is neither here nor there. Okay? The question is, today Uddhav Thackeray has been outsmarted, outfoxed and outnumbered.
BJP is known for doing this. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten what they did in Gujarat? During the Rajya Sabha election,
sir, there are 39 MLAs over here who have clearly not got their due. And just by the way, just a second, since we are talking about how there were these lovely people being treated in the most dignified fashion inside their parties, let me actually tell you how these MLAs were referred to by one of the closest aides to the Chief Minister. Here is what Sanjay Raut has been saying about the people whom Uddhav Thackeray said, come talk to me, I love you. Sanjay Raut says, ये लोग जो कि गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं, they are like नचनियाज who are dancing before the person who is playing the drums. वो नचनिया की तरह हैं. ये लोग जो गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं, इनको अपने बाप के नाम पे वोट मांगने चाहिए. Then Sanjay Raut says, जो लोग असम गए हैं, उनके कितने बाप हैं? 40 bodies will be brought back to Mumbai and they will be taken straight for a post-mortem. And then you say they didn't go away because they felt insulted, they went away because ED की रेड पड़ रही थी. अरे आप उसको दिन रात गाली बोल रहे हो तो क्या करेगा वो आदमी? भागेगा ही ना. प्रोफेसर मंडल,
no, इसके साथ इसका क्या ताल्लुकात है?
इसका ताल्लुकात ये है that you have mistreated them. They are saying we are not being heard, we are not being given an audience, we are being treated like second-rate citizens. So they walked away.
Guwahati hotels
इसमें ED का क्या लेना देना है?
Who paid their bill? Who paid their bill?
Maybe they paid their own bill. I don't know. Do you have evidence to the contrary?
ED का क्या लेना देना है?
आपको कैसे पता अमित शाह ने बिल दिया?
क्या लेना देना है?
हो सकता है एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद अपना बिल दिया.
सेफ ऑपोजिशन पार्टी के साथ है ना. ईडी के लेना देना शुभेंदु अधिकारी के साथ नहीं है. शुभेंदु अधिकारी को तो भी उनके खिलाफ
Sir, why are you running around the point?
नहीं चल रहा है.
Just a second.
यही तो बात कर रहे हैं.
अरे why are you running around the point? The point is very simple. You had 2 years ago the Shiv Sena pulling a fast one, or rather Uddhav Thackeray pulling a fast one on the BJP, and today the shoe is on the other foot because in 2.5 years you could not control your MLAs. You were not able to carry out governance or to run a government, and they fled the coup.
I need to make a quick point, please.
They are not Shiv Sena's. They are not Shiv Sena's MLAs. They are BJP's MLAs. And the BJP is going to be the super CM, I tell you.
Okay.
It's not the Shiv Sena who has become the... Look
okay, so if BJP is going to be super CM, just before Sanju Verma responds, let me just ask you this. Why do you say BJP will be super CM? Why do you say BJP will be super CM?
And the real Shiv Senas are with Mr. Thackeray.
He's not making any coherent.
Okay, just a second, Sanju Verma. Just a second. 10 minutes more, 10 seconds more of silence. Let me just ask you, Professor Mandal, why do you say BJP will be super CM? Why do you say BJP will be super CM?
It is amply clear. It is amply clear. BJP is a power-hungry party. They are looking at 2024 for the parliamentary election.
I mean, it wasn't clear to me. So let me just ask you. Let me just throw out a number there before Sanju Verma responds. So if you are saying that BJP with 106 MLAs is going to be the super CM, then going by your logic, sir, with 53 MLAs of the NCP and 44 MLAs of the Congress, if these two parties were ready to support Uddhav Thackeray, who right now has just about 20 odd MLAs, then even Uddhav Thackeray would be a puppet CM, no? If he's got just about 20-25 MLAs with him, and he's still being supported by the NCP, which has 53 MLAs, then he would also be a puppet of the NCP. Sanju Verma, respond.
Okay. Padma Jana, I don't want to be interrupted. I did not interrupt Mr. Mondal. You know, I will say one thing. This whole narrative that BJP has been abusing and misusing the enforcement directorate. Padmaja, I refuse to debate. You can ask this man to whine.
One by one, yes, please go on.
I will speak.
One by one, go on.
The narrative that the enforcement directorate and the CBI are handmaidens of the BJP, this is a whole lot of hogwash, and I'll tell you why. Do you want to speak, Mr. Mondal? Then I'll keep quiet. You can continue.
He is quiet, Sanju Verma. Go on.
Okay. Anil Deshmukh, when he was charged with extortion, allegations of extortion. Everybody said Anil Deshmukh is holier than thou. Anil Deshmukh's bail plea was cancelled by none other than Bombay High Court. Not once, 4 times.
Okay.
When Nawab Malik was arrested for having close links with Dawood Ibrahim, his bail plea was cancelled. By whom? By the Bombay High Court. Sanjay Rathod, the forest minister, he was asked to leave because of suicide of TikTok star Pooja Chavan, which is apparently a murder. Dhananjay Munde of the NCP. He's facing charges of assaulting his own sister-in-law and is incidentally the Women and Child Development. He was the Women and Child Development Minister in the NVA. So the fact is, the NVA has not covered itself in glory. Quickly, I'll tell you one more thing. You know, the other very important thing that you need to know is that in the last 5 years, Padmaja, it is not just the BMC, where Shiv Sena and BJP has 82. Look at Pune. Today in Pune Municipal Corporation, which has been the NCP's bastion, we have 41 seats, NCP has 18 seats.
Okay.
Look at Pimpri Chinchwad, which was the NCP bastion. We have 31 seats, NCP has 22 seats. Look at
What is your
Akola,
point?
which has been the... 1 minute, I'm coming to my point. Look at Akola. Congress has 12 seats, BJP has 46 seats. I'm saying beat Congress, beat Shiv Sena, beat NCP. We have taken away vote share and seats from every major party in Maharashtra, and that is what has rattled them. So it is not as if BJP is power hungry. We've been working on a strategy on the ground for the last many years, and that is bearing results.
Okay,
And if
Mr.
that rattles
Srivastava,
me,
this is a strategy on the ground for many years, and on top of it comes the cherry on this cake. A cherry by the name of Eknath Shinde.
You've asked this question to me, madam?
Yes, Mr. Srivastava.
One thing is very correct. Now the MVA government is not in power. We lost the government. It's fact. But the thing is not this. More important is this: why BJP has taken this decision after 31 months. Why they have when they wanted to make it chief minister from the Shiv Sena? Why those people have not taken this decision in 19? If they have taken their decision at that time, so there was then there will be a no hanky panky.
19 में डिसीजन तो उद्धव जी ने लिया था ना?
ना, मैं आपसे नहीं, एक मिनट, संजू जी मैं बात कर लूं अगर आप इजाजत दें।
हाँ, बोलिए।
देखिए 2019 में बीजेपी और शिव सेना ने साथ चुनाव लड़ा था, इसको कोई डिनाई कर रहा है क्या? कोई नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन क्या ऐसा हुआ, हम लोग तो उस समय ना तो शिव सेना के साथ थे ना बीजेपी के साथ थे, हम लोगों ने तो अपने चुनाव लड़े थे। लेकिन हुआ क्या कि बीजेपी ने जो वायदा किया था शिव सेना से, जो कहा जाता है बंद कमरे में आदरणीय उद्धव ठाकरे साहब ने भी कहा, दूसरे नेताओं ने भी कहा कि बाला साहब
अमित शाह ने डिनाई किया कि ऐसा कभी बात नहीं हुई थी कि 2.5 साल का रोटेशन होगा।
यही तो मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि ये दोनों में फर्क आ गया ना। एक आदमी कुछ कह रहा था, दूसरा कुछ कह रहा था। अगर बीजेपी ठीक समझती थी कि उनको शिव सैनिक को ही बनाना है चीफ मिनिस्टर, तो उस समय कोई क्या कह रहा था ये इशू नहीं है। पर बीजेपी ने डिसीजन क्यों नहीं लिया? 31 महीने बाद क्यों लिया?
इसका मतलब how do you respond to this? That if you really wanted to honor a real Shiv Sainik, you could have honored Eknath Shinde in 2019. उनको बात करो, उनको बताने दीजिए, आपका पॉइंट समझ गए। वैभव पुरांदरे।
In 2019, when the MVA government was being formed, Sharad Pawar, the NCP president, made it abundantly clear to Uddhav Thackeray that only he would be accepted as the chief minister of the MVA coalition.
No, he doesn't mean the MVA. He's saying जब युति की सरकार थी, जब शिवसेना बीजेपी की सरकार थी, तो instead of Mr. Fadnavis, you should have made Eknath Shinde the CM then.
Well, at that time, the agreement was very clear between BJP and Sena, and that had been the agreement in existence from Balasaheb Thackeray's times for more than 25 years, that the party that got more seats got the chief minister's post. That is what happened in 1995. The Shiv Sena got more seats, so Manoj Joshi became the Shiv Sena's chief minister. In 2014, the BJP got many more seats than the Shiv Sena, so the BJP got its chief minister.
बताइए, आपको जवाब मिल गया ब्रजमोहन जी?
नहीं मिला ना। ये जवाब है क्या? जवाब मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं, इसका मतलब बीजेपी ने उस समय झूठ बोला था कि हमने कोई वायदा नहीं किया, आज उस वायदे को पूरा किया है। इसका मतलब कि बीजेपी ने अपने साथी को चीट किया था।
तभी तो आज उन्होंने इस बात को माना है। दूसरी बात, सबसे बड़ा सेटबैक है आदरणीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस साहब को। वो कहते थे मैं समुंदर हूं, समुंदर के पास कोई मकान मत बनाना। बीजेपी ने उनको नदी बना दिया, और नदी से वो नाले कब बन जाएगी पता नहीं।
तो ये बताइए कि अशोक चव्हाण भी मुख्यमंत्री थे, आपने उनको मंत्री बना दिया,
तो आज की बात
आपने क्यों उनको नदी से नाला बना दिया? ये क्या बात हुई?
मैं आज की बात कर रहा हूँ,
मैं भी आज की बात कर रही हूँ। अशोक चव्हाण भी तो कल तक मंत्री थे,
हुई ना,
वो पहले मुख्यमंत्री रहे, आपने उनको मंत्री क्यों बना दिया?
पद्मजा जी, कितनी कंफ्यूज पार्टी है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाते हैं और देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्या बोलते हैं, मैं सरकार से बाहर रहूंगा। क्या हुआ फिर? क्यों आ गए सरकार के अंदर?
बताइए संजू वर्मा।
चार चरित्र और चेहरा क्यों नहीं?
संजू वर्मा, यस।
2 घंटे जो जोश में भाषण,
प्लीज अभी चुप हो जाइए।
2 घंटे में भूल गए बेचारे।
Padma, you have to moderate the debate.
Sanju Verma, yes.
I did not want to make this dirty because we've had some light moments and we've shared some laughs on your debate. But now let me remind Mr. Brijmohan Srivastav, आपने देवेंद्र फडणवीस के ऊपर टिप्पणी की, तो मैं आपको बता दूं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस is the only chief minister since 1995 to actually, the BJP under him got 3-digit seats, 106 in 2019, and the only chief minister after Vasant Rao Naik, a non-Maratha, to complete full 5 years. The last time a non-Maratha had completed full 5 years was under Vasant Rao Naik from 1963 to 1975. इसलिए फडणवीस जी के ऊपर टिप्पणी करना बंद करिए। बस पद्मजा, why we took so long? Why we took so long? I will tell you that. Can you please ask this man to keep quiet?
Okay. Very quickly, please let her finish. Brijmohan ji, बताइए. Quickly, 30 seconds.
Why we took so long? Why we took so long? There are 2 key dates here. On June 10th, we had the June 10th, 2022, which nobody is talking of. We had the Rajya Sabha election. Effectively, our strength in the House went up from 106 to 124. And then on June 20th, we had the MLC elections. There are effective strength went up from 124 to 134. And the saga unfolded from June 21st. So basically, when we saw that the numbers were on our side, when we saw the Uddhav Thackeray government had seen cross-voting, when we saw that people had reduced Uddhav Thackeray's government to effectively a minority, why should we not have taken the claim?
Okay, so you have taken the claim, you have taken the plunge. Let's see what the strategy is going to be in the next 2.5 years, or more importantly, as most political watchers would be interested in knowing, in the long term, has the BJP sacrifice in the short term to make gains in the long term, or as Shah Rukh Khan famously said, हार के जीतने वाले को ही बाजीगर कहते हैं. On that note, thank you very much all gentlemen and Sanju Verma for having joined us. Could the BJP be the bazigar of Maharashtra? Two days after the spine-chilling video of Kanhaiyalal's daylight murder by a machete-wielding butcher came to light, there is outrage across the country, with protests erupting in multiple cities asking for no more Hindu lives to be taken away by communal hate. In the middle of this, Chief Minister of Rajasthan went to Udaipur to lend his shoulder to Kanhaiyalal's grieving family and instead stabbed them in the back. The CM dismissed the communal hate crime as a terror attack and even went on to hail his police force for a stellar job.
हमने तत्काल त्वरित कार्य करते हुए दोनों मुलजिमों को पकड़ लिया और पूरी रात भर में पता लगा लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंधित है ये घटना. इसके मायने होता है कि आतंकवाद से संबंधित घटना है. ये कोई दो धर्मों के बीच में झगड़े होने वाली बात नहीं है.
हमारी पुलिस ने, एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया, एक तक हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया. मेन बात ये है, इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है ये पिक्चर के अंदर, उसने केस हाथ में ले लिया है. अब हमारी एसओजी एटीएस उनको सेव करेगी.
And calling out Gehlot also was the Kerala governor, not the one to pull any punches. Arif Mohammed Khan today disagreed with the CM and addressed hate that is being imparted in madrasas.
We feel more concerned about the manifestation of symptoms. When the symptoms come, then we feel worried. But we refuse to take notice of the deeper disease The question is whether the children are taught the punishment for blasphemy is beheading. And they are being taught in our own institutions. What is put into the mind of the children is that this is the law of God. We should be more concerned about the deeper disease.
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 2 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Tariq Fateh, author and columnist with us, along with Amna Begum Ansari, researcher and political analyst. My first question is to you, Zeenat Shaukat Ali, Islamic scholar. Why has there been a greater radical influence in India of late?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm sorry, Padmaji, I didn't get you.
Why is there a creeping radicalization amongst common Muslims in India?
I think, there are several reasons attached, but I feel that, the influence of the ISIS, which is an international body and which has absolutely, that entire concept of religion in Islam is completely distorted. It's full of violence, it's full of, marginalization of women, and it's a completely distorted picture. It's nothing to do really with Islam and its values. I think that is there. Then you have also, unfortunately, the Talibanization coming in. You see, right to your borders, as soon as the Taliban have taken over, they have, they have made certain walls and certain definitions which have become very enclosed. And also, you see, we feel that, I feel that, the rise of these kind of organizations like PFI, etc., where they indoctrinate young people with the wrong ideas, unfortunately. Those ideas have very little to do with religion, but much more to do with their own perverted thinking that they try to get into the youth, which is very, very unfortunate. And I think, these are some of the very, very dangerous issues. And also, you see, you have, if you look at the Taliban and how they came into power, a very short study, when I looked into it, somebody asked me to talk about it, and I found that, a lot of these organizations had their roots in Pakistan. A lot of this Tehreek, etc., that, half a dozen names, had a very strong radical roots out there. So you see, you're surrounded, young people are unfortunately get radicalized because of such a vile ideology that is not to do with religion, but to do with their own political gains and to do with gaining power, in which these young people are used.
It's important that you mention that organizations like PFI that masquerade as political fronts are actually involved in actively indoctrinating young minds as well. Tariq Fateh, what do you say of the argument that because of greater identity politics and the perception that there is a victimization of minorities, youth are taking to this kind of radical thought in India?
Unfortunately, the truth is far from what we like to hear.
It is in the Quran where it is said, slay them where you find them. It is in Shariat law that, just a second.
This is a very selective and a wrong
No,
quotation.
just please, don't interrupt me, please. This fine-tuning and saying this is not the right Islam, it's absolute nonsense. Ghazwa Hind is as part of Islam as there are the philosophy that suggests that every Hindu has to die, every Hindu temple has to be destroyed.
No, I think, can I take a quick rebuttal to that from Zeenat Shaukat Ali? Quick rebuttal, Zeenat Shaukat Ali?
I have never agreed with the gentleman's views, and I think his entire concept and understanding of, when he's quoting, giving a certain quotation, you have to understand it was in regard to those who had betrayed the country, to the traitors, and it had nothing to do with religion. It was those who were betraying the country from within themselves and had nothing to do with the religious understanding. So you see, when you...
So why do you say it's religion? Why are you saying it has nothing to do with religion?
You distort the meaning, and that is unfortunately the entire position today that, one looks at, is being looked at from that angle. And until and unless you learn to correct that angle,
this is a one-sided discussion. I mean, why should...
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, ma'am. Then why is it that where we had seen a very moderate practice of Islam and blasphemy and such associated ideas were seen largely in our neighborhood of Pakistan, Afghanistan, where did this concept enter?
It is in India, ma'am.
Tariq Fateh.
Deobandism is Taliban. Taliban came from Deoband's teaching. Please don't mix it up. This is essentially a made in India problem exported to the Taliban. Deoband is the source of the problem. Your madrasas are. Muslims have learned. Dekhe, please. If you
okay,
don't
one
want
at a time, please. Tariq Fateh sahab, yes.
I will not pretend. There's no point. You sugarcoating this nonsense for the last 75 years. The partition was based on the hatred of the Hindu. Those who left behind were committed to the nonsense of the Darul Harb and Darul Islam.
So, sir, how does one combat it, especially when it's moved online?
How does one combat it? Yes, there will have to be Indian Muslims who would stop lying and come out and say the ugly mullah is not my representative, that Deoband should be shut down. Do you think that we all went to a madrasa to learn about my Islam? I have about 5,000 books in my own library about Islam. Nobody needs to lecture me about it. I know what is bad and what is good about Islam, and I know that every law in Islam was written 200 years after Prophet Muhammad had died.
Okay, so Amna Begum Ansari, as a young Muslim, when one expects that the moderate voices would get stronger, why is it that the radical thought is becoming more assertive and visible?
Right. This is a very valid question, Padmaja, but I will start first from the condemnation of this brutal ISIS type of killing. And today I am ashamed as a Muslim that such a mindset and element do exist among Muslim community, and mere condemnation won't work here. We have, just like Arif Khan Sahab has said, that this is symptoms, this is not the root cause, and Muslim community should come forward, address the issue. The other point, apart from the root issues and the interpretation of such, which our society or community kept learning, the other problem I think is the hypocrisy of entire communist Islamist ecosystem, because Hindu communalism is called out disproportionately while Muslim communalism is apologized for. Always. That has been happening in India for very long. So, Hindu communist and Islamist come together to promote a value where you can demean Hindu faith, Hindu society constantly, while even you will ask a simple questions, you will ask for introspection from the Muslim community, it will be called either Islamophobia or attack on the minority. Okay. This way we cannot find a solution. If you see the example where Zubair Ahmed, the man who painted the target on Sharma, the man, he can mock Hindu sentiment. Okay. At the same time, they back Zubair's, Zubair right to paint blasphemy target. Okay. So this is also a very, very big reason. The Muslim, the moderate Muslim, the liberal Muslim, the Muslim who want to come and talk about the interpretation of Wahiduddin Khan will never be supported, will never be allowed to come in the mainstream. So these are few.
Okay, so questioning radicalism and communalism is not about Islamophobia. It is about calling out violence and calling out dogma of any kind, and that's the effort constantly of bringing you voices like this. Thank you very much, both ladies and Tariq Fateh Saab, for having joined us. Hopefully this is going to be an ongoing conversation. Thanks for watching.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
अपना पूरा धर्म छोड़ा, जो बाला साहब ठाकरे का धर्म था हिंदुत्व का, वो छोड़कर उस पार्टी के साथ जाकर बैठे जो AIMI
at 10. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
वो सोशल मीडिया पर बड़े IM से जो औरंगजेब की मजार पर जाकर फातिया पढ़ती है, वो कांग्रेस से हाथ जोड़ा और वो NCP से हाथ जोड़ा, जिनके साथ कुछ भी शिवसेना का लेना देना नहीं था, हमेशा उनके साथ लड़ाई था राजनीतिक तौर पर। तो फिर सत्ता के लिए तो उद्धव ठाकरे ने जो किया वो आज एकनाथ शिंदे उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ कह रहे हैं।
अच्छा हो गया नाविका जी इस प्रश्न का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। चलो अच्छा हुआ, देश को तो पता चलेगा अभी सच्चाई क्या है। आप जानती हो जिस हिंदुत्व की बात आपने की पहले, तो उसको पहले सुधार लेता हूं। किसने स्वीकारा था हिंदुत्व? वंदनीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने 1987 में महाराष्ट्र में एक उपचुनाव हुआ विले पार्ले विधानसभा का। उस चुनाव के पहले वंदनीय बाला साहब ने हिंदुत्व की घोषणा की और कहा गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू है। यह नारा वंदनीय शिवसेना प्रमुख ने दे दिया। वो नारा लगा कि हमारा प्रत्याशी चुनाव लड़ा, रमेश प्रभु जो हमारे महापौर थे, मेयर थे मुंबई शहर के, वो हमारे प्रत्याशी थे। सामने कौन था? सामने कुंटे जी थे कांग्रेस के और प्राणलाल होरा ये जनता दल के थे, जिसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी थी। गर्व से कहो हिंदू शिवसेना कहती है और सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी खिलाफ हमारे खड़ी है। बहुत दूर का इतिहास नहीं है, 1987 साल का इतिहास है। जीत गए हम, लेकिन बाद में कोर्ट में गर्व से कहो हिंदू कहा, इसके लिए वो चुनाव खारिज कर दिया। वंदनीय बाला साहब ठाकरे जी पर कार्रवाई हुई, उनको शासन दिया गया कि आप अगले 6 साल चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकते। हालांकि उनको उसकी परवाह नहीं थी चुनाव लड़ने की, लेकिन उससे भी बहुत गंभीर शासन दे दिया कि आप इसके बाद 6 बरस तक किसी चुनाव में वोट नहीं कर सकते। ये संविधान ने दिया हुआ अधिकार उनका छीन लिया। जब बाबरी का ढांचा गिरा तभी भी ये लोग हिंदुत्व की बात करते, ये तो भाग गए थे। सुंदर सिंह भंडारी के साथ पास जब लोग गए, अब के जैसे पत्रकारों ने पूछा ये किसने किया, तो ये हमने नहीं किया, शिवसैनिकों ने किया होगा। तो शिवसैनिकों ने किया होगा तो वंदनीय बाला साहब ने कहा मुझे उस पर गर्व है। ये कहने वाली शिवसेना, उस विचारधारा को उद्धव साहब ने आज तक नहीं छोड़ा। बात क्या हुई 1900, आप जो सवाल पूछते हो ना हिंदुत्व को, तो आप 2014 साल कैसे भूलती हो नाविका जी? हो सकता है आप दूर हो, इसके लिए मालूम नहीं होगा। 2014 में लोकसभा के चुनाव हमने गठबंधन में लड़े हैं। मैं गठबंधन का प्रत्याशी हूं, मैं खुद भी। शिवसेना भाजपा का गठबंधन में चुनाव हुआ। 2014 के चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी सत्ता पे आ गई। अच्छा निर्णय मिला, हम खुद भी कामयाब हुए, विजयी हुए। अब 2014 की लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद तुरंत 4-6 महीने के अंदर 2014 में ही विधानसभा के चुनाव लड़े। उस चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने गठबंधन तोड़ा, हमने नहीं तोड़ा।
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For India and for Australia, China is our largest trading partner. For India and Australia, China is our biggest security anxiety. We're both trying to reconcile those things, which is not an easy problem to solve. this is a time to be comparing notes with friends, and that's the next point. India really is a close friend. We have shared values. We are both democracies that value the rule of law.
अरविंद सावंत जी
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now, News Now Overnight with me, Priya Behel. What a day it has been for Maharashtra. Twists and turns every second throughout the day. We'll keep you up to speed with all that happened and more. First up, the top stories.
Me, Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde sworn in as the new Maharashtra Chief Minister. Fadnavis becomes a Deputy CM after a nudge from the central leadership. After taking charge, Governor asks Shinde to prove majority by Saturday. BJP to file nomination of its Leader of Legislative Assembly tomorrow. After handing out the Chief Minister's post, BJP calls Shinde the true successor of Shiv Sena founder Bala Sahab Thackeray. Shinde says touched by the gesture. Fadnavis goes after Uddhav and company, says Uddhav betrayed people's mandate for Hindutva by tying up with Dawood's friends for the lust of power.
हमारी पुलिस ने एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया.
Rajasthan Chief Minister whitewashes communal hate. First hails his corpse and then says Kanhaiya's murder is a terror crime and not a fallout of communal hate. Kerala Governor calls out Rajasthan Chief Minister, links Udaipur hate murder to madrasas, calls for an examination of the curriculums across the country, says the deeper disease is being ignored despite symptoms being apparent. Pak Arab ISIS link to Udaipur butchers emerges. They wanted to trigger riots and blasts. The 9-day Sena Mahasangram today ended in a nail-biting thriller. Bala Sahab Bhakt and the man who scripted Uddhav's ouster from the government, Eknath Shinde, took oath as the new Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as his deputy. Many had predicted that Devendra Fadnavis, who had been the Chief Minister earlier, will again take back the helm of affairs. But BJP sprang a surprise to stun, most importantly, the Thackerays themselves. The BJP claimed that making Shinde the CM is a tribute from their end to the Hindutva icon. Listen in to what the Chief Minister said.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाने हा निर्णय केला की श्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहेब यांना भारतीय जनता पार्टी समर्थन देईल आणि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे हे मुख्यमंत्री होतील. आणि मला अतिशय आनंद आहे की पुन्हा एकदा हिंदुत्ववादी विचारांचं हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांनी मांडलेलं हिंदुत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी सातत्याने जे हिंदुत्व आणि राष्ट्रीयत्व मानताय आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं
Eknath Shinde praised BJP's magnanimity for giving a tribute to Bala Sahab Thackeray by supporting his Sena despite Fadnavis's party having a support, according to him, of over 120 MLAs.
संख्याबळ त्यांच्याकडे आहे. असं असताना देखील खरं म्हणजे मुख्यमंत्री पद तेही घेऊ शकले असते संख्याबळानुसार, परंतु त्यांनी मनाचा मोठेपणा दाखवून बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसैनिकाला या ठिकाणी पाठिंबा दिला. त्याबद्दल त्यांना मनापासून मी त्यांनी जे मोठं मन दाखवलं त्याबद्दल मी आदरणीय पंतप्रधान महोदय मोदी साहेब असतील, त्याचबरोबर गृहमंत्री अमितजी शहा साहेब आहेत, देवेंद्रजी आहेत आणि त्यांचे सर्व सहकारी इकडे बसलेले आहेत. त्यांचं मनापासून मी खऱ्या अर्थाने आभार मानतो, त्यांना मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो.
While they flummoxed one and all, BJP has decided to go with this strategy, keeping a long-term goal in mind: secure the Hindutva vote and ensure that the Thakres are isolated as opportunistic politicians who betrayed the ideals of the man who had founded the party.
अशा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस सोबत त्या ठिकाणी युती केली आणि भारतीय जनता पक्षाला बाहेर ठेवलं. हा खरं म्हणजे मॅन्डेटचा अपमान होता. जनतेने वोट हे महाविकास आघाडीला दिले नव्हते, ते भाजप सेना युतीला वोट दिले होते. श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना के विधायकों ने एक ही मांग की कि कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ हम नहीं रह सकते और ये गठबंधन तोड़ा जाए, किंतु उनकी मांग मंजूर नहीं हुई. माननीय उद्धव जी ने हिंदुत्व छोड़ दिया, विचारों को छोड़ दिया और अपने विधायकों से ज्यादा कांग्रेस और एनसीपी की बात दिल को लगाकर रखी. जिस सरकार के 2 मंत्री मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में जेल में गए, दाऊद के साथ रिश्ते, इसका आरोप मंत्री पर लगा, बावजूद उसके जेल में जाने के बाद भी उनको मंत्रिमंडल से हटाया नहीं गया. तो एक प्रकार से पथभ्रष्ट ऐसी सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, जिसको लगातार विरोध किया, ऐसी सरकार शिवसेना के माननीय उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस एनसीपी की सरकार चली.
Now, Fadnavis earlier during the press conference announced that he is not going to be a part of the government but will support it from outside, while saying that his party will be supporting Shinde's government and be a part of it. However, he changed his mind after Nadda, BJP president, came out to say that they would want him to be a part of the government, and he has graciously agreed to become deputy to the chief minister this time.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए, और इसलिए देवेंद्र जी से व्यक्तिगत रूप में भी आग्रह किया है और केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं.
And breaking developments coming in. Barely 3 hours after taking oath, the Shinde government has already gotten into action. They have decided, this is what the sources are telling now, that they have overturned the decision that the Uddhav government had taken with regards to the RA Shed project. To throw more light on this, I'm now joined by Shivani. Shivani, what is the plan ahead?
Well, here seems that tomorrow there is going to be a crucial meeting of, in fact, Devendra Fadnavis is again going to, speak to all of those 106 MLA, those belong to BJP, because yesterday also we saw that how constant meeting took place late in the night after Supreme Court's order, and then all of those MLAs were expecting Devendra Fadnavis to become the next and again Chief Minister of Maharashtra, which really did not happen, and that's why again this particular meeting will be held, and then he will be speaking to his MLAs. Of course, there is going to be some movement with regards to Eknath Shinde as well, because they have led their first cabinet meeting today, and he will be making his move tomorrow morning either to Thane, that is his personal family residence where his family members live, or he can also conduct his meeting as Chief Minister tomorrow.
Also, Shivani, it is very interesting that Shinde government chose this particular project to be their first decision because it is very well known how close it is to Aditya Thackeray's heart. Tell our viewers a little bit more about how it was almost seen as coming of age for Aditya Thackeray, the kind of support he had led to this project, the shed not to be built at RA Forest.
Well, definitely we have seen that how protests were taking place at RA Colony to save the RA Colony, to save the jungles of RA, and in fact it was clearly opposed by several youngsters to not build any metro station over there or any project that side, and that is why, being the youth leader, being the youth face of the party Shiv Sena, Aditya Thackeray took it on himself and clearly said that there is going to be no such project which will harm environment in any manner, and that is why we are also seeing this morning a significant development which we brought to our viewers was that now next target of Eknath Shinde cadre will be Aditya Thackeray's area, that is Wadli, and his project. Because clearly we are given to understand that now when Eknath Shinde has built his own government in Maharashtra, the rest of the MLAs, those are left with the Thackeray's Shiv Sena, will also be joining Eknath Shinde. But of course it is going to be a difficult task to bring Aditya Thackeray, as also Aditya Thackeray holds very important areas in Mumbai and important projects. So definitely the first war, the first target has come against Aditya Thackeray. Showing it how significant that particular project was. Initially started by BJP, was led by Shiv Sena, and was, overall looked after by Aditya Thackeray. So first, an important project has now been taken off from Aditya Thackeray's hands, clearly seen by Eknath Shinde.
Right. Thank you, Shivani, for joining us with your inputs. You've had a really long day. What a day for politics in Maharashtra. The massive development in India's richest state, however, did not happen overnight, but was the result of resentment that had been brewing for the past 2.5 years. Here is what led to the change of hands when it came to power, from one Shiv Sena chief minister to another.
मेरा पानी उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना. मेरा पानी उतरता देख मेरे किनारे पर घर मत बसा लेना. मैं समंदर हूँ, लौट कर वापस आऊंगा.
Me, Eknath.
And he was right. Finally, BJP has made a comeback in Maharashtra with Shinde as the chief minister.
कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे.
मी उद्धव बाळासाहेब ठाकरे ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
This massive development in India's richest state did not happen overnight. It was the result of resentment that had been brewing for the past 2.5 years when Uddhav Thackeray took oath as the chief minister of the state after joining hands with his then arch rivals, Congress and the NCP. Sena contested the 2019 state assembly polls in alliance with the BJP and had later joined hands with parties that were not only opposite on ideological spectrum but against whom the elections had been fought. Perceived as compromise on Hindutva ideology, it did not go down well with ardent Shiv Senics, making them uncomfortable within the Aghadi Sarkar. Senics accused the NCP and the Congress of denying Shiv Sena of important portfolios despite the party having a greater number of MLAs. What added to the discontent was the corruption taint on former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh and NCP Minister Nawab Malik getting linked to Dawood. This led to the perception that Uddhav's government was compromised. Shinde was also reportedly miffed with Aditya Thackeray's alleged interference in the PWD ministry that was held by him. Uddhav, on the other hand, was seen as unreachable even for party stalwarts. Slowly, party MLAs started whispering that Shiv Sena MLAs were getting less funds and were unable to carry out development work, and officials were not only appointed without consultations but also did not listen to them. Even the ministers complained that their powers were being curbed. all the crisis within the party reflected in the Rajya Sabha polls, and BJP was able to secure 3 seats for its candidates by managing to defeat Shiv Sena's Sanjay Pawar despite him having more votes on paper. A similar scenario was witnessed in MLC polls where Sena and NCP were able to win 2 seats each, but BJP bagged 5 seats amidst cross-voting by MLAs.
Me, Eknath Shinde, ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारतीय संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन.
It was said to be the signal for Eknath Shinde that resentment in the ranks was ready for a final explosion. Sensing an opportunity, he left for Surat with less than 20 MLAs. The wisdom behind his move was soon proven, with the rebel ranks swelling to close to 40 apart from 10 independents. Out of legal options and fearing a sure-shot defeat in case of floor test, Uddhav resigned. Bureau Report, Times Now. Uddhav resigned yesterday, then came the staking claim to power, then came the obvious speculations that predicted that Fadnavis is going to be the chief minister and Eknath Shinde was going to be his deputy. All of those speculations came to an end as today Fadnavis announced no, it is going to be Eknath Shinde who will be at the helm of the new government. Why is it being called BJP's masterstroke? Is because this helps them to portray the party as sacrificing power to uphold the ideology of Hindutva. It sends a message across to the people of Maharashtra that BJP has honored the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, even if it meant that they had to give up the top post. It also isolates Uddhav Thackeray and gives Shiv Senics a reason to back Shinde, because remember, all those emotional appeals by Thackeray were aimed at appealing to the hearts of Shiv Senics as to him being the rightful heir of Bala Saheb's legacy. It also blunts the criticism for the BJP coming its way for conspiring to grab power in Maharashtra, making it politically untenable for Uddhav Thackeray to oppose Shinde as the rightful heir to a party that was founded by Bala Saheb Thackeray. But who is the man? Who is Eknath Shinde? Not many of you would have known of him 10 days ago, before he took his MLAs, left Mumbai for first Gujarat and then Guwahati. The man who now claims to be the rightful heir of Bala Saheb's legacy, he has managed to unseat Uddhav from Chief Minister's post. The big question is, will he be able to occupy the Hindu hearts as well? Here is the story of rise and rise of Shinde.
हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने मी एकनाथ